不用找了。
Días a todos y todas. Tenemos quórum, que son las 9:00, así que vamos a empezar la sesión de hoy miércoles. Gracias.
Distinguished members, if you're having a good morning so far, today is Wednesday 28th. We consider the 172nd session of the Executive Committee. Yesterday I outlined the intention of the launch, and that remains changes. So, thank you again, and we will right into item 4.2, scale of assessed contribution to the 2024-2025. So I'd like to bring the document seeking 172/13 to the attention of the committee. I invite Mr. Ronnie Mazza, Director of the Department of Planning.
No se escucha bien el audio.
Sí.
Anita está haciendo.
Espera. Acaba de empezar, dile a Anita que aguante, porque es posible que...
Floor is yours, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to all. So, the President of the subcommittee will read the item first. Right.
Buenos días, señor presidente, gracias por el espacio. Me permito dar lectura, resumen del informe del subcomité, punto 4.2, escala de contribuciones señaladas para el 2024-2025. Se informó al subcomité que la escala de contribuciones señaladas que aplicaría la OPS en el bienio 425 dependería del resultado de los debates que se llevarían a cabo en la Asamblea General de la Organización de los Estados Americanos programada para junio del 2023. En dicha reunión, los Estados miembros de la OEA considerarían una nueva escala de contribuciones para el bienio 24, 25 y más allá. También se informó al subcomité que, en caso de que no se hubiese adoptado una nueva escala antes de que el Comité Ejecutivo celebrara su sesión, no que tuviera lugar el 60º Consejo Directivo de la OPS, la oficina propondría, como medida provisional, mantener la escala aprobada por los cuerpos directivos para el bienio 2022-2023. El subcomité expresó su apoyo a la solución propuesta por la oficina. Gracias, señor presidente. De esta manera concluye esta parte del informe.
Thank you very much. I don't need the floor to Mr. Massa presenting the item. Thank you. Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates, colleagues, I'm pleased to introduce item with two scale assessment contributions. But if you had better than time. The proposed scale of assessment contributions for this year will be the third to be approved within the framework of the current House Strategic Plan 2025.
The scale, along with total level of assessed contributions set in the proposed program budget for 2024, determines the amounts to be paid by our member states. That we note that the above program budget that does not include an increase
Está bien.
in keeping with FAO's constitutional mandate, the scale of assessments to be applied for the years 2025 is based on the new OAS scale of assessments that was approved just last week by the OAS General Assembly. As such, when we were preparing this document, we did not have, as the chair of the EVA reported, I know that we have the details to proceed to adopt that scale and apply it to the FAO members states and participating member states. That is a process that we do here in the Secretariat. After applying what the member states have already decided at the OAS here, that's some of the ambassadors here in those meetings. And so we will do that process going forward so that for the directing council, you will have the resolution that includes the actual amounts that you will be contributing to FAO based on that new scale. As such, we would like at this time to know this situation. We're pleased to know that we will have got scale, we didn't know that.
I'm just getting any audio feed from here.
And so you will see details in the final version of the document. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mazda. Now open the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussions. No? Okay, no comments. I suspect you have no other comment yourself, Director General.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Always, the director of PB, Teroni Maza, informed you, and I think that I have also shared with the ambassadors in the real meeting. We are not presenting a proposal to increase assessed contributions this year, at least, but we had this change in the OAS assessed contributions, so we need to apply this for our organization. As was mentioned, we are reviewing the assessed contribution changes in the OAS, and we will present to the Directing Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General, Dr. Barbosa. And I would therefore like to inform the colleagues that the report is taken as given, as there is no final comments that would require some adjustment or addition. So can we move on then to item 4.1, proposed program budget of the Pan American Health Organization 2024-25. I would like to bring document CE 172/12 and addendum 1 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Ronnie Maza, Director of the Department of Planning, Budget and Evaluation of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the table. Okay, and yield the floor to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget and Administration to report on the item.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Me permito dar lectura al resumen del informe. 4.1, proyecto de presupuesto por programa de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud 2024-2025. El subcomité examinó el esquema del proyecto de presupuesto por programas 2024-2025, en el que se proponía una dotación presupuestaria general de $820 millones, incluidos $700 millones para programas básicos, lo que representa un aumento del 3% con respecto al presupuesto del bienio 2022-2023. Se informó además al subcomité que durante el bienio 2024-2025, el énfasis de la oficina pasará de la respuesta de emergencia a la pandemia del COVID-19 a la cooperación técnica básica sostenida. El subcomité acogió con satisfacción las iniciativas de la oficina para pasar de la respuesta de emergencia a la fase de recuperación posterior a la pandemia y expresó además su apoyo al proyecto de presupuesto por programas y a las prioridades allí establecidas. Se consideraron especialmente importantes las prioridades relativas a la promoción de la atención integrada, el fortalecimiento de los sistemas regulatorios nacionales, la ampliación de la capacidad de producción regional, la mejora del acceso a la atención de la salud mental, el fortalecimiento de la vigilancia genómica, la revitalización de los programas de inmunización y el énfasis en la atención primaria de la salud. Se consideró esencial prestar mayor atención a las enfermedades no transmisibles mediante un enfoque de prevención primaria. También se consideró fundamental fortalecer los sistemas de salud y a su personal para hacer frente a las graves interrupciones en los servicios esenciales de salud que tuvieron lugar durante la pandemia. Además, se señaló que la asignación de la OMS a la región de las Américas correspondería al 42% del presupuesto para los programas básicos. Y se sugirió que la oficina debía planificar teniendo en cuenta las posibles brechas en cuanto al financiamiento que realmente se recibiera. Gracias, señor presidente. De esta forma concluyo esta parte del informe.
Thank you very much. I now yield the floor to Mr. Mazza to present on the item.
Thank you, Mr. President, and if I may use the podium this time. Thank you. Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates, colleagues, I am pleased to give you an overview of the program budget proposal for the IN 24-25. As you will notice from the theme, recovering, innovating, and accelerating for progress for health and equity. This is considering, of course, the situation, the evolving situation, the context, the lessons learned, or directly Dr. Jarva's vision and the commitment to efficiency, transparency, and accountability, and also taking into account that this will be the first program budget to be implemented after the declaration of the end of the pandemic, and the opportunities we have ahead to really innovate and accelerate while protecting the hard-earned gains in public health over the many years that the pandemic has indeed put at risk, and that the pandemic again exposed the inequities that lie in the region and within countries. And therefore, we saw it fit to bring that to the strategic direction on our collective efforts with member states and the Secretariat on taking bold actions moving forward the health agenda. I'd like to note as well that this is the last program budget that will complete the implementation of the strategic plan that you approve in 2020-2025, and therefore the opportunity to accelerate progress and make efforts to achieve those targets that were committed for 2025, and also to move forward towards the not too distant 2030 SDG or Sustainable Development Goal targets. Next slide, please. Here, we just wanted to, first of all, thank the members of the SPBA for the feedback as reported by the chair that you gave us. We took seriously, as we always do, of course, that feedback, but also the ongoing consultation that took place with member states as we built this program budget, bottom up, but in close engagement and collaboration with our member states and our teams across PAHO. First, you have indeed the member states approved the WHO program budget with an allocation of the budget, but not just the budget, the program commitment that the region makes to contribute to the global health agenda through the WHO program budget. And of course, again, thank you for your continued support to ensure that we got an increase in the budget allocation. I know we have to work to fund that allocation. We continue with the prioritization process with our member states. Again, building on efficiencies, we were able to, as we reported 2 days ago, under the strategic issues document, we were able to do this process as we provided input for WHO, but we also used the input to build our own program budget that is before you now. At the time, as you will notice in the report, we say that 41% of 41 member states had achieved had completed the exercise. I'm pleased to note that since the data we report, which is in April, as of now, we got to 44 members, countries and territories of the 51 that we work with across the region. This number may seem just a casual number, but indeed it has required a lot of effort from our country office teams or country office representatives with the national authorities. I know some of you here have participated in the national consultations on the prioritization, so thank you again. We also completed the full document that is before you now. And you can see there the sections that we outlined, and I'll be highlighting some of those sections as I go through the following slides. Last but not least on that slide is the innovation, and in line with our director's commitment for increased transparency, we have developed now a digital platform where you can see details on the program budget, and I will give you some highlights of that as well. Next slide, please. No, in terms of prioritization, I only want to highlight here the top priorities. Oftentimes we say that, we need to focus on priorities. And here was another opportunity in 2024, in preparing for 2024-25, based on the lessons learned, based on the best practice that we have with you of prioritizing and where PAHO's added value can be, PAHO's technical cooperation added value. We had, again, over 80% of our countries and territories engage with us in reviewing where are the opportunities going forward on where you would want to see more emphasis from PAHO's technical cooperation. And this slide just shows the top 8 that were identified. And as you can see, on the top 3, I will just highlight, based on the conversations of the last 2 days, resounding topics like NCDs, risk factors, and mental health. This is in line with the situation that our countries and our peoples are living. Then you see integrated health service, quality health service, again, in line with a post-pandemic scenario that we need to rebuild with resiliency. And then with resilience. And then we have, of course, ensuring that we don't lose sight that we need to constantly prepare for responding for future emergencies. And therefore, we are very pleased to see that these results, of course, they come from you, are quite in line with where you would like to see us working together, again, for an opportunity to accelerate progress and protect the gains while innovating. In the document, you have the full table with the 28 outcomes. And also, each country has their own prioritization, which we will use for operational planning, and also to inform the allocation of the budget. So this is important because not just to do prioritization for the sake of prioritization, but to inform, first, the budget, as it is a results-based budget. And then as we mobilize resources to advocate for the resources for the high priorities, especially those that have been neglected for some time, and it's difficult to mobilize resources for like NCDs. And of course, to continue working with you to focus the interventions so that we can have the best chance of driving impact for the benefit of the peoples of the Americas. Next slide, please. Here on the programmatic section of the document, you will see again that results approach. And as I was reviewing the document, I was remembering that our organization for this program budget is the 10th year that we have been doing prioritization with member states since 2014, when we work on developing the only prioritization methodology in public health that we know, at least in the WHO and the UN, which is the PAHO Hanlon method. And we developed that prioritization methodology with you, and some of you here in the room were telling me that you participated in those exercises. And I remember some faces that were with us in 2014 developing that methodology in room B and room C of PAHO. That's history. Then focus results on the programmatic section again. PAHO introduced a results-based planning and budgeting since its strategic plan in 2008. So that's 15 years later. Here we are building on those very good experiences of the region and also seeing where we can improve. So the program budget proposal has 28 outcomes of the strategic plan with 120 outputs that really justify the resource envelope that you will see before you, and how we will measure performance, again, on how we deliver on that commitment to you with that request to approve that budget envelope, 143 output indicators to measure performance and report back to you. And again, of course, as you can see on the slide, we have that connection from what the Secretariat will do through the key interventions to how those should contribute to the results that we jointly commit to work with member states and our partners. The next slide, please. Here is the proposed budget envelope. And I just want to, again, clarify, it's always important that when we speak budget in PAHO, it's not equal to a funded budget. It is an envelope that we come and present to you based on a costing that we do on the programmatic proposal that we will then have to fund, or we have to bring the real money behind it. Here, as you can see, I decided to include there the initial proposal that was approved for this biennium in 2022-23. And in the middle, you have the column with the revised budget proposal that you approved last year at the conference. Because of the evolving situation, we needed to increase the budget halfway through the biennium. That's very unique. It was the first time we did it. And WHO had also increased its budget. And that middle column there reflects, therefore, the increase of $39.5 million that we needed to incorporate in base budget. And as monies were flowing in to respond to the pandemic, primarily and other emergencies, we also increased the budget to about $200 million. So based on that, and looking forward on the situation, we saw the need to increase the base budget, as you can see with the blue bar, by about $20.5 million, very modest increase, understanding that there are shifts from the emergency response to a more sustained technical cooperation approach. And we reduced the special programs, or the part in orange, because again, that the funding for the pandemic, of course, as we close, is also coming down. And we expect, therefore, that some of that funding, as we continue to take the opportunity to mobilize resources, will help us also to fund the base programs. Important to highlight that based on our analysis, this is again a realistic proposal. A 3% increase in base programs is for us to continue responding to the demands of technical cooperation and needs of the countries. A country-focused approach where our director decided, based on the situation and commitment to putting countries at the center of a technical cooperation, that over 80% of the increase will go to countries. And then aligned. This proposal is aligned with that transition of technical cooperation that's required, with the prioritization that we have done with member states, results oriented. So it's not just a budget for the sake of budget, but rather responding to the needs. And then, of course, the financial outlook that we have analyzed. Next slide, please. Now here also in promoting a more integrated approach and interprogrammatic technical cooperation, we have consolidated the 28 outcomes into what we call outcome clusters, so that you can see that integrated approach and where the shifts are also in terms of the budget. In line with the prioritization, you can see here the outcome clusters that we'll see, all of them will see an increase, especially in those that were with high priorities or medium priorities. And of course, our commitment to efficiencies and continued building on the innovations through the leadership, governance, and enabling functions. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of how we expect this program budget to be financed, and again, this is what we expect at this time. This is based on the surest commitment we have, and then we want to highlight the value of the PAHO assets contributions. As you can see there, 194 remains flat for another biennium. That represents 28% of the program budget, and that's member states, perhaps the surest or the most certain funding we have at the beginning of the biennium. And the most quality funding, because that is the one that allows us really to respond to your priorities. Then we have the miscellaneous revenue from investments, the PAHO voluntary contributions or commitment to mobilize more in voluntary contributions to continue exploring and building partnerships, and also the WHO allocation, which as noted already in the report of the PBAC, we saw an increase there of 1% in the AMRO allocation from WHO. Now, that is the part that is really just a budget space. From our experience and the trends that we have analyzed, the WHO allocation is usually funded about 70%. So when we have that shortfall, what we do is that we, of course, PAHO will compensate with additional resource mobilization efforts to fill the gap. At the end of their commitment is when you approve that budget of 700 million, is that one budget, one program that we need to fund, and that's a PAHO commitment. Next slide. I wanted also to highlight this point that was mentioned by our director and in the financial report as well, on how important it is to have your assessed contributions and timely payment, because as I said, that is the funding that really allows us to respond to the priorities and our commitments to you. You can see here from this graphic that while the budgets have generally increased in terms of budget envelopes, as you can see there, the top figure, the assessed contributions have remained flat since 2012-2013. There was a slight increase, as you can see, from 2008 to 2012-13. At that time, every 5 years, we were seeing an increase, and for the last 10 years, we haven't seen that. What that really means is that in real terms, we have less than $50 million with the accumulated inflation. And that's a very modest estimate, by the way. So instead of 194, we will be operating with 144 million. If you look at that percentage now, that percentage went down to about 21% of the total budget. That's the situation that we don't want to be in going forward. I think we need to look at that, and if that is really, and I think the COVID evaluation makes a point about PAHO's funding model, if that is sustainable, and if with that level of proportion of flexible funds, we can really continue to respond to the demands in technical cooperation. A point to continue analyzing, and we ask you that we will continue bringing this back to you. Next slide, please. Now, just a glimpse of the new digital platform that we've developed. In trying to make this program budget document, which was quite a large document in the past, and bring some efficiency and innovation, we produced the main document as before you, but the details about programs, countries, we put it in this on this site. Next slide, please. Here you will see, and Mr. President, at the time when we put this slide, we didn't know you were the president, of course, of the executive committee, but please, it's Jamaica that we put here. And you can see here from the increase budget, you will see the budget figure based on the budget policy that PAHO has. You will see the shifts in the budget to countries, and then budget space again, not funding or commitment is to mobilize the funds to fill that. The prioritization results that were done with the country. And then you will also see details about how we will work with the country and links to the health situation in the country and so on. Just a snapshot, you can visit the website that we put the link there on the document as well. And please send us your feedback. We're building this so that we can have the final version for the Directing Council. The next slide, please. So with that, I would just like to ask and invite the committee to consider the proposal and provide us with any comments, feedback that can help us to continue to finalize this document that will go to the Directing Council. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mazda. A lot said and a lot to think about. So I'm sure members may want to have some comments. The plenary is now open for discussion. Anyone? I recognize the member from Argentina and then the United States.
Gracias, señor presidente. Argentina toma nota del informe. Coincidimos en que el bienio 2024-2025 será clave para canalizar los esfuerzos de la organización hacia la recuperación de los sistemas de salud de la región de las Américas con base en los principios de equidad y solidaridad. Asimismo, creemos que se deben formular medidas focalizadas, teniendo en cuenta lo que funciona bien, lo que no funciona bien, y lo que podría hacerse de manera diferente en vista del contexto regional y mundial y de las enseñanzas obtenidas en la pandemia. Argentina apoya las prioridades mencionadas en el documento, en especial las relacionadas con la promoción de la atención integrada, el fortalecimiento de los sistemas regulatorios nacionales, la expansión de la capacidad regional de producción, la mejora del acceso a la atención de la salud mental, el fortalecimiento de la vigilancia genómica, la revitalización de los programas de inmunización, el foco en la atención primaria de la salud y la transformación digital de los sistemas. Agradecemos especialmente el apoyo de la Oficina Regional y de la Oficina País para llevar a cabo las consultas y desarrollar el proceso de priorización para el Plan Estratégico 2022-2025 a través del método Hanlon, que concluyó el año pasado en nuestro ministerio luego de la revisión de cada una de las líneas y hacer un análisis consolidado de las prioridades y de los resultados intermedios que eran algo muy oportuno para nuestra cartera nacional. Consideramos que estas prioridades contribuirán a acelerar el progreso hacia el logro de las metas establecidas en la Agenda de Salud Sostenible para las Américas 2018-2030 y en los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Asimismo, la Argentina sostiene que hay que trabajar para elevar la esperanza de vida en la región, que se vio disminuida en 2019 y 2021, según indica el documento. Estamos seguros de que todos estos esfuerzos van a conducir a fortalecer las intervenciones nacionales destinadas a acelerar la recuperación de la pandemia, basándonos en las lecciones aprendidas. Por lo tanto, consideramos pertinente aprobar el proyecto de presupuesto por programas de la organización 2024-2025. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The United States of America, followed by Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States thanks the Bureau for this program budget and all the work that went into it, including the explainer developed with WHO and posted on their online budget website, discussing the alignment between PAHO and WHO on planning and budget. We are glad to see continuing strong coordination with WHO in these areas as a way to share best practices and ensure strategic frameworks are fully aligned. I think a good example is the PAHO online budget platform that you previewed for us that is quite clearly a shared work with WHO in sharing best practices between the two organizations. We appreciate the extensive prioritization process, and we appreciate that proposed increases across the budget are targeted to high and medium priority areas. We note, though, that outcome 12 on communicable diseases and outcomes 23 and 24 on health emergencies remained ranked high in prioritization, but that they are slated to only receive a 1 to 2% increase compared to the previous biennium. And so is there a reason that this is lower than the average of the increase of 3% for the budget, since those are rated high priority? Looking at lessons learned, has the Bureau identified any areas of focus that can be merged or reduced in order to further increase efficiency based on the prioritization exercise launched last November and input from member states that helped inform the proposed program budget? And in addition, how will the Bureau prepare for any potential gaps that have been discussed in actual funding received for this coming year in order to avoid using resources from unrestricted funds, so as planning out the budget for that? Separately, we note that agenda item 7.1 provided an update on the COVID-19 pandemic in the region of the Americas. So complementing that discussion that we had on Monday, does the Bureau have a plan in place for how to incorporate some of those lessons learned raised specifically in that report into future strategic planning and program budget formulation? And then with respect to financing of the budget, we note the increase in the WHO allocation for the Americas, and we certainly appreciate the higher AMRO allocation. However, noting that it is lower than the increase for most other WHO regions. And we've had some discussions of that already, including at SPBA. But one potential additional piece, noting that the WHO plan with the increase in assessed contributions is to ensure sufficient funding to the high priority areas, is part of the reason that AMRO is receiving a lower allocation, because has PAHO been doing better at having sufficient funding to those high priority outputs that WHO identified? And is that part of the reason that AMRO resulted in having a lower allocation, or are there some other reasons that you could help identify so that we can have a better idea of that moving forward? Thank you very much.
Exactly 3 minutes. Thank you very much. A lot of questions. Very good. Canada, please.
The pressure is on now. Canada thanks the Secretariat for the proposed program budget and recognizes the importance of this budget as it will be the last under PAHO's strategic plan and will aim to reflect the post-COVID-19 transition. It will be important to ensure that resource allocations adequately reflect regional health needs, noting that we are at a critical juncture to take decisive corrective action to accelerate progress, particularly on those areas at risk and to meet our collective objectives as set out in the strategic plan. We appreciate PAHO engaging member states in priority setting and note the prioritization of the 28 outcomes have remained relatively intact, with strengthening information systems for health emerging as a new priority, as a new high priority. And with respect to changes in budget allocation across these outcomes, we appreciate the principles being applied and see that there have been no decreases in funding for any of them, which will hopefully allow for continuity across these outcomes over the coming biennium. Canada continues to believe that an essential step is to identify and seek to close gender gaps throughout the full range of PAHO's programming. To this end, fully resourcing gender equality expertise throughout the organization, including in country offices, is critical to delivering on PAHO's mandate. In addition to continue increasing budget allocation to determinants of health and cross-cutting themes cluster and mainstreaming gender equality throughout all programs. We see WHO's allocation to the region will correspond to 42.2% of the PAHO budget for base programs, which continues to be a significant portion. We remain cautiously optimistic in WHO's increased allocation to the region, particularly when we consider the newly approved WHO program budget with the increase of 20% in ACs. Recognizing this increased flexible funding, we will continue to urge and work with the WHO to provide AMRO with its full allocation. Finally, we want to commend PAHO on the enhancement of the evaluation function as a way to strengthen organizational learning. From the evaluation on PAHO's response to COVID-19, we encourage PAHO to consider and integrate this proposed recommendation that the organization should diversify its funding model to ensure it is fit for purpose during normal times and crisis periods. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I see no other indication of any other contribution, so I hand back now to Mr. Mazda to respond to comments.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to our delegates from Argentina, USA, and Canada for their comments, questions, and feedback. First of all, we're very happy that you appreciate and that those consultations really turn into concrete results that help the organization to continue building on its best practices for joint planning, prioritization, and budgeting. On the specific questions, allow me to clarify first on the outcomes that, as requested by the delegate to the US on outcome 12, the issue we have with the current structure is that, as you will see, in some outcomes, they're very detailed and some of the budget has been integrated into other outcomes that are broader in scope. For example, outcome 12 and 17 go together, so we need to look at those two budgets together and see that at the end of the day, we're protecting indeed and the commitment. The other fact, and outcome 4, which is also the response to the communicable diseases. So when you look at the clusters, that's why we did the clusters, so that we present that holistic view and not look at line by line, which doesn't help with seeing where we are investing really from a programmatic point of view. And the way we work with countries is really in that manner. We don't have lines like that in the countries with the programs. They're more integrated programs. The other factor is that, so as a cluster, there's a 3% increase when you look at the cluster for communicable diseases. The other factor is that, and also for emergencies, what you will see is that the revision we did for this current program budget, those were the three outcomes that had the biggest increase. If I recall correctly, about 25 million of the 39.5 went to those three outcomes related to emergency preparedness and response. So we already had seen an increase based on the review that was done, of course, by WHO. And so the increase we're seeing is on top of the additional needs that we saw planning forward, because we had done already. Coming back to the WHO allocation. First, thank you for continuing to advocate. What I can say is that that figure is really more historical. And I think the DG, Director General, the PBAC earlier this year in January, and the EB, member states also highlighted that question of the historical nature of the allocation of the budgets. And he, as part of these discussions on sustainable financing, and his response was that it was to member states really. If they wanted to review those allocations by region, there should be a discussion. I think the last discussion on that was on the strategic budget space allocation, which took place if my memory serves me right, around 2015-16. And I think that time Mexico presided that group in WHO. And since then, there hasn't been a review of the strategic budget allocation of how much should be assigned to the region. Now, with the caveat that budgets are, of course, an envelope, we welcome the increase, although it's still, relatively speaking, the smallest among regions. And what we advocate for is to fund it. It's already smaller, so we ask again, so it should be better funded. And because the other regions are usually close a biennium with over 90% of the funding of their budget of WHO. And so in that equitable approach that we are, or more equity, as our director has requested as well, and you continue to advocate, is that recognizing that's already smaller, it should be funded. The answer is because they don't have enough flexible funds. So with the increase in assessed contributions, we see an opportunity now that the region then can get its fair share or fairer share from that budget. I think it's an important discussion. For now, we would advise respectfully that we focus on financing what they have approved, and for future deliberations on the next strategic general program of work. And as we look at more sustainable financing, we should continue looking at the budget space as well, in order to respond to technical cooperation. Yes, indeed, the PAHO factor is part of the discussion when they're looking at our budget. As you see, our budget is $700 million, not $300 million. That's because we have PAHO presence, and with the PAHO presence, we're able to respond on the ground in the countries, and therefore, but that should not penalize the region, and that's a point that it should always be present in discussion. The other point there is that the chronic underfunding of programs is really it's not particular to global; it's also in the region. The example is the NCDs and risk factors. That is always top priority, but it usually has lower funding than other programs. The point is not about diminishing the funding for other programs, but rather reaching a reasonable funding or the necessary funding so that we can respond to the technical cooperation needs. We have some opportunities in the region through the flexible funds that we have in the region and our own resource mobilization, where we have an opportunity when we have the flexibility to direct PAHO funds to compensate when WHO funds don't come. So that helps us, and you will see that while in some areas it's similar, in some areas we can, because we have the flexibility with the PAHO funds to improve the funding of other programs. I think the other points are about how we continue building on the lessons and efficiencies. We have looked at that. The document provides a synopsis of that. We are looking, of course, across enabling functions, but not just enabling functions, across how we deliver technical cooperation in more innovative ways. During the pandemic, there were several innovations on how we work with countries, how we work with collaborating centers, how we work more interprogrammatically, and how we work, of course, with new technologies, including the virtual world. So we keep looking at that and be reporting back to you as we report on implementation of the program budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mazza. And at this point, I'm sure the Director General, Dr. Barbosa, will have some comments. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I really appreciate the very good comments from Argentina, United States, and Canada. I think that the Director Maza has explained all the questions that were raised, but I just want to make some to make comments about some important topics. First, that it's important to have this prioritization process because things changed during the pandemic. I think that when you see the programs that were prioritized now and we compare with the exercise, the prioritized exercise before the pandemic, some clearly now we are reflecting more the new priorities that emerged during the pandemic, such as mental health, information system for health and digital transformation that were also on the bottom, at the bottom of the priority. So this change, and I think that to have this dynamic process with member state participation is really very important. The second thing is that we are providing this cluster approach, because I'll tell you one through, even with the many years that I have been working in public health, sometimes I don't understand what are the difference between one program and the other program. Because you know that you have 80 priorities programs. So maybe I am calling your attention for that, because with this cluster approach, I think that we can more clearly view communicable diseases, non-communicable disease, mental health, emergencies, information system, health service, so in a more, I don't know, transparent, let's say so, approach. But this also call our attention that next year, we will be discussing the new strategic plan for 26 to 30, and it will be very important to implement the lessons that we learned during this strategic plan 2025. So I think that's important. A second topic is about just to call your attention about the increase that we are proposing in basic programs, and as was highlighted during the presentation, 81% of this increase will be directed to strengthen our country presence. So I think that 81%, sorry. So this is, I think that a clear indication that we are prioritizing our country presence, because we recognize that at the country level, working with the Ministry of Health, the health authorities, that we really can implement all the public health priorities that are approved by our member states during our governing body meeting. About WHO allocation, I think that we now have a good opportunity, because when we discuss making a more equitable distribution with the same budget and the funds that we have, to get more money for UNRWA means reducing funding for any other region. And it's not easy. We know that it's politically not easy to do that. But now we have an opportunity, because we have a 20% increase. And the Americas is responsible for 40% of the new funds that are coming to WHO. Of course, that we cannot ask for 40% of these funds, but the WHO now has some room to make a better arrangement about the distribution. Of course, that we welcome the increase that we have had, and I publicly acknowledge that to DG, to the Secretariat in WHO. It's also important that our member states advocated very firmly during the debate in the executive board, in the World Health Assembly, that we really need a more equitable distribution. The Americas cannot be punished because we have the PAHO and UNRWA at the same time, because this was a decision made by member states. The member states are responsible, and when they made this decision, they pay an assessed contribution to PAHO too, so they cannot be punished for this specific situation. And this situation is what allows us to have a totally different country presence than other regions in the world. For this reason, we can deliver, I think there's a totally different technical cooperation in other regions. I think that you know that some regional offices, they are not able to provide technical cooperation. All the technical cooperation to the countries, Geneva is providing technical cooperation. I think in this region, I think that we have a better alignment about the 3 levels. Geneva is making all the global decisions, the standards, the norms, the general technical guidance, but the technical cooperation is provided by the regional office together with the country office. It's an exception to have some people from Geneva that need to go to a country in our region, because in general, we have capacity here. This should be the same model for the regions. It does not make sense for me to have only six persons in Afro dealing with neglect tropical disease and to have 120 in Geneva. So when a country in Africa needs something about neglect tropical disease, we need to send a team from Geneva to that country. This, I think, that's not the efficient way to handle the organization, and I really appreciate I think that this movement that the Director General is making to strengthen the country presence, because I think that this is the way that I think we need to have WTO aligned, the 3 levels, aligned with a very clear role in the future. So thank you for all of these questions. I also appreciate this mention made by Canada about gender equality. And I think that is important to recognize that the generous offer from Canada to support an assessment, an evaluation, about the equity progress in the region, so we can review what are the initiatives, the policy, what have changed, what are the good practices, how we can incorporate, as you mentioned, the gender equality perspective in all technical cooperation that we are delivering to the council. Thank you for these very important comments that you have made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. A lot said on this issue, very, very important issue, of course. So I want to just thank all who have contributed. If there are no other interventions, I'm going to ask our rapporteur to present the proposed resolution.
Gracias, señor presidente. Damos lectura al proyecto de resolución. Proyecto de presupuesto de programas de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud 2024-2025 en la 172ª sesión del Comité Ejecutivo. PP1, habiendo examinado el proyecto de presupuesto por programas de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud 2024-2025, documento CE 170/12. PP2, habiendo considerado el informe de la 17ª sesión del Subcomité de Programa y Presupuesto y Administración, documento CE 172/4. PP3, observando los esfuerzos de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana, la oficina, para proponer un presupuesto por programas en el que se tenga en cuenta las consideraciones socioeconómicas, las prioridades para la cooperación técnica determinadas con los Estados miembros y la responsabilidad conjunta de los Estados miembros y de la Oficina para cumplir los mandatos de salud pública. PP4, teniendo presente el artículo 14C de la Constitución de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud en los párrafos 3.4 y 3.5 del artículo 3 del Reglamento Financiero de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, resuelve, OP, recomendar al 60º Consejo Directivo que apruebe la resolución conforme a los siguientes términos. Presupuesto por programas de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud 2024-2025, el 60º Consejo Directivo, PP1, habiendo examinado el presupuesto por programas de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud 2024-2025, documento oficial. PP2, habiendo considerado el informe de la 172ª sesión del Comité Ejecutivo, documento CD 60/, PP3, observando los esfuerzos de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana, la oficina, para proponer un presupuesto por programas en el que se tenga en cuenta las consideraciones socioeconómicas, las prioridades para la cooperación técnica determinadas con los Estados miembros y la responsabilidad conjunta de los Estados miembros y de la Oficina para cumplir los mandatos de salud pública. PP4, teniendo presente el artículo 14.c de la Constitución de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y el párrafo 3.5 del artículo 3 del Reglamento Financiero de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, resuelve OP1, aprobar el programa de trabajo de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud con un presupuesto de $700 millones estadounidenses para los programas básicos y de 120 millones a título indicativo para los programas especiales, como se establece en el presupuesto por programas de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud 2024-2025, documento oficial. OP2. Alentar a todos los Estados miembros, Estados partícipes y miembros asociados de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud a que sigan efectuando de manera oportuna los pagos de sus contribuciones señaladas en el 2024 y el 2025, así como de aquellas contribuciones atrasadas que pudieran tener pendientes de periodos presupuestarios anteriores. OP3. Alentar a los Estados miembros, Estados participantes y miembros asociados a que sigan abogando por una proporción equitativa de los recursos de la Organización Mundial de la Salud y en particular porque la OMS financie plenamente el margen presupuestario asignado a la región de las Américas. OP4. Instar a los Estados miembros, Estados participantes y miembros asociados a que hagan contribuciones voluntarias que estén en consonancia con el presupuesto por programas 2024-2025 y, en aquellos casos que sea posible, a que consideren la posibilidad de que dichas contribuciones sean plenamente flexibles y no estén destinadas a un fin específico. OP5. Aprobar las contribuciones señaladas para el bienio 2024-2025 por un monto de 225,5 millones, compuesto por A. 194,4 millones de las contribuciones netas de los Estados miembros, Estados participantes y miembros asociados, lo que no requiere ningún aumento con respecto al monto aprobado anterior de contribuciones señaladas netas, 194,4 millones. Y B, 31,1 millones como una transferencia al Fondo de Igualación de Impuestos, como se indica en el cuadro más abajo. OP6. Al establecerse las contribuciones de los Estados miembros, Estados participantes y miembros asociados, dichas contribuciones señaladas se reducirán de acuerdo con el crédito que tenga a su favor en el Fondo de Igualación de Impuestos, excepto en el caso de los créditos de aquellos estados que recaudan impuestos sobre los salarios recibidos de la oficina por sus ciudadanos y residentes que se reducirán de acuerdo con el monto de los reembolsos tributarios correspondientes de la oficina. OP7. Financiar los programas básicos aprobados de la siguiente manera y a partir de las siguientes fuentes. Doy lectura al cuadro. Contribuciones señaladas de los Estados miembros, Estados participantes y miembros asociados de la OPS, 225,550 millones de dólares. Menos el crédito del Fondo de Igualación de Impuesto, 31,155,000 millones. Ingresos varios presupuestados, 14 millones. Contribuciones voluntarias de la OPS y otras fuentes, 196 millones. Asignación de fondos de la OMS a la región de las Américas, 295,600,000 dólares. Total, 700 millones de dólares. OP8. Autorizar al director a utilizar todas las fuentes de financiamiento indicadas arriba para financiar el presupuesto por programas 2024-2025, de acuerdo con la disponibilidad de fondos. OP9. Solicitar al director que elabore un informe sobre los montos de los gastos a partir de cada fuente de financiamiento y contra los 28 resultados intermedios indicados en el presupuesto por programas 2024-2025, para presentarlo a los cuerpos directivos en el 2026. Eso es todo, señor presidente. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will now yield the floor to the plenary for any discussions, any comments? I see none, which is a good sign. Therefore, having observed no objections, I will therefore declare the resolution adopted. Okay, so I'm being advised that we will move, with your permission, of course, to contrary to yesterday's announcement, to items 3.3, engagement with non-state actors, while the committee dealing with the Health Services and Leadership 2023 award finalize their recommendation. So we'll do, it is being recommended that we do items 3.3, and then we take a break. And then we come back to the announcement of that award and then continue as was announced last evening. Do I have an agreement on that? I see no objection, so thank you very much. So I'd like to bring documents CE 172/6. This is items 3.3 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Heidi Jimenez, legal counsel of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. She's right here. Thank you very much. And the president of the subcommittee to report on the item, the president of the Program Budget and Administration Subcommittee.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Me permito dar lectura del resumen del informe, el punto 3.3, colaboración con agentes no estatales. El subcomité consideró un informe sobre las medidas tomadas por la OPS en el 2022 para aplicar el marco para la colaboración con agentes no estatales, conocido como FENSA, por sus siglas en inglés. Se informó al subcomité que en el 2022 la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana completó más de 200 procesos estandarizados de debida diligencia y evaluación de riesgos, de los cuales el 97% fueron aprobados. Además, tal como hizo durante toda la pandemia, la oficina siguió efectuando exámenes acelerados de debida diligencia en el caso de las actividades de emergencia. La oficina también siguió mejorando la capacitación sobre el FENSA para todo el personal y ha elaborado un instrumento en línea con ese fin. La herramienta en línea estará al alcance de los Estados miembros para su uso, con el fin de orientar la colaboración y gestionar los posibles riesgos y conflictos de interés con los agentes no estatales. El subcomité acogió con beneplácito las iniciativas de la oficina para aumentar la colaboración con los agentes no estatales y celebró la aplicación congruente y uniforme del FENSA. Se consideró que el FENSA es un instrumento importante para garantizar la transparencia en la interacción con los agentes no estatales y proteger la integridad, la independencia y la reputación de la organización. Se señaló además que el número de exámenes de debida diligencia y de evaluación de riesgo realizados en el 2022 fue inferior al del 2021 y se pidió a la oficina que comentara las razones de esa disminución. También se planteó que se indicara si, dadas las limitaciones de recursos, se consideraba esencial realizar siempre exámenes de colaboración que los consideran de bajo riesgo. En respuesta a estas preguntas, se explicó que el número de exámenes de debida diligencia y evaluaciones de riesgo había aumentado en el 2020 y en el 2021 como resultado de la pandemia COVID-19. Si bien este número disminuyó en el 2022, seguía siendo más alto que que el de exámenes realizados antes de la pandemia. También explicó que la oficina considera necesario seguir efectuando exámenes simplificados de las colaboraciones de bajo riesgo para garantizar que se detectan los riesgos potenciales, como la vinculación de algún agente no estatal con la industria tabacalera. Gracias, señor presidente. De esta manera concluye parte de mi informe.
I yield the floor now to the plenary for any comments. Floor is open. United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States appreciates the Bureau's efforts to increase engagement with non-state actors to benefit the region. We note that PAHO conducted due diligence and risk assessment reviews for more than 200 engagements, about 100 engagements less compared to 2021. With the end of the COVID-19 public health emergency, what is the workload trajectory for 2023? We appreciate the Bureau's continued use of an expedited process for engaging non-state actors in emergency situations, including COVID-19 and MPOX. Has the Bureau discussed streamlining the rapid response approach to all engagements with non-state actors to reduce processing time for future emergencies? We also appreciate the Bureau's efforts to increase the efficiency of processing due diligence and risk assessment reviews. Could the Bureau provide additional information on whether the new online training course for PAHO personnel has increased efficiency and processing reviews by promoting a better understanding of FENSA procedures and provisions? Based on input that we have received from a wide variety of non-state actors in the WHO context, there appears to be a significant problem with the implementation of FENSA, which is resulting in limiting the productive engagement of non-state actors. Is the Bureau receiving similar feedback? And what steps is the Bureau taking to address these concerns? Finally, referring to the final sentence of paragraph 8, can the Bureau please share with member states the few instances where engagement was not recommended because of conflicts of interest that could not be mitigated or managed? Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States, and I now yield the floor to Argentina.
Gracias, señor presidente. Argentina toma nota del informe y esta delegación felicita a la organización por la aplicación del FENSA de manera coherente y uniforme, teniendo en cuenta el marco jurídico y constitucional de OPS. Nuestro país ha promovido desde su aprobación en mayo de 2016 la aplicación plena y coherente del marco para la colaboración con agentes no estatales. Por ello reconocemos la necesidad de interactuar con organizaciones no gubernamentales, entidades del sector privado, fundaciones filantrópicas e instituciones académicas, en especial en áreas estratégicas de la organización, como acceso a medicamentos esenciales y tecnologías sanitarias. Valoramos además la labor del punto focal de la OPS para el FENSA, que ha mantenido informado y ha orientado al personal sobre las etapas iniciales de las posibles colaboraciones, y es muy importante asimismo la coordinación estrecha que mantiene la oficina con la Secretaría de la OMS. Respecto de la colaboración con agentes no estatales, estamos de acuerdo en que esta sirve para brindar apoyo a los Estados miembros y para cumplir con la misión de la organización. Asimismo, en estos procesos es de vital importancia la diligencia debida y la evaluación de riesgos. Concordamos con el proceso descrito en el documento y confiamos en la labor del punto focal de OPS para el FENSA. Por último, vemos con agrado la creación de un proceso simplificado en los casos de colaboración para COVID-19 y otras emergencias sanitarias, de modo que se agilice el procedimiento. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I see no other indication of an interest in commenting, so I now turn the floor to Dr. Jimenez, President, for her comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to the United States and Argentina for their comments.
I'd like to specifically reply to all the questions. So as far as the workload for 2023, as the report mentions, in 2020 and 2021, we saw an increase in the workload, and it was definitely attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic. This year, we have seen a decrease. Still, the number of reviews that we are performing are higher than the pre-COVID numbers. We anticipate that the number of reviews will level out, but we will still anticipate a continued increase in the consultations as we work forward. I think that the COVID-19 had an impact on our relationships with non-state actors, a positive impact, and we will continue reviewing and receiving more consultations during this year, but not at the height that we received during 2020 and 2021. The streamlining of procedures for emergencies is specifically addressed in the rules of FENSA rules. I can stand to be corrected, but I think it's Article 73 of the rules that provides that the Secretariat can implement streamlined, quicker reviews for non-risky engagement, for low-risk engagements. We did that. In fact, we established a 48-hour turnaround during FENSA for low-risk engagements, and we found that to be extremely helpful. We will continue to implement those efficiencies, those streamlined procedures, particularly with non-high-risk engagements. The online training course was put in place specifically to address some of the concerns that we were hearing from WHO. The online training course is finished. We are now in the last review. We're doing online, we're doing piloting with our internal piloting with our staff to make sure that the course is fit for purpose, let's say. For example, I looked at the course a couple of weeks ago, and I felt that it was too fast, that the explanations were given too fast. So we're doing sort of last minute touch-ups, and we anticipate that we're going to be launching it in the month of July. So that is very, very, I think it's going to be a very effective tool. In addition to that, we are making an effort to continue in-person training with our staff, not only here at headquarters, but with our country representatives. We have already done a number of them using Teams, virtual training, and we have found those to be extremely effective. And we have received, if I may say so myself, high praise from the country representatives. We have heard of some of the concerns from WHO, and again, from our perspective, we find that those concerns have not been reflected for our region. Nonetheless, I know that WHO is taking action. They just recently convened a focal point meeting in Geneva this past March. We attended that focal point meeting. It was very well attended by all the WHO country focal points, not only in Geneva, but throughout the world. And PAHO made a presentation. We made a presentation as to our processes to help them in their implementation of their own in the processes. So to say that we're collaborating closely with WHO, and we find that our exchanges are actually very productive. Paragraph 8 of the report regarding some of the examples of engagements that we have recommended against, essentially and mainly deal with connections with the tobacco industry. I'm not going to give you the specific examples of the entities because this information is sometimes sensitive, but I can guarantee you that all of them had to do with ties to the tobacco industry, whether it be by receiving money from the tobacco industry or having members in their boards that are company tobacco industry members. And those are definite unacceptable engagements for PAHO. So those are essentially the ones that we have said no. There are other instances of conflict of interests, but those are the minority, because with conflicts of interest, we try to manage those interests. We normally do not reject it, but we manage the interest. I think that I have addressed all of your questions, but please let me know if I haven't. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jimenez, for those comments. And I now ask Director General Barbosa to comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, thank you, the US and the Argentina, for your comments, questions. I think that's very important. I think that our legal counsel, Dr. Jimenez, answered many of all the important questions that you have raised. I just want to make a reflection that clearly, I think that the FENSA, we need to think FENSA both ways. First, to protect the organization for any conflict of interest, but also as a guidance to promote engagement with non-state actors. So I think that it's important, as Dr. Jimenez mentioned, during the pandemic, we have more visibility and more non-state actors wanting to interact and to engage with PAHO. Now this, of course, is decreasing, but it's still higher than the pre-pandemic years. So I think that we really need to use this opportunity to increase the collaboration and the relationship with non-state actors. Personally, in every meeting that I have with non-state actors, I'm encouraging them and providing the information, sending the link in order to have them being cleared by the process and to have a official relationship with the Pan American Health Organization. I think that we need to provide a better use of this higher visibility that the health sector in general and also the international organization had during the pandemic. So I think that's important, and of course, we are fully supporting all the process to provide more efficiency. Of course, that more than 200 assessments is a lot of assessment, but if we are encouraging the non-state actors to engage with PAHO, they cannot wait 1 year, 2 years for the assessment to be made. So we are providing them very fast and looking how we can improve the process, because if we increase, as we expect, the number of applications for this engagement, we will be able to continue responding in this efficient way that we have nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. If there are no other comments, I would like to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. So thank you for that. So as said earlier, we will now break for 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. Okay, 15-20 minutes. And then we'll resume with our first item being the Health Services Management and Leadership 2023 recommendation for awards. Thank you very much. Have a good coffee or tea.
un coffee break casi un poco largo, pero bueno, vamos a empezar ahora con la segunda sesión de la mañana y el presidente, el Minister Tufton, va a comenzar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome back. Hope you had a good break. All right, so we are going to resume, as indicated earlier, with the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023. That's items 3.2. And so I'd like to bring documents CE 172/5 and addendum 1 to the attention of the committee. Following the procedures for the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership, the award committee met on the 27th of June, 2023, that's yesterday, assessed the relative merits of the candidates with regards to the following. The award is conferred on a candidate who has made a significant contribution in his or her home country and or throughout the region of the Americas to improve the development of health systems, the organization, management, and administration of health services, the development of programs, projects, or initiatives that have demonstrated impact on population coverage and access to health services, the expansion of health services to meet the needs of the population, in particular, those in situations of greatest vulnerability, the development of quality programs and patient safety programs at the national or institutional level, the organization and management of primary care services at the community level, the development of integrated networks of health services, including hospital services, or the production of knowledge and research to achieve a change in health service delivery. The award is conferred in recognition of work completed in the 10 preceding years. Based on the consensus decision, I now invite representative of the awards committee, Ms. Roshani Jappar. Listen, I'm apologizing. I've been bastardizing every single name that I've called since the start of this session. I'm trying, but forgive me. From Suriname to report as she has been nominated by the rest of the committee on this particular item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Agenda item 3.2, document CE 172/5 at 1. PAHO Award for the Health Services Management and Leadership 2023. Report of the Award Committee of the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 23. 1. The Award Committee of the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023 is composed of the delegates of the plurinational state of Bolivia, Jamaica, and Suriname. 2. The award committee met on the 27th of June 2023 during the 172 session of the executive committee and examined the information on the candidates nominated by the member states, namely Dr. Manuel Barel Neto from Brazil, Mr. Carlos Eduardo Jabas from Brazil, Dr. Alfredo Dario Espinosa Brito from Cuba, Dr. Edgar Vicente Mora Brito from Ecuador, Dr. Sean Patrick Alfred from Haiti, Dr. Fernando Repeto Aviles from Uruguay. 3. The award committee recommended that the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023 to be granted to Dr. Alfredo Dario Espinosa Brito from Cuba, in recognition of his career and leadership in the management of health services in Cuba, and for the impact of his scientific publications in the region of the Americas. His contribution to primary health care was also noted, as was his role in disease prevention and health promotion, especially in addressing the burden of non-communicable diseases in populations in conditions of vulnerability and in older adults. 4. The award committee recognizes the merits of the 6 candidates and in particular those of Dr. Alfredo Dario Espinosa Brito. 5, the committee recommends that the executive committee adopt a resolution along the following lines. Proposed resolution, PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023. The 172 session of the Executive Committee, PP1, having examined the report of the Award Committee of the PAHO Award for Health Services and Leadership 2023, document CE172/5 at 1. PP2, bearing in mind the provisions of the procedures and guidelines for conferring the PAHO Award for Health Services and Leadership, previously known as PAHO Award for Administration, as approved by the 56th Directing Council in 2018. Resolves, OP1, to congratulate the candidates from the PAHO Award for the Health Services Management and Leadership 2023 for their professionalism and outstanding work on behalf of their countries and the region. OP2, on the recommendation of the Award Committee to confer the PAHO Award for Health Services and Leadership 2023 to Dr. Alfredo Dario Espinosa Brito from Cuba, in recognition of his career and leadership in the management of health services in Cuba, and for the impact of his scientific publications in the region of Americas. His contribution to the primary health care was also noted, as was his role in disease prevention and health promotion, especially in addressing the burden of non-communicable diseases in populations in conditions of vulnerability and in older adults. OP3, to transmit the report of the Award Committee of PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023, document CE172/5 at 1, to the 6th-year Directing Council of PAHO, the 75th session of the Regional Committee of WHO for the Americas. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Colleague from Suriname for that information to members. I now yield the floor to the plenary for any discussion on what has been said so far. I recognize the United States of America and after Uruguay.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States appreciates the tireless efforts by medical professionals to strengthen the development of health systems throughout the region. We would like to take this opportunity to stress the importance of ensuring human rights and accountability are at the core of all our efforts. We understand that the global pandemic left many underserved communities around the world without reliable access to medical care. However, we believe countries should comply with their international commitments to combat human trafficking, including forced labor. The United States has serious and ongoing concerns about forced labor in Cuba's labor export program, including in its medical missions. And we urge countries to take the necessary measures to protect Cuban workers. Countries should ensure these programs comply with international human rights obligations and commitments and international labor standards. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. United States of America, Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. El Uruguay agradece haber sido incluido en la nómina y felicita a los demás países por sus prestigiosos candidatos a los premios OPS a la gestión y al liderazgo en los servicios de salud 2023. El candidato por Uruguay, el doctor Repeto, es coautor del proyecto de investigación Etapa subaguda de post-COVID grave o crítico, rehabilitación musculoesquelética, respiratoria y de usos de corticoides, experiencia de la unidad de rehabilitación del Hospital del Banco de Seguros del Estado del Uruguay. Esta acción tuvo el objetivo de dar respuesta a la atención de pacientes que cursaron internación por COVID y presentan secuelas respiratorias o disfuncionales orgánicas que requieren terapia de rehabilitación especializada con una atención profesional interdisciplinaria integral, homogénea y de calidad,
para la rehabilitación de los pacientes referidos, atento a la experiencia que tiene el Banco de Seguros del Estado en la asistencia de pacientes afectados por siniestros laborales que requieren internaciones prolongadas. Gracias al proyecto de rehabilitación de pacientes, ciertos pacientes fueron admitidos del ámbito público en camas de cuidados moderados en el centro de rehabilitación de dicho hospital, liberando así camas de cuidados intensivos en otras instalaciones, en un momento en que el sistema de salud uruguayo estaba al máximo de su capacidad y sin un centro de rehabilitación para brindar atención a pacientes con secuelas debido a hospitalizaciones prolongadas por COVID-19. Además, los pacientes ingresados en el hospital accedieron a tratamientos específicos de rehabilitación para secuelas que antes no existían en el país. Más allá de que sabemos que uno de estos prestigiosos profesionales es galardonado por el premio OPS a la gestión y al liderazgo en los servicios de salud 2023, y en este caso el doctor Alfredo Darío Espinosa Brito de Cuba, quien ha sido galardonado con él, ya el estar en la lista de nominados es un gran honor para mi país, sabiendo que estas contribuciones ayudan al fortalecimiento del desarrollo de los sistemas de salud y que tienen por fin último el bienestar y la salud de nuestros pueblos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Uruguay. I recognize the member from Cuba.
Gracias, señor presidente, director, delegado, colegas. Cuba se siente muy satisfecha y reconocida por ser un candidato de nuestro país, el que ha ganado la posibilidad de obtener este reconocimiento y este premio a la gestión y liderazgo de los servicios de salud 2023. Le agradezco tanto al comité propiamente del premio como a este comité ejecutivo por este premio a Cuba, que es expresión, sin lugar a duda, del trabajo que realiza nuestro país por el bien de la salud, no solamente de nuestro pueblo, sino también de otros pueblos del mundo. Aprovecho mi intervención para refutar y rechazar categóricamente las alusiones de la delegada de Estados Unidos sobre la noble y genuina colaboración que Cuba ofrece a muchos países del mundo, a muchos países de la región, incluyendo a muchos países aquí presentes, que nada tiene que ver con lo expresado por dicha delegada. La presencia de los colaboradores de la salud de Cuba hoy están en más de 60 países por acuerdos legítimos, legales de los países que reciben la colaboración y bajo condiciones de vida y de seguridad y de trabajo amparados en acuerdos de ambos países de forma totalmente voluntaria. Rechazamos contundentemente lo expresado por dicha delegada y todo lo que se refiera a esa campaña vil que algunos países, por suerte, muy pocos, realizan en contra de la colaboración cubana. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Cuba, I see no other indication of, okay, United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did want to propose amendments or edits to OP1. I don't know, apologies, I didn't realize the rapporteur wasn't going to read it out. So for OP1, we propose to delete congratulate and add note. And then in addition, add after candidates, efforts to improve management of health systems and services on, and then delete or the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023 for their professionalism and outstanding work on, and then continue with behalf of their countries and the region. So if you would allow me to read it. To note the candidates' efforts to improve management of health systems and services on behalf of their countries and the region. Stop. Thank you.
Okay, so the floor is open for any comments on the proposed changes. Uruguay, you're not seeking to comment again, no? Okay. No? Okay, so having had no objections to the changes, may I propose then that the changes be adopted and we proceed? Is it to be read a second time or?
It's okay.
It's okay?
We can approve it.
All right. All right, so we'll accept the changes and we congratulate the candidates for this consideration and for the award. Adopted. Okay, so we now go to item 3.4, non-state actors in official relations with PAHO. I'd like to bring document CE 172/7 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Luis Jimenez. I think I got the name right this time, right? The J is H. Jimenez. Okay, I said Jimenez. Okay, Jimenez. I'll get it better the next time.
It's not a cousin of the legal cousin. They are not related.
Of no relation. That's not here in the script, but I'll just say it. Of no relation. Director of Department of External Relations, Resource Mobilization and Partnerships of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to come to the head table. He's here. And will yield the floor to the president of the subcommittee of Program Budget and Administration to report. Floor is yours, sir.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Me permito dar lectura del resumen del informe. El punto 3.4, agentes no estatales que mantienen relaciones oficiales con la OPS. El subcomité examinó la información confidencial facilitada por la oficina sobre 2 agentes no estatales que habían presentado una solicitud para establecer relaciones oficiales con la OPS. Y 11 organizaciones a las que correspondía evaluar su condición como agentes no estatales que mantienen relaciones oficiales con la OPS. La oficina recomendó continuar las relaciones oficiales con los 11 agentes no estatales y también recomendó aprobar las solicitudes de los 2 agentes no estatales para mantener relaciones oficiales con la OPS. Tras examinar la información facilitada por la oficina, el subcomité decidió recomendar al Comité Ejecutivo que aprobara la admisión de la Coalición Americana Saludable y la Federación Internacional de Diabetes en relaciones oficiales con la OPS. El subcomité además recomendó la continuación de las relaciones oficiales entre la OPS y los siguientes 11 agentes no estatales para un periodo de 3 años. Asociación Estadounidense del Corazón, Asociación Estadounidense de Salud Pública, Sociedad Estadounidense de Microbiología, Basic Health International, Global Oncology, Asociación Interamericana de Ingeniería Sanitaria y Ambiental, March of Dimes, Federación Panamericana de Asociaciones de Facultades y Escuelas de Medicina, Federación Panamericana de Profesionales de Enfermería, Convención de la Farmacopea de Estados Unidos y, por último, la Asociación Mundial para la Salud Sexual. Por consiguiente, el subcomité recomienda que el Comité Ejecutivo apruebe el proyecto de resolución que figura en el anexo D del documento CE 1727 Con esto, señor presidente, termino mi intervención de este informe.
Thank you very much. We now open the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussions. Okay. I now turn the floor to Mr. McKinnis. Oh, I didn't see you. Sorry. Go ahead. United States, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States thanks the Secretary for its report on non-state actors and official relations with PAHO. We support the resolution to be read to renew official relations with 11 non-state actors and admit 2 non-state actors into official relations with PAHO. Non-state actors provide beneficial contributions to our global public health work, and we commend PAHO efforts to ensure participation in our governing bodies. Finally, we encourage PAHO to continue prioritizing collaborations with existing non-state actors and working together to provide meaningful opportunities for the engagement of new and existing non-state actors in our work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States of America. Any other? No? Okay, so I turn the floor over now to Mr. Jimenez McKinnis. Okay, I've been asked to ask non-state actors if they would like to comment. Any? Okay. I'm not. Go ahead.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Buenos días a todos, señor director y demás miembros de este magno cónclave. Primero, felicitar a las instituciones que han sido aprobadas para tener relaciones oficiales con la OPS, y nosotros como una organización no gubernamental queremos compartir estos próximos 3 minutos con todos ustedes. Yo soy el doctor Guillermo Álvarez Esteves, dominicano, presidente de la Sociedad Latinoamericana de Nefrología e Hipertensión, SLAN, cuya membresía supera los 7,000 nefrólogos. Agrupamos 22 sociedades nacionales de nefrología en 20 países del continente e involucramos cerca de 400 nefrólogos sobre los diferentes organismos de dirección y unos 24 comités de trabajo. Ostento la representación de la enfermedad renal crónica, la cual en las Américas tiene una incidencia de pacientes en terapia de reemplazo renal, llámese diálisis y trasplante, de 875 por millón de habitantes. El 50% de los países en Latinoamérica supera esas cifras. Y los países que no la alcanzan esas cifras no es porque tengan controlada la enfermedad, sino es porque sus registros son incompletos o los programas de tratamiento no están desarrollados o los pacientes no tienen acceso en la mayoría de los casos por escasez de financiamiento. La prevalencia estimada de la enfermedad renal crónica es de un 12%. Anteriormente se decía que 1 de cada 10 personas tenían en algún grado de enfermedad renal crónica y hoy sabemos que son 2 por cada 17 son portadores de la enfermedad. La enfermedad renal crónica, muchos la consideran como una pandemia silente y se encuentra entre las causas principales de mortalidad y carga de enfermedad en Latinoamérica. En cuanto a mortalidad, la enfermedad renal crónica ha progresado de la causa número 13 en el año 2000 a la 8ª causa de mortalidad en el año 2019. Se encuentra entre las 10 primeras causas de años de vida perdido por muerte prematura y de años de vida ajustado por discapacidad. Y es una de las causas con mayor tasa de crecimiento en la región. Las causas principales de mortalidad y pérdida de salud brindan información importante a la hora de tomar decisiones de salud pública dirigidas a mejorar la salud de la población y salvar vidas. Una noticia alentadora es que en medio del drama devastador social y familiar que produce la ERC, es prevenible y se puede retardar la progresión hacia estadios crónicos que necesitan tratamiento de diálisis y trasplante. Con el objetivo de trabajar en la prevención de la enfermedad renal crónica, hemos elaborado programas de salud renal y hacemos un llamado a los honorables miembros de esta magna reunión a tomar acción en la realización de registros en la implementación de programas de salud renal para la educación y prevención de las enfermedades renales, así como la estimación de la carga financiera para los sistemas de salud, especialmente en los países de la región altamente afectados por la economía en la pandemia COVID-19. Todas las acciones anteriores nos ayudarán a detener la epidemia de la enfermedad renal crónica en Latinoamérica, lo cual tendrá un impacto económico favorable en los gastos y presupuestos de salud y aumentará el acceso a la equidad en el tratamiento y nos ayudará a disminuir la tasa de mortalidad de los pacientes con enfermedad renal crónica. Muchas gracias y pido excusa por haberme pasado unos 10 segundos.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? El Salvador.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Creo que lo mencioné el día de ayer. Creo que en Centroamérica es importante poner mucha atención en el tema de la enfermedad renal crónica. De igual manera, creo que uno de los puntos que tocó el doctor Álvarez es que en el tema de trasplante renal en la región creo que estamos años luz, pero hacia atrás, en cuanto a tener un mejor tratamiento, un mejor manejo para pacientes que requieran trasplante renal. Por lo tanto, también creo que podría ser una solicitud a reforzar esa área. Si bien es cierto, hay que prevenir, pero de momento ya tenemos también pacientes que requieren ser trasplantados. Entonces, es un llamado para que podamos tener el apoyo también de la OPS para poder incidir en esta área, en el área de trasplantes. Muchas gracias, presidente.
Okay, I recognize Kola Biopli, Mr. Hostinino. Your mic, please.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Saludar a todos los miembros de este evento. Mi nombre es Álvaro Justiniano Gross, soy de Bolivia. Represento en mi calidad de presidente a la Confederación Latinoamericana de Bioquímica Clínica, miembro de este honorable cuerpo desde el año 1988. Nadie puede discutir hoy la importancia de los servicios de laboratorio clínico en el diagnóstico, pronóstico de las diferentes patologías. Hoy, más del 70% de las decisiones médicas pasan por los exámenes de laboratorio. Nuestra entidad, como entidad no estatal, ha coordinado durante muchos años y ha recibido la cooperación de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, por lo cual estamos muy satisfechos. Pero sin embargo, pensamos que hay todavía muchas tareas por desarrollar. No todos los países tienen las mismas condiciones en cuanto al desarrollo de fortalecimiento de los marcos regulatorios que hacen a los procesos de acreditación y certificación de los laboratorios clínicos, al acceso a los programas de evaluación externa de la calidad, a la implementación de programas de evaluación interna, a lo que hace a la gestión global y total de la calidad. De la misma forma acontece en cuanto se refiere a la implementación y aseguramiento de los sistemas de bioseguridad, a lo que significa el diagnóstico de patologías como la pesquisa neonatal, patologías que fácilmente pueden ser diagnosticadas simplemente con exámenes de laboratorio y que pueden resolver vidas. En ese marco, para nosotros es una gran oportunidad estar aquí y ser parte como agencia no estatal. Es un hecho importante. Felicitamos a todos ustedes por el evento y le doy muchas gracias por esta oportunidad. Gracias.
Thank you very much. I see no other indication of interest in speaking. So with that said, I will now hand over to yield the floor to Mr. Jimenez McInnes to make his comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I would say also thank you very much to the United States and El Salvador for their comments, as well as our colleagues from the NSAs, SLAN, who we've been cooperating with since 2015, and Colabiocli since 1988. I think also a thank you to the other NSAs that are present in the room today, given that they are very much collaborating on our common agenda in terms of public health. I think just to say thank you for these comments. I think we've taken them on, we'll take all of them on board. And just to reiterate what our director said earlier today, that he wants us to increase the relationship with non-state actors. I think, as was mentioned by some of the comments, the tasks and the challenges ahead are quite large. No one can do it alone, and we stand ready to work with all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'll yield the floor to the director to see.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to welcome the new non-state actors in relationship with PAHO. As I mentioned in the previous topic, I think that's very important that we can increase the collaboration with many relevant non-state actors, academic institutions, NGOs, professional associations in the region. And I think that to be non-state actors in relationship with PAHO is a first step. And hopefully we will have, following this invitation from the delegate of El Salvador, also to have some of these non-state actors working with PAHO to become collaborating centers to support the technical cooperation in many important technical aspects that we have. I will just take this opportunity, Mr. President, to mention that we have almost 200 collaborating centers in this region, the PAHO WTO, because the process is the same. In 2020, for the first time, we had a meeting of this collaborating center because it's a big number, and at the time of the face-to-face meeting, it should be a very costly event. But we used the regional platforms and we had this meeting. It was a very important initiative to provide more alignment and more collaboration of many important aspects. I will just mention one important development recently, but with the support of a collaborating center in the nursery school of the University of São Paulo in Ribeirão Preto, São Paulo, Brazil, worked with the Ministry of Health of Guyana, developed a training course for nurses, training the professors there, and now they are launching this initiative to train 1,000 nurses by year. So in 3 years, Guyana will receive 1,000 per year. This is the kind of collaboration that's very important to address crucial issues that we have in many countries in the region, but mainly in the Caribbean countries, to have more health professionals, including nurses. We are in a conversation with the Guyana government to use this as a hub for the Caribbean region. So I think that this is the kind of technical collaboration that the centers are providing. And I am saying one, but we have many others, and the idea is working with them in order to provide more support to our member states. So I welcome these non-state actors, and that this relationship probably should be better benefits for both the organizations, PAHO, and the countries, if we can also advance some kind of collaboration, technical support that we can receive from these non-state actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I will now at this point ask our rapporteur to present the proposed resolution.
Gracias, señor presidente. Procedemos a la lectura del proyecto de resolución agentes no estatales que mantienen relaciones oficiales con la OPS. En la 172ª sesión del Comité Ejecutivo. PP1. Habiendo examinado el informe del Subcomité de Programa, Presupuesto y Administración acerca de los agentes no estatales que mantienen relaciones oficiales con la OPS, documento CE 172/7, PP2, consciente de las disposiciones del marco para la colaboración de agentes no estatales adoptados por el 55º Consejo Directivo mediante la resolución CD 55.R3/2016, que rige las relaciones oficiales entre la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, OPS, y estas entidades. Resuelve. OP1. Aceptar que los siguientes agentes no estatales establezcan relaciones oficiales con la OPS por un periodo de 3 años. Coalición Americana Saludable. B. Federación Internacional de Diabetes. OP2. Renovar las relaciones oficiales entre la OPS y los siguientes agentes no estatales por un periodo de 3 años. A. Asociación Estadounidense del Corazón. B. Asociación Estadounidense de Salud Pública. C. Sociedad Estadounidense de Microbiología. D. Basic Health International. E. Global Oncology. F. Asociación Interamericana de Ingeniería Sanitaria y Ambiental. G. March of Dimes. H. Federación Panamericana de Asociaciones de Facultades y Escuelas de Medicina. I. Federación Panamericana de Profesionales de Enfermería. J. Convención de Farmacopea de Estados Unidos. K. Asociación Mundial para la Salud Sexual. OP3. Solicitar al director que A. Informe a los agentes no estatales respectivos de las decisiones adoptadas por el Comité Ejecutivo. B. Siga fomentando relaciones de trabajo dinámicas con los agentes no estatales interamericanos de interés para la organización en las áreas que se encuentran dentro de las prioridades programáticas de los cuerpos directivos que los cuerpos directivos han programado para la OPS. C. Siga fomentando las relaciones entre los Estados miembros y los agentes no estatales que trabajan en el campo de la salud. Eso es todo. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much. I will now yield the floor to the plenary for any discussion, comments. I see no indication of that. So since there are no objections, I declare the resolution adopted. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we will now move to item 5.6, 5.6 being the report on the status of the emergency loan from the revolving fund for access to vaccines to the regional revolving fund for strategic public health supplies. This is represented in document CE 172/22 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Santiago Cornejo, Executive Manager of the Regional Revolving Fund Special Program of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the table, and will ask to take the floor President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget and Administration to report on the item. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Me permito dar lectura al resumen del informe al punto 5.6. Informe sobre la situación del préstamo de emergencia del Fondo Rotatorio para el acceso a las vacunas al Fondo Rotatorio Regional para suministros estratégicos de salud pública. El subcomité recibió información actualizada sobre la situación del préstamo de emergencia del Fondo Rotatorio para el acceso a las vacunas al Fondo Rotatorio Regional para suministros estratégicos de salud pública, que fue aprobado por el Comité Ejecutivo por medio de la resolución CESS1.R1, aprobada en la sesión especial que se celebró en mayo del 2020. Se informó al subcomité que en el 2022 se había concedido un nuevo préstamo interno de emergencia de la cuenta de capitalización del Fondo Rotatorio a la cuenta de capitalización del Fondo Estratégico, con lo que se habían emitido 4 préstamos en total durante el periodo 2020-2022. El préstamo fue reintegrado de manera oportuna y no hubo ningún impacto en la disponibilidad de fondos para la compra de vacunas por medio del fondo rotatorio. También se informó al subcomité que el aumento del uso del fondo estratégico durante la pandemia había dado lugar a un fuerte crecimiento de su cuenta de capitalización, lo que redujo la necesidad de utilizar el préstamo de emergencia. Para continuar satisfaciendo las demandas de medicamentos esenciales e insumos de salud pública, la oficina tenía la intención de mantener en vigor el mecanismo de préstamos internos de emergencia hasta el 31 de diciembre del 2023 o hasta la fecha en que la OMS declarara el fin de la pandemia, lo que ocurriese primero. El subcomité acogió con beneplácito los esfuerzos de la oficina por ayudar a los Estados miembros a obtener suministros esenciales usando el fondo estratégico durante la pandemia. Los delegados también elogiaron las medidas adoptadas por ayudar a los Estados miembros a fortalecer su capacidad de gestión de la cadena de suministro a través de modelos de proyección basados en la planificación de la demanda y los marcos de consolidación regional. Gracias, señor presidente. Hasta aquí el resumen de mi informe.
Thank you very much. I will now yield the floor to Mr. Cornejo to present the item.
Mr. President of the Executive Committee, delegates of the Executive Committee, Director Dr. Barbosa, colleagues. In May 2020, the special session of the Executive Committee adopted the resolution emergency loan from the revolving fund for access to vaccines to the revolving fund for strategic public health supplies. This resolution called for a short-term loan of up to $50 million from the capital account of the revolving fund for access to vaccines to the capital account of the regional revolving fund for strategic public health supplies. The resolution was adopted in the context of increased demand from member states for COVID-19 health supplies from the strategic fund, global supply disruptions from critical medical products that were required to combat COVID-19, and the limited balance at the time in the capital account of the strategic fund to support advanced supply for member states. In June 2021, the Executive Committee adopted a resolution to extend the previously approved emergency loan through either 31st of December 2023 or the date when the World Health Organization declares the end of the pandemic, whichever comes first. As Ciro Ugarte mentioned yesterday, the Director General of WHO accepted the recommendation of the International Health Regulations Emergency Committee held in May 2023 that determined that COVID-19 no longer constitute a public health emergency of international concern. Therefore, as per the last resolution, the emergency loan comes to an end, and this is the final report to the Executive Committee. The document presented today reports on activities of the Strategic Fund to support member states in accessing COVID-19 medical supplies and the use of the emergency loan. The emergency loan was managed with established procedures in place and controls, including, but not limited to, regular analysis of forecasts for support through the Strategic Fund and the Revolving Fund for vaccines, financial analysis of the utilization and availability of capital in each of the funds, and securing formal commitments from member states for the timely repayment of the amounts received under the credit lines. It is important to highlight again that the emergency loan did not have any adverse impact on the availability of funds for the procurement of vaccines through the revolving fund during the pandemic. Also, I would like to highlight a few achievements thanks to this loan. The number of countries utilizing the line of credit increased from 15 countries before the pandemic to 17 countries. The total cumulative utilization of the capital account surpassed 100% in both 2020 and 2021, demonstrating not only the high use, but also the need of the additional funds of this loan. Overall, from 2020 through 2022, the strategic fund procured over 662 million in medicine and other public health supplies on behalf of 35 participant countries and entities. And this supply included personal protective equipment, in vitro diagnostics, and biomedical equipment. Finally, the report also highlights key programmatic improvements that the strategic fund implemented as part of the technical cooperation during the pandemic, including rolling out a regional demand consolidation to support more evidence-based forecasting and financial budgeting, developing and implementing a plan for supply chain management, characterization, and capacity strengthening, developing a loans and donation coordination platform facilitated by the strategic fund to support cooperation between member states, implementing various analytical dashboards to better track key performance indicator and real-time data, and transitioning and adapting treatment protocols to yield better cost savings. These improvements, as well as the increment in the balance of the capital account of the strategic fund, will help to strengthen the operations of the strategic fund in the post-pandemic period. We thank you for your consideration of this final report.
Thank you very much. I'll now yield the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussion. I recognize Uruguay and then Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos el informe sobre la situación del préstamo de emergencia del Fondo Rotatorio para el Acceso a las Vacunas al Fondo de Emergencia, el Fondo Estratégico para el Acceso a Vacunas al Fondo Rotatorio Regional para Suministros Estratégicos de Salud Pública. Con la lectura del informe, lo primero que provoca es sentir tranquilidad que contamos con mecanismos regionales probados de acceso tanto a vacunas a través del fondo rotatorio como a compras conjuntas de medicamentos esenciales y suministros estratégicos de salud pública con estándares internacionales de seguridad y de calidad a través del fondo estratégico. Esto permitió que contáramos con apoyo diligente con el objetivo de acceder a insumos esenciales para dar respuesta a la emergencia por la pandemia, en un momento que era dificultoso acceder a dichos insumos, dadas las limitaciones a las cadenas de suministros y que más allá de estas limitaciones se dio una cabal respuesta. Lo segundo fue contar con los fondos necesarios para hacer frente a las solicitudes de apoyo técnico presentadas en el periodo 2020-2022, con las necesidades específicas de adquisición de medicamentos e insumos de salud pública en nombre de 35 países y entidades participantes, y que el préstamo de emergencia, sobre todo, no generó un efecto contraproducente en la disponibilidad de fondos para la compra de vacunas por medio del fondo rotatorio. Por eso agradecemos estas acciones oportunas realizadas y como se ha hecho mención en las jornadas de estos días, estas acciones son posibles de ser socializadas como buenas prácticas de respuestas rápidas y acertadas ante situaciones de emergencia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Uruguay. Argentina, followed by the United States of America.
Gracias, señor presidente. La Argentina toma nota del informe. Celebramos las mejoras del Fondo Estratégico que permitieron a nuestra región acceder a insumos críticos para responder a la COVID-19, incluidos medicamentos relacionados con la emergencia y otras tecnologías sanitarias necesarios para el funcionamiento de los programas prioritarios de salud pública. Destacamos además la cooperación técnica de la organización destinada a ayudar a los países de la región a fortalecer sus capacidades, incluida la gestión de cadenas de suministro, la planificación de la demanda y los marcos de consolidación regional. Por eso apoyamos la última realización del préstamo de emergencia al fondo rotatorio, al fondo estratégico, y agradecemos los esfuerzos de la organización por mantener la continuidad en la cadena de suministros. Asimismo, resaltamos la importancia de que se haya administrado de acuerdo con los procedimientos y controles establecidos que fueron referidos en el informe. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Argentina, the United States of America, and then Chile.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States also appreciates PAHO providing this final report in support of continued member oversight of this emergency loan process. And similar to Delegate from Argentina, appreciate that everything here was done through the correct processes and through continued reporting. We note that with COVID-19 no longer constituting a public health emergency of international concern, this emergency loan has been ended as of May 2023 in accordance with the resolution that was adopted, CE 168.R10. And we thank PAHO for its support to member states during this critical time and appreciate the update on improvements made to further enhance the fund's effective and efficient functioning. We are pleased that this loan could serve its purpose when needed and that the funds can now return to normal operations. We also welcome more information from PAHO on lessons learned from this process during the COVID-19 pandemic, if there are any regarding the utility of this emergency loan process and how that functioned. But thank you again for all of your support on this.
Thank you very much, United States. Chile.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Chile toma nota de la información entregada por el secretariado y felicita a la organización por esta asociación virtuosa que se desarrolló en el hecho de haber compartido recursos financieros, pero también recursos técnicos entre ambos fondos que manejan recursos en la organización. Nos parece que como país, que las decisiones tomadas en este sentido, asociar dos fondos que tienen como objetivo similar apoyar a los países en disponibilizar productos esenciales para la salud es una gran noticia y felicitamos a la organización por esta decisión. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
There are no other comments. I now yield the floor to Mr. Carney for his final comments.
Muchas gracias a los delegados de Uruguay, Argentina y delegadas de Uruguay, Argentina, Estados Unidos y Chile. Muchas gracias por el apoyo a los fondos rotatorios regionales y la recomendación de socializar más las prácticas que hemos tenido y las buenas lecciones que tiene la región gracias a estos fondos que ustedes han construido. Hay muchas lecciones durante la pandemia y hay un documento y un ejercicio que luego se va a hablar sobre lecciones de la pandemia, pero la utilización de este crédito fue muy importante, no solamente por la cantidad de países que pudieron aumentar el acceso, sino al tener más fondos hemos podido dar esa facilidad en el financiamiento que creemos que es una gran herramienta que tienen los fondos rotatorios regionales, esa capacidad de financiar y dar liquidez a corto plazo. Y parte de la nueva estructura de la organización es justamente seguir construyendo estas sinergias en los fondos rotatorios regionales para poder dar un apoyo más eficaz y eficiente a los Estados miembros. Y continuaremos trabajando en ello. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Director, I'll allow you to make your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quería primero agradecer los comentarios de los países. Creo que fue una buena resolución que tomaron los Estados miembros de aprobar ese préstamo. Como la delegada de Uruguay ha mencionado, creo que esa es una buena práctica y también Argentina, una buena práctica que podemos quizás incorporar para futuras emergencias de salud pública. O sea, fue la manera que propusimos y que fue aprobada por los Estados miembros de hacer un scale-up, de fazer um incremento rápido de nossa capacidade de oferecer a linha de crédito para que os países pudessem comprar os testes de laboratório, né, que estavam todos com uma dificuldade tremenda, os ventiladores, os kits de medicamentos para a intubação, ou seja, as muitas dificuldades que tuvimos de acesso em la região. Então, eu creio que foi importante e isso, sem produzir nenhum efeito negativo na capacidade do fundo rotatório. Ou seja, eu creio que, sem dúvida, é uma excelente experiência que temos de fazer esse incremento rápido de nossa capacidade quando se é necessário. Ao mesmo tempo, também agradeço os comentários positivos sobre o câmbio no organigrama, em verdade, de poner os fundos agora trabalhando de uma maneira mais bem coordenada, que possam ter mais eficiência, né, em la prestação dessa importante cooperação técnica aos países. Recordemos que, desafortunadamente, como os mecanismos globais utilizam solamente os ingressos para identificar os países que necessitam de apoio, nossa região, quase não temos nenhum país elegível para receber donações. Ou seja, ter os fundos funcionando de maneira adequada é uma ferramenta fundamental para garantizar o acesso a novas vacinas, alguns medicamentos de alto custo, alguns equipos de laboratório, etc. E invito especialmente aos países que têm uma população grande que, quando se fazem compras por intermédio do fundo, produzem um volume que possibilita ao fundo ter uma negociação em uma melhor posição com os produtores. Assim que, nesse processo de câmbio que estamos produzindo em los fundos, exatamente de fortalecer essa tendência do fundo estratégico ser utilizado não só para os medicamentos tradicionais, que sempre nós utilizamos, antirretrovirais, de tuberculose e malária, pero também de oferecer alguns medicamentos de alto custo para câncer, para hepatite C e outros que sejam definidos por los países como suas prioridades. E, por último, senhor presidente, também não podemos perder a oportunidade de que a existência de los fundos em la região que é a única região de las seis que tem los dois com essas características, também são uma ferramenta estratégica para fortalecer a produção local. Ou seja, isso tanto para os medicamentos como para as vacinas, cumprindo com os requisitos que há, né, de, por exemplo, ter a pré-calificação para as vacinas, ter as calificações regulatórias específicas para os medicamentos e produtos para a saúde. Isso pode ser uma ferramenta de planificar uma demanda para que produtores na região possam consolidar-se, fortalecer e desenvolver sua capacidade em oferecer produtos para os países e beneficiar os países da região. Muitíssimas graças.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. So let me just inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. And at this point, we are going to break for lunch, but before we do, I would like to turn the floor over to the Deputy Director, Mrs. Valdez, for some announcements, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, the briefing session on the evaluation of PAHO's response to COVID-19 will take place in this room from 12:30 to 1:30. Lunch boxes are being provided for those delegates that are attending our session. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for that. And to all of us here, we will break until approximately 2 p.m. So have a good lunch and thank you very much. We will resume. One second, don't break as yet. Okay, so I'm given a brief on the session after. So we're breaking at 5.6. After we'll take 5.7, 5.7, then 7.4, 7.10 ABC, and another break, I think, and then D and E, and time allowing, we'll go to F6. Is it 6? G. F, G, and H. His handwriting is worse than my pronunciation.
It is
But-
true.
Please enjoy your lunch. We'll get back here at 2:00.
Yes, it's true. team leader, colleagues in health, welcome to this important event. First, I would like to thank our Director Emeritus, my good friend, Dr. Carice Etienne, for envisioning an external independent evaluation of the Secretariat's response to the pandemic in early 22. I think that this was really, Director Emeritus, a very important initiative that keeps PAHO as the leader among all the WHO regions, performing this evaluation and also leading by example, because clearly I think that this is a clear encouragement for our member states to perform similar evaluations in order to assess what happened, what are the capacities that they need to improve, what are the responses that they need to put in place. So I think that we cannot miss this unique opportunity that we have, and I want to thank and acknowledge this very important initiative that you launched during your tenure as director of this organization. I would also like to thank the representatives from member states, partners, and our staff from across the various levels who participated and contributed to this important evaluation. This evaluation was conducted during a historical time for the organization and for the world. It is the first external corporate evaluation of the response to COVID-19 among all World Health Organization regions and the first comprehensive external evaluation on COVID-19 in the UN system in the Americas. It is indeed a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. This endeavor reflects PAHO's steadfast dedication to learning from major public health emergency responses. By undertaking this evaluation, PAHO reinforced its commitment to continually and consistently review, learn, and adapt to be better prepared strategically and operationally. This is an evaluation of the Secretariat's performance and not how member states responded. I'm very keen for the organization to learn from pandemic, and this evaluation gives us the opportunity for PAHO to be better prepared for the next public health emergency that we don't know when will happen, the severity, the virus, but we know that it will happen. And also, we will increase our capacity to provide a better support to our member states. The evaluation report was published on the PAHO's website on 15th June, a couple of days ago, and therefore available to member states, partners, and the public in general. The publication of this important document reaffirms the Secretariat's unwavering commitment to efficiency, accountability, and transparency, and to continuous learning and improvements. To this end, I have established a task group from entities across the Secretariat to translate the 8 recommendations from this evaluation into effective and sustainable strategies and actions in line with our mandates. I'm fully committed to report periodically to our member states the progress in the implementation of these recommendations. We commit to working together at the country, sub-regional, and regional level to implement this recommendation lesson learned from the pandemic. In this spirit, that I welcome you to this session. I want to thank all of you who have joined us today, and I welcome the leader of the external independent evaluation team, Mr. Enrique Grau, on behalf of his team. COVID-19 brought many challenges, but also many opportunities. The evaluation identified several key areas of what worked well and did not work well. Recommendations are valuable for guiding PAHO's technical cooperation and public health actions moving forward. The implementation of lessons learned from the pandemic will allow us to respond to health crises more effectively and also enhance our ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with resolve and resilience. Welcome again, and I look forward to a rich discussion among us. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for that commitment and that vision moving forward as well. We will now go over to give you an overview of the process before we hand it over to Mr. Enrique Grau for the presentation on the findings and recommendations. Can I get the PowerPoint, please, back on the screen? Okay. On behalf of the Planning, Budget and Evaluation team and the PAHO team, I am pleased to provide to you this overview. First, as you can see from this timeline that we tried to put on one slide with the key phases. First, as you can see to the early 2020 timeline, when Dr. Etienne and the executive management requested that it was timely and opportune to conduct an external evaluation of the response while facing the pandemic. We started that in line with the PAHO's evaluation policy and international standards. Our team was responsible to identify an external team with whom we would build together from the conceptualization to the conducting the evaluation. So we undertook that, and by June, exactly a year ago, we had already identified the external team, which I'll present shortly, and we started what is called the scoping phase and building on the inception of how this evaluation will be conducted together with led by the external evaluation team leader, Mr. Enrique Grau. Then the team proceeded. In July, we had a launch where we had a workshop with the teams across the house, facilitated with the external evaluation team. And then they proceeded, once they had obtained the necessary input also from the Secretariat and partners who they interviewed, for data collection, analysis, and a drafting, which took place between July and November. At the conference, you will recall that, again, Dr. Etienne asked that we present an update. And at that time, we presented a progress update to the conference in September. By December, we had a draft report, which is part of the process to review and ensure that there is accuracy, consistency. And by February, we had a final report submitted by the external team, which was then presented to our executive management. And from there, our director, Dr. Jarvas, approved that we go forward with the publication of this report, not just internal, but to the entire public, to you, for you member states or partners. With, of course, the two objectives that this evaluation had was, one is documenting what happened, but also what do we learn and how do we improve going forward? So accountability and learning as two important aspects of the evaluation. We professionally designed the report, and we're pleased to note that this is on the web already, and you have a small picture there, the blue, that's the cover. And now we are in the implementation phase, which Dr. Ciro Ugarte will present in the following slides. Allow me just to acknowledge the external team that was put together here, as you can see from the slide, and hope everybody can see it. Indeed, this is a team put together in a record time. We had about 2 months to bring them together. International and regional professionals in global public health. It was important that they had that expertise, both in program evaluation, but also international public health, and to really serve the organization as it should be. An evaluation is not just to have an evaluation report, but to serve the organization, especially moving forward. So this external independent evaluation team was led by Mr. Enrique Grau. We had a co-team leader, Ms. Robina Shahim from the UK, and Mr. Enrique Grau originally from Spain, but colleagues from across the region, experts in public health epidemiology from the region, as you can see there, Mr. Juan Pablo Sarmiento, Dr. Jimena Aguilera, who is now the Minister of Health. She worked and collaborated with the team until September before she took on her ministerial role in Chile. Hector Dantes, again from Mexico. Juan Pablo was from Colombia. And then you had research analysts to do the groundwork and preparation of the analysis there. Elvira Carrillo, Michelle Brito, Luisa Toro. All these colleagues are from the region, but also they have international experience. That was important for us. Then we obtained the independent senior public health advice from Dr. Ronald St. John. For those of you who don't know, he's a senior public health advisor from Canada. And Dr. Marcelinda Ruiz is also a senior public health professional, now retired from the Ministry of Health of the Bahamas. Management and coordination, internal management. For every evaluation, we put together what is called our management team that is led. We're pleased to lead this work from the Secretariat under yours truly, and our senior evaluation advisor, who also just, as part of strengthening our evaluation function, was recruited right before we launched this evaluation, and of course, the support team that we had and consultants that provided advice as we needed. Then as part of also that process, we have the evaluation reference group. This is a standard practice now and a good practice to establish a senior advisory group that reviews the evaluation as we move in different phases. Senior managers, like the director of health emergencies, director of health systems and services, Dr. James Fitzgerald, who is here, and 3 PAHO representatives, one from the Bahamas, Guatemala, and Brazil, representing the 3 subregions of our technical cooperation, and again our team there. With that said, I'll hand it over now to Mr. Enrique Grau. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Let me first, on behalf of the evaluation team, thank Dr. Etienne, Dr. Barbosa, and PAHO for this opportunity. We are honored to be here, having the opportunity to share with member states the results of the evaluation exercise, with the aim of supporting PAHO, reinforcing the learning character of this evaluative exercise, and trying to reinforce future responses to public health crisis in the Americas. We deployed, from the methodological point of view, we deployed in a short period of time different and parallel data collection tools. The objective was to accelerate data collection in parallel to the response to the COVID. At that time, countries and PAHO were still responding, so there was relevant operational pressure, and we tried to collect data rapidly and also to analyze data to provide the feedback as soon as possible. So as you can see, we adopted and applied an extensive survey, online surveys and telephone surveys for PAHO personnel, but also member states, Ministry of Health, other UN agencies, donors, and key stakeholders. A relevant number of interviews were conducted also based on a selection of key informants, ensuring the representativity of points of views and the different organizations involved and interacting with PAHO during the response, and relevant desk review concerning documents, statistics, etc., internal and external documents. So in 3 months, we finalized the data collection. We also put focus on, we selected 6 case studies or in-depth country analysis to be representatives of the different subregions of the Americas. So we wanted to get specificities, geographical, national systems, epidemiological, economical, demographical, and also we consider the Panama as a regional logistical hub, the relevance and the performance of the hub for a larger scale crisis response. Barbados as an example of a subregional office, and the specific role and the interaction between the USA and Canada and the role within PAHO. Which is important is that this evaluation, it's not exactly a technical evaluation. It's more a strategic level evaluation and an organizational performance evaluation. It's true that we rely on what was done and the contribution of PAHO to the 10 pillars of the strategic preparedness and response plan. And we have used cases, indicators, examples to illustrate this contribution, PAHO contribution and PAHO performance. But it's not a technical or programmatic evaluation of each one of the activities, dozens or hundreds of activities implemented under each pillar. And the limitations that we confronted due to the time frame and availability of informants, rotation of personnel, within PAHO and also in external stakeholders didn't affect the consistency of the data collected. I'm going to present now in a very brief summary the key findings, what we perceive, what we documented that worked well, and what elements worked less well. On the positive performance, there was a clear identification of the early institutional response of PAHO. Since the very beginning, PAHO direction was contacting the member states. PAHO was facilitating the organization of audio conferences and calls with countries at the highest political and senior levels, and even different trips to potential critically affected countries were organized by PAHO to prevent countries and to really prepare and mobilize the response at the regional level. We mentioned institutional reactivity because we have identified several gaps in the more operational response. But from the institutional level, that was a very early response, even before that the COVID pandemic was declared a public health emergency of international concern. In parallel, the activation of the incident management system, which was it's a key mechanism for emergency response, was very early activated. And then PAHO response benefited from decades of collaboration at country level, cooperating with ministries of health, being part of emergency response centers and preparing national responses plans, etc. One important role or function which emerged during the emergency response was the role of PAHO as a bridge, especially during the first year of the pandemic. PAHO played a role bridging global knowledge and global experience during the first year of the pandemic, where the lack of knowledge about the virus, epidemiological patterns, clinical management was very scarce. So PAHO was facilitating the connection between what was happening, what was the knowledge available, and how this knowledge was disseminated across the region, and how this knowledge could be applied at national level. Cooperation modalities, there is a broad recognition in terms of the quality of the technical cooperation, which was provided to member states, but not only. PAHO was also advising other UN agencies and other key stakeholders and international organizations supporting the response. As part of the 10 pillars, the support, operational support, logistics, supply chains in a critical period has been very well assessed by respondents and key informants. And then related to the pillars, the rapidity in reinforcing the regional laboratory capacity. In 25 days, molecular diagnostic was deployed in all countries of the region, and the procurement function, especially through the funds, as has been previously discussed, and partnerships, a lot of new partnerships that PAHO developed with new suppliers, with new donors, with new international organizations, and also that was facilitating, or that was instrumental for the transformation, digital transformation, internally, new processes, procedures, new tools, but also externally, supporting member states with new digital platforms, etc. On the side of the aspects which work less well, we have identified that policy dialogue at country level, that was an important aspect because of the politicization of the response in the Americas. So PAHO at different levels was confronted to these political-based decisions or approaches, and in many cases, PAHO personnel had not the skills, the ability, was not prepared to influence at policy level where decisions to respond to the pandemic were made. This is a little bit related to communication. Communication was a extremely important domain of the response, and many of PAHO personnel and the tools was obliged to assume double or triple roles to reinforce external communication in countries. PAHO was the reference from the scientific or epidemiological point of view in many contexts, and also internally. The communication between the different levels of the organization. We have identified duplications and some gaps between headquarters, subregions, and country offices. The incident management system is a powerful mechanism, but it was not designed to sustain the response for a 2 years period. The internal mechanism and the initial design, which was tested in previous epidemics, suffered from the 2 years of the duration of the pandemic. And then when we applied the survey in terms of cooperation modalities, the South-to-South cooperation, which is one of the key elements of PAHO, no? Pan-Americanism, bilateral or multilateral cooperation, was affected by the nationalistic approaches. The prioritization of national needs broke to some extent this tradition of South-to-South cooperation. Also, the survey and the interviews were very clear. As you know, many gaps and uncertainty about COVAX and access to the COVID-19 vaccination, and then other difficulties in terms of duplication of procurement mechanism and tools, the alignment with WHO and other UN agencies. That was an important element. Many of the decisions were centralized at Geneva level, and these decisions were affecting the Americas, and the region was not totally well placed. I would say the global health architecture was not totally fit for these purposes. In terms of human resources, to summarize the main findings, what we call the teleworking paradox. The teleworking was a very important measure to protect the health and well-being of staff, but at the same time made very difficult to ensure the provision of technical cooperation to member states at the worst moments of the pandemic. In many countries, in some countries, country offices were closing, where ministries of health most in need of technical support. So the balance between the teleworking and the provision of technical cooperation was very difficult in some cases. And of course, many personnel suffering from mental health issues and were overwhelmed by the work-family balance, and some personnel not totally engaged in emergency response. 3 dimensions of added value: whole of government approach, very important. PAHO was interacting at the highest political level. Pandemic response is not only ministries of health role, it's a government, whole of government approach. And in this scenario, PAHO was contributing to this integral comprehensive response. PAHO was interacting with prime ministers, president of states, with other sectors involved at national level in the responses. And in some cases, PAHO guidance was very important. For example, technical guidance of mass gatherings were instrumental in facilitating the organization of political elections in 26 countries during the 2 years of the pandemic. So this is an added value. This is an added value of the response in our opinion. And also, at the end, PAHO is the only agency with a very specific, a clear mandate, and with capacities and regional presence to provide a regional perspective on such a large scale public health crisis. And then the revolving funds, they have been recognized as a really important tools and very specific to this region, which can serve as an example to other regions of the world. Finally, all this work has been condensed in recommendations. We differentiated 3 levels of recommendations: the strategic level, the operational level, and finally the organizational level. At the strategic level, we think that a reflection on PAHO's governance mechanism, including the incident management system, it's very, very important. We perceive that PAHO governance was not totally prepared and fit for purpose for rapid and effective decision-making in such a large-scale crisis. So we are suggesting specific modifications, changes in procedures, internal mechanisms, also a reflection under the PAHO strategic plan about the PAHO of the future. COVID-19 has transformed national health systems and also probably should transform PAHO as a key, as a reference organizations to support health in the Americas. The second main area of recommendations is science. PAHO and many member states and many actors have been confronted to the politicization of the response. Many actors, many social leaders, communication leaders became experts in epidemics at some point. And it's an area where we think that science, data, evidence needs to be capitalized. And probably there is room to envisage independent bodies to reinforce the credibility, the understanding of what is science, what has the region learned from COVID, but also previous responses, and how to adapt and make use of this information. Reinforcing knowledge management. Many of the learnings from H1N1 were adopted, but many learnings were forgotten also during the COVID-19 pandemic. And then at the strategic level, one very important area is the funding model. At the beginning of the pandemic, PAHO was at the brink of insolvency. Annual audit reports were reiteratedly advising and calling attention from the really difficult financial situation of PAHO. And the pandemic emergency fund was very poorly dotted at the end of 2019. So we think that the funding model is an area, it's a critical area to respond to larger scale crisis and also to reinforce PAHO stability and functioning on regular times. Alliances, which can be an important, a relevant part of the funding model, and also WHO PAHO coordination, because many decisions on resources allocation were made at Geneva level. At the second operational level, we have highlighted an opportunity to mainstream gender and equity aspects. PAHO made contributions. PAHO put the COVID-19 strategic and response plan reflected the gender and equity and diversity as a cross-cutting approach to response. PAHO produced technical guidelines. PAHO supported trainings, awareness-raising campaigns, promoted the focus on vulnerable populations. But the implementation was challenged by a number of factors which are explained in the report. So we think there are room of opportunity to mainstream gender and equity and diversity approaches, and there are global initiatives in this direction which can be capitalized. Incident management system, it has played a critical role, but maybe adaptations to respond to sustained crisis can be identified. And then, of course, as a result of the obliged transformation, digitalization and innovation. It's an area where e-health, telemedicine, RNA vaccines, all the innovations boosted by the pandemic response can be adapted, translated to the region. And finally, at the organizational level, two major areas of recommendation. Corporate management in general, I would highlight that probably bureaucracy was one of the most mentioning words during our interviews. In some cases, even historic bureaucracy from the administrative, organizational, making decision point of view. And we have really mentioned that even if that was not an internal administrative or organizational evaluation, but we have identified opportunities, areas for improvement to adapt to large scale crises and human resources. Also human resources to update, develop human resources policies, mechanisms, tools that really are adapted to large scale crises, and probably as other agencies have put in place, a surge capacity system, a better balanced compensation system, much more agile hiring mechanism. So there is a battery of lines of action in our report suggesting these improvements. So thank you very much, and over to.
Thank you, Enrique, and we will now go over to the response part and then to questions. So over to you, Dr. Ugarte, on the implementation plans.
Gracias, Ronnie. Directora emérita, doctora Etienne, gusto de verla. Bienvenida, Enrique. Gracias. Colegas de los Estados miembros, colegas de UPS. La decisión de nuestro director de recibir las recomendaciones y proceder a la implementación de las recomendaciones es una decisión extremadamente importante. Y esto muestra el proceso que se ha iniciado hace poco, pero es en relación con la implementación de las recomendaciones de la evaluación de la respuesta del secretariado de la OPS a la COVID-19. Y aunque la evaluación, como dijo Enrique, se hizo durante la respuesta, todavía teníamos muchísimos casos, muchísimos fallecidos, había muchos equipos que se movilizaban, los Estados miembros no estaban completamente disponibles para una evaluación y entrevistas, pero hubo un esfuerzo extraordinario del equipo de evaluación y las recomendaciones son el reflejo de ese proceso. Y el director entonces a través de decisión también de la gestión ejecutiva de la OPS, ha decidido que se haga una implementación de toda la OPS, es decir, de todas las entidades del secretariado de la OPS. Y en ese sentido, este es un gráfico muy rápido de cómo estamos después de la presentación a la gerencia ejecutiva sobre aspectos de monitoreo, de interacciones con todas las entidades y la revisión del proceso, que es un periodo, digamos, que atraviesa todas las tres fases de la que se han identificado como planificación y preparación, implementación y luego el cierre. Estamos ahora entre junio y julio en la planificación y preparación, muchísimas interacciones con colegas de los tres niveles de la casa, y eso voy a dar los números enseguida, pero es extraordinaria la respuesta. Primero, en términos de necesitamos hacer un cambio, pero basado en evidencias, basado en esas recomendaciones, y al mismo tiempo aplicado a la realidad de nuestra organización. De tal manera que el tiempo de implementación empezará en agosto hasta mayo del próximo año, pero con acciones y ejecución en el corto plazo que terminarían en diciembre de este año y en mediano plazo hasta mayo del próximo año. Y luego el monitoreo que se hace desde julio de este año hasta junio del próximo año, y el cierre con una sistematización y una presentación de reporte final en junio del próximo año. Este es el proceso en general, con la apropiación del staff, la adaptabilidad y también la consistencia. Necesitamos que este proceso sea también compartido con los Estados miembros, como nuestro director lo ha confirmado. En la planificación y preparación ya hemos pasado el primer paso del involucramiento de las entidades del secretariado de la OPS, incluyendo aquellos colegas que han sido claves en la respuesta, pero también son claves en la implementación de las recomendaciones. Y es un proceso participatorio en el proceso de planificación, muchísimas preguntas,
mucho optimismo, al mismo tiempo muchas visiones de, bueno, ¿y cómo así se va a hacer esto, ¿no? Entonces estamos en ese proceso, se han organizado subgrupos de trabajo con entidades líderes, es decir, aquellos que van a conducir y coordinar cada una de esas recomendaciones, y también se ha entregado comunicación, herramientas de gerencia, de manejo del proceso y también las modalidades de cómo se hará esto. Están en proceso la definición de qué, quién, cómo, cuándo y cuál va a ser el costo. Todavía estamos en proceso de analizar, muy temprano para eso, pero solo para decirles que estamos en ese proceso ahora, y también en el tema de priorización. Cuando todo es prioritario, como ustedes saben, nada es prioritario. De tal manera que necesitamos encontrar aquellas cosas que claramente pueden hacer la diferencia en el secretariado, en nuestra misión final, única, que es proveer cooperación y asistencia técnica a nuestros Estados miembros. Y lo otro que no está chequeado es los recursos que vamos a necesitar. Así que si hay voluntarios sería muy bueno. Perdón. Pero esto también es un tema que internamente nuestro director ha dado prioridad, pero es un tema también abierto, porque hay experiencias e interés de varios países de poder apoyar al secretariado de la OPS para fortalecer su capacidad. De tal manera que aquí ese es un punto también importante de analizarlo. Y este es más o menos el organigrama de cómo está el equipo de la OPS del secretariado, bajo la dirección de la gerencia ejecutiva de la OPS, nuestro director, nuestra directora adjunta, nuestro subdirector, nuestra directora de administración, nuestra jefa de gabinete y varios otros entidades y directores que están en el comité de la implementación de las recomendaciones. Y tenemos un secretariado que es el Departamento de Emergencia como secretariado de este proceso, el doctor Alex Camacho, que ha aceptado muy gentilmente facilitar este proceso, y tenemos las recomendaciones que ustedes ven ahí en gobernanza, en plataformas científicas, en modelo de financiamiento, en género y equidad, en sistema de manejo de incidentes, en innovación y digitalización, en también manejo corporativo y en recursos humanos, en la política de recursos humanos. Cada uno de estos aspectos va a requerir un diálogo más amplio con la participación clave de las oficinas de país, de las representaciones. Quienes estamos en la sede en Washington, sabemos que quien en última instancia provee esa cooperación técnica más directa son nuestras representaciones. Así que nuestras representaciones tienen una participación extremadamente importante, y no solo en el análisis, pero en la implementación va a requerir una interacción con nuestros Estados miembros para ajustar los procesos. Y hay también, por supuesto, representantes de las entidades en nuestra casa, y más o menos un gráfico de cómo están, cuáles son esas entidades, departamentos, entidades de la OPS vinculadas con cada una de estas recomendaciones, solo para mostrarles que realmente es un esfuerzo corporativo, es un esfuerzo de toda la casa. Y entonces cada uno con su visión, pero también con sus necesidades de trabajo en función de las prioridades de la organización. La respuesta a emergencias no debería ser la prioridad de la organización. Porque si es que tenemos una cooperación técnica adecuada y tenemos la capacidad establecida en los países, cada vez menos países van a requerir el apoyo institucional. Lo hacemos y lo seguimos haciendo, y es uno de los programas que ha tenido actividad muy amplia. Pero en última instancia lo que queremos es que haya esa fortaleza de los países, y ahí es donde también ponemos el enfoque. Respuesta, sí, pero también construcción de la capacidad institucional, pero también de nuestros Estados miembros. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, Dr. Ugarte. Thank you. So we have concluded the overview, and now we will open for member states. Before I do so, let me just announce that the presentation will be available on the same app that you have for the executive committee. And I take the opportunity, as Dr. Ugarte was mentioning, the issue of resources, to acknowledge and thank Canada for some resources that we already received to strengthen evaluation work, which some of those funds will go to support the implementation. Thank you. Okay, the floor is now open to our member states delegates for questions. Preguntas, comentarios. Thank you, Canada.
Thank you, Chair. You didn't think we were going to not comment on this one. Canada commends PAHO for undertaking this important evaluation of its COVID-19 response, the first such exercise from a WHO region. Conducting an external evaluation of this nature reflects well upon maturity of an organization and its desire to transparently seek to improve. I congratulate PAHO for taking this important step. The critical value of any external evaluation lies in the follow-up actions based on its recommendations. We applaud PAHO for establishing a task force team to translate the report's recommendations into effective and sustainable strategies and actions, and look forward to seeing those results this time next year. Canada would like to encourage PAHO in particular to mobilize efforts to produce quality and disaggregated indicators and to mainstream evidence-based gender equality and equity approaches into pandemic preparedness, response, and recovery actions. Canada is pleased that our partnership in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic has also been recognized in this evaluation. Finally, PAHO will need to anticipate challenges with the end of emergency response funding from donors. We would also emphasize the importance of the payment of quotas by all member states to ensure that PAHO has the necessary resources to continue to address health challenges and emergencies in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate from Canada. We'll take a round of questions. Any other member state who wish to comment or ask a question? Muchas gracias, Argentina. Argentina, seguido por Jamaica después. Argentina, por favor.
Muchas gracias. Gracias a la organización por la presentación, por toda la información proporcionada. Vemos con beneplácito todos los esfuerzos de realizar adelante una evaluación y además de llevar adelante una propuesta de mejora basada en recomendaciones, basada en todos esos inputs provistos por los países. También hacemos eco de los comentarios de Canadá y esperamos atentamente ver esos resultados implementados y acompañar desde los países este proceso de feedback recíproco para que podamos estar mejor preparados y responder mejor en futuras emergencias. Gracias.
Gracias, Argentina. Minister, Jamaica.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. So I'd like to lend my voice of commendations on the exercise. I think it's very, very useful. And to just mention also the support that PAHO has provided to Jamaica for doing its own internal assessment of our COVID response. My question, maybe encouragement, would be that the report is widely disseminated, and to the extent that the principles emanating from the report can be directed to member states in the conducting of their own evaluation, because we are not equal states in terms of resources, particularly small island states. I have to put a plug there because we were particularly vulnerable, certainly in terms of resource like vaccines and PPEs and so on. I would certainly encourage and move that be a priority in the next phase of this process. Secondly, the extent to which we had to operate as a globe, not as a hemisphere, in the COVID response. I just wondered to what extent a report of this kind will be used to try to influence a wider, more global agenda around the lessons learned from COVID. And I say so in the context of the need, if I were to use Jamaica, we had to reach out well beyond the Americas for support. Sometimes that support, even though willing, had barriers because the logistics of movement, dictated that things had to flow through third-party entities, organizations, logistics arrangements. And so the report, I think, allows us to assess what we can do hemispherically to strengthen our capacity as a regional body, but should also recognize those essential initiatives that are required for greater global collaboration. And I wanted, if possible, to comment on that to see where do we go from here beyond the Americas to take the lessons learned to solidify greater global collaboration for hopefully not so early, not in this lifetime, but the next pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Anyone else before we hand it over to the panel for responses? Other member state participant? Okay, so let's start with the responses. I'll kindly ask Enrique to start, and then I'll ask Dr. Ugarte to follow. Enrique, por favor.
Muchas gracias por las reacciones. Me gustaría destacar dos elementos como resultado de los comentarios de Jamaica, ¿no? La evaluación de las respuestas nacionales es una sugerencia que hacemos en el informe y que lo hacemos con el mismo espíritu que ha enmarcado la evaluación de la respuesta de PAHO, ¿no? Aprendizajes de esas respuestas nacionales, también de que han hecho otros países. Aprendizajes teniendo en cuenta que hicimos un pequeño análisis de qué ocurrió con la respuesta a la epidemia de H1N1 y de manera modesta identificamos que esa respuesta contribuyó a muchas modificaciones y mejoras en las capacidades y estructuras de PAHO y por supuesto de algunos Estados miembros, pero hubo muchas cosas que se olvidaron, ¿no? Y nos parece importante que las evaluaciones de las capacidades nacionales puedan reforzar esos aprendizajes de cada país y pueda reforzar lo que llamamos sistemas u organizaciones que aprenden, learning organizations, learning systems. Algunos aspectos críticos de la respuesta H1N1 se olvidaron en el camino y algunos muy importantes, ¿no? Entonces, estos ejercicios de evaluación nacional puede permitir capitalizar qué ha ocurrido ahora con COVID y dotar tanto a OPS como a los países de nuevas herramientas para esa preparación y respuesta a futuras crisis, ¿no? Y también el rol de OPS y de las Américas en la escena global también nos parece un punto, nos parece un punto crítico, con mucha prudencia porque hemos tenido la oportunidad de entrevistar solamente a 2 personas en OMS en Ginebra y por lo tanto no hemos podido triangular suficientemente los puntos de vista. Pero entonces somos prudentes con esto, pero sí que nos parece que la arquitectura de la toma de decisiones sobre la respuesta a una crisis global no estuvo equilibrada. Lo digo en esta pequeña sala, si me permiten, no parece equilibrada, ¿no? Y ahí, siendo las Américas la región del mundo más afectada en términos de morbilidad, de mortalidad, en términos de impacto de la pandemia, ¿no? Y ahí nos parece que se abre un espacio de reflexión en esa coordinación, complementariedad, en los mecanismos de toma de decisiones de crisis globales que afectan a la región. Sí que pensamos que la reflexión sobre la relación global-región no tiene que perder o diluir la reflexión intrarregión, la ruptura de esa, o la pérdida, no la ruptura, pero la pérdida, la dilución de la cooperación sur-sur en las Américas, fue un elemento distorsionador de la respuesta. Todos sabemos hoy en día la importancia de la solidaridad internacional como un principio básico para tener respuestas más eficaces y eficientes, ¿no? Entonces, ese refuerzo de la interacción global-región podría o debería ir acompañada de cómo reforzar esa cooperación bilateral al interior de la región también. No sé si he respondido oportunamente. Cualquier duda, por favor, a disposición.
Gracias, Enrique. Pasamos a Ciro, por favor.
Thank you, Ronnie. I would like to highlight some of the topics that Canada, Argentina, and Jamaica made. Regarding the results, I think, as our director mentioned, you will see results before this time next year, but clearly that's a deadline that the director said. Okay, by this time next year, we will be able to show clear results, moving forward in several aspects on the recommendations. And yes, we'll need to find a funding model. One of the recommendations of the evaluation is regarding the funding model. Why? Because in the planning and budget of PAHO, there is $0, not zero, but $0 for a response. So everything must be mobilized. Everything that we do in response to emergencies must be mobilized, except that we have two funds, the disaster fund and the epidemic fund, that advance money. Why? Because we cannot afford not responding immediately or even pre-position staff or supplies in the countries when they are needed. Okay, so funding wise, that's the component that we need to look at. And fortunately, we do have a long experience and collaboration with donors, Canada, the US, the European Union, and several other countries, including countries in the Americas that may not provide funding, but yes, technical cooperation and supplies, equipment, etc., that do come into the equation to support the countries. I recall, for example, Haiti supporting other countries in the Caribbean when there was a need, when they did have some vaccines that were not available in some countries in the Caribbean were sent from Haiti. So that's just to mention that solidarity that comes into equation in emergencies. But the funding model itself is something that the evaluation team has identified. And we will need to ensure that proper feedback with the member states during this implementation of the recommendations. Because if we change the way that we act and respond to emergencies, it's precisely because it is in relation with each of our member states. And that's a clear indication of the value of the interaction of our country offices. And finally, the global collaboration is already on the making. The regional emergency directors met with the executive director of emergencies in WHO to see how we can learn from the experiences in the regions. And clearly, during the negotiations of the IMB, but also the amendments of the IHR, usually the countries in the Americas highlight that there are experiences in the Americas that may also be a part of the global scope. But at the same time, we see challenges on new initiatives coming from the global level that may impact the way that we are doing, including the mechanisms that we have to respond quickly to the emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciro. And if I may complement with some information again about dissemination, making sure that this report is widely disseminated. In addition to our efforts of putting it on the PAHO webpage, we are reaching out to donors, partners, sharing it with WHO, the UN, so that again, this is the first comprehensive evaluation on the COVID response led by our region and PAHO. We want to make sure that it's also used to inform others, but also to look at the lessons and and good practices that can be promoted from there. The other opportunity we have is on as this response plan is developed is the opportunity we have as we also plan for the next biennium as per program budget you endorsed this morning, and we will be launching our operational planning and all these timely input that Dr. Ugarte mentioned with the PAHO team across the house can also be articulated with our operational plans going forward. And so that will be important. And then as we develop also the next strategic plan, again, the timely importance of this evaluation and the response plan is that we will be developing the next strategic plan starting next year. And again, the opportunity of indicators, everything that we can build up, and other evaluations that will also be informing that process. I hope we have answered your question. If anybody has any other question. Yeah. Dr. Etienne, that would be nice to hear from Dr. Etienne. Yes, thank you, Dr. Etienne. Over to you, please.
Thank you and good afternoon, and let me greet member states and colleagues in PAHO. I need to tell you that I recommend retirement, but for some of you, it's too early, but I do highly recommend it. So let me say that thank you to Dr. Barbosa, the director of PAHO, for inviting me to this session. And I think PAHO is a leader among leaders, and this is precisely what was required of us. And you know, the pandemic hit at a time when PAHO was at its lowest resources, not only financial resources, but the capacity to keep human resources. So we lost a huge percentage of our consultants precisely at the time when the pandemic hit. And so our staff had to double up quickly. And I always say kudos to the staff for having seen us through such a difficult period in that time. I think the whole question of the deciding to do the evaluation, I think it was imperative. I think that we had a responsibility to ensure that we documented what happened, what went well, what did not go well. We had no guideline from the last pandemic that taught us what to do. We were learning and acting as we went. So I think with every government and every institution. And so I think that it is a really responsibility, not only for PAHO, but certainly for all institutions and all governments to document truthfully their experiences and to have this external evaluation. And let me thank and commend Dr. Barbosa and his team and Ciro and Ronnie for already launching into what is the plan of action to address these findings. I had to convince my team, let's be open, not reactionary, let's just be open. Let's accept what they have said and let's see what can we do to improve it, because that has to be our aim, always to ensure that we can be better next time. And in that regard, I would really like to encourage member states themselves to undertake external evaluations so we too can learn from member states. And because PAHO can't operate on its own, PAHO is the member states. And so if the institution is going through a reform and transformation process as far as being ready for pandemics, we need to learn where member states are, and that sort of information. I'm saying we, I'm not we anyway. But that sort of information would be really of high significance if the institution itself has to plan differently. And so to support this planning process that Ciro has put forward, we need also the information from member states. Let me thank the team for accepting the challenge at a very challenging time as well. So thank you, everybody, and thanks again for inviting me to this. Congratulations to Dr. Barbosa and the Secretariat.
Thank you, Dr. Etienne, for those words, indeed, very encouraging. I think we're about time now, so we'll be wrapping up. And just to note, we'll hand it over to Dr. Barbosa to say that really the importance is not just having the evaluation report, but how we use it. And you've seen that and the commitment to continue with the implementation as presented here. Also, and to acknowledge again that leadership that we have had from the very onset, that this evaluation was needed and we need to conduct it and take the challenge as Dr. Etienne highlighted. So again, to our executive management, who was also commitment from the onset, from the time we were conceiving how will we conduct this evaluation, and of course the commitment across the House, because it really required a whole organization approach to conduct the evaluation and the participation, as you saw from the numbers, from almost 1,000 staff members from across the 3 levels of the organization. With that said, Dr. Jarvis, hand it over to you.
Thank you, Ronnie. First, I want to thank our Director Emeritus. This is the second time that you have Dr. Etienne among us, in I think that in 1 month, because we also invited her to participate in the event that we received and launched the final report of the High-Level Commission on Mental Health and COVID-19, another very important initiative that Dr. Etienne launched. And I think that's very important to recognize, because your leadership, Carissa, at that time, because as was mentioned, and you highlighted this, it was a very difficult time for PAHO. Second, that we had an event that no institution and no country was really prepared to respond. So to make the decision to start an evaluation, it's a brave decision, because you know that this evaluation you'll find many things that didn't work very well. I think that this is important, and I also like to, again, to encourage all the countries to perform an evaluation. From our side, as was mentioned by Cyril, by Ronnie, we are taking very seriously the recommendations. This was a very, very difficult time, but at the same time, in the process to adapt to the COVID-19 pandemic, we made many important changes in the administrative procedures, technical procedures, the incident management team, all the way that we communicate with it. So I think that all these things now needed to be incorporated in the regular emergency response of the organization. We cannot miss this opportunity. And so I think that this is really very important. Second, I think that is important also, the mentions made by Canada and Argentina about how important it is to have this implementation now, and we want to, in the next meeting of the Executive Committee, to report about the implementation of the main findings that were presented by the team. I think that also is very important, this topic raised by the president of our Executive Committee, Mr. Tufton, because, and also by the team leader, Senor Enrique Grau, because this was not a regional public health emergency, it was a global public health emergency. And many global mechanisms and global decisions shaped our response. I will just mention one of them. One of the most important failures that we had during the pandemic was the lack of access or equitable access to vaccines, for instance. Of course, that we are very grateful to donors like the US, Spain, Canada, and others that donated the vaccines and the resources and funds. This was a very generous action that facilitated the access. And for many of our countries, these vaccines that we received through donation were the first doses that they were receiving. In Haiti, for instance, it was a donation that allowed us to have vaccines in Haiti and the other countries too. But we cannot rely on donations if we really need to be better prepared. Some countries at the time they asked us, and we couldn't sometimes, Carissa, that was the director I was serving as assistant director, to clearly say that it really doesn't matter if it was the revolving fund, it was COVAX, or any other mechanism negotiating with the private companies that produce vaccines, because they didn't want to offer vaccines to these funds. They wanted to negotiate country by country, as they did. And if we don't have a different rule that I hope we will have in the new instrument, in another pandemic, the situation will be the same. You know that during the Mpox public health emergency, and the scale was totally different, but the vaccine producers also learned from the process. So when some member states asked PAHO to procure vaccines through the revolving fund for Mpox vaccine, the producer said, okay, but you want to be paid in advance. For this reason, inclusive, we are thinking about how to have a kind of emergency fund for vaccines that we are discussing internally and we will present for the governing bodies next year. But I think that this kind of lesson cannot be, it's not a secondary lesson that you learn during the pandemic. So of course, that this will be a membership decision during the World Health Assembly, but it will be very important to have these dramatic lessons that we learned during this pandemic reflected in the new instrument that the countries will approve in the World Health Assembly 2024. So I want to again thank you, thank all the comments, again thank you the team. It is not easy to perform an evaluation about a so relevant public health situation in a short period of time, and then could provide a clear guidance for this organization about how we can improve and to better serve our member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jarvis, and that will end this special event. Thanks again for participating, and I hand over back to the Executive Committee.
Okay, so we will begin at items 5.7. I trust you all had a good lunch and a good break. So that's items 5.7, amendments to the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information. So I bring to colleagues here, document CE 172/23 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Heidi Jimenez, legal counsel of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the table. And I invite the president of the subcommittee, Program Budget and Administration, to report on the item.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Me permito leer el punto 5.7, modificaciones del Estatuto del Centro Latinoamericano y del Caribe de Información en Ciencias de la Salud. El subcomité examinó un informe donde se presentan las modificaciones propuestas del Estatuto del Centro Latinoamericano y del Caribe de Información en Ciencias de la Salud, BIREME. Se informó al subcomité que las modificaciones son necesarias para reflejar la reubicación de BIREME, que pasó del recinto de la Universidad Federal de Sao Paulo, en Brasil, a oficinas comerciales y para poder trasladar nuevamente las instalaciones del centro, esto de ser necesario. También se informó al subcomité que las modificaciones propuestas habían sido redactadas en colaboración con el gobierno de Brasil, que es el país donde se encuentra en este momento BIREME. El subcomité respaldó las modificaciones propuestas. Gracias, señor presidente. Hasta aquí parte del informe.
Thank you very much for that. I will now yield the floor to Dr. Jimenez to present the item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By way of background, I'm going to give you some details as to BIREME's history and the reasons that lead us to this proposed modification. As many of you know, BIREME is PAHO's specialized center for technical cooperation on health sciences information and communication for the region of the Americas. BIREME was established in 1967 in Sao Paulo, Brazil, to promote the development of national and regional capacity and infrastructure for the management, organization, indexing, preservation, and dissemination of scientific information, knowledge, and evidence, keeping abreast of international state-of-the-art methodologies and technology. PAHO's technical cooperation through BIREME has made a significant contribution to the dissemination of quality information in health information for this region. From its inception in 1967, BIREME had operated under the legal framework of a maintenance agreement that was subscribed by PAHO and the government of Brazil through the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education of Brazil, the State Secretariat of the State of Sao Paulo, and the Federal University of Sao Paulo, UNIFESP for its acronym, in whose campus BIREME was housed since 1967. In 2009, recognizing that BIREME's institutional framework did not adequately meet the center's governance, management, and financial needs, the 49th Directing Council of PAHO, through Resolution CD 49R5, adopted a new statute for the center, which, among other things, established different categories of membership for the center and a new structure for the center. In addition to establishing this new statute for BIREME in 2009, PAHO member states also requested that the director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau undertake negotiations with the government of Brazil to conclude a new headquarters agreement for BIREME in order to better define the responsibilities of the government with regard to the maintenance of BIREME and to strengthen the center's privileges and immunities in that country. This resolution also requested PAHO's director to undertake negotiations with the university, Unifespe, in order to better accommodate the operations of BIREME in the university. However, negotiations with the University of Sao Paulo, the federal university at the time, did not progress. And in 2015, after almost 40 years of operations in the Federal University of Sao Paulo, the university notified PAHO and BIREME that it could no longer maintain BIREME's headquarters on its campus. As a result, in 2016, the organization relocated BIREME's facilities to rental premises in the state of Sao Paulo. In light of the changing circumstances since the adoption of BIREME statute in 2009, Articles 1 and Article 11 of the Statute of BIREME must be modified in order to account for the fact that the center is no longer physically housed on the campus of the Federal University of Sao Paulo, and to grant the Bureau the flexibility needed to relocate the center's facilities if necessary in the future. These proposed modifications have been developed in consultation with the governments of Brazil, taking into consideration also the feedback received from PAHO's subcommittee on planning, programming, on PAHO planning and programming, as informed by the president of the SPVA, and also taking into consideration the feedback from BIREME's advisory committee. Mr. President, this concludes my presentation. I would be pleased to take any questions from member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The plenary is now, the floor is now open for any discussion, any questions. Okay, I see no indication of that, so I'm not sure if Director, you want to comment further on what has been said?
Very briefly, Mr. President, thank you. First, I want to thank Brazil for the continuous support to BIREME. BIREME started 50 years ago as a regional medicine library, but with all the changes in technology and access, now BIREME is a center specialized in sharing evidence for public health decisions, supporting countries about how they can provide the best use of the scientific evidence to implement the best practices in public health, also healthcare and other very important issues. So I want to thank Brazil and other countries that have support, but mostly Brazil is responsible to provide this very generous contribution that benefits many countries now in Latin America and the Caribbean. Second, that this was a very straightforward decision, let's say, so it's to update the status, because the government of Brazil could face some legal problems, because in the agreement that established BIREME, as our legal counsel mentioned, it was established that the BIREME should be part of this agreement was that BIREME should be in the facilities provided by the University of São Paulo. After many years of good collaboration, the University of São Paulo told the PAHO that they needed the space. So we need to move BIREME to another location, but in Brazil is supporting PAHO with voluntary contributions, paying the rent, but in the agreement, there is no need to pay rental because it should be provided by the university. So I think that this will first to update the current situation, and of course to provide more flexibility for Brazil and the Brazilian government and PAHO to, if we need to change the the venue of Bireme, it will be easier to do that. But we hope that with this also Bireme will be more confident that the situation now is more stable, and we will continue providing the very good technical cooperation that they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Director Barbosa. At this point, given that this is a resolution, we're going to ask our rapporteur to present the proposed resolution.
Gracias, señor presidente. Procedemos con la lectura del proyecto de resolución. Modificaciones del Estatuto del Centro Latinoamericano y del Caribe de Información en Ciencias de la Salud, BIREME. La 172ª sesión del Comité Ejecutivo, PP, habiendo examinado la propuesta de modificación del Estatuto del Centro Latinoamericano y del Caribe de Información en Ciencias de la Salud, BIREME, o el Centro, que fue analizada y cuya adopción fue recomendada por el Subcomité de Programa, Presupuesto y Administración del Comité Ejecutivo en la 17ª sesión celebrada el 22 y 23 de marzo, como se describe en el documento Modificaciones del Estatuto del Centro Latinoamericano y del Caribe de Información en Ciencias de la Salud, BIREME, documento CE 172/23. Resuelve, OP, recomendar al 60º Consejo Directivo apruebe las modificaciones del Estatuto del Centro Latinoamericano y del Caribe de Información en Ciencias de la Salud, BIREME, mediante una resolución conforme a los siguientes términos. Modificaciones del Estatuto del Centro Latinoamericano y del Caribe de Información en Ciencias de la Salud, BIREME. El 60º Consejo Directivo, PP1, habiendo examinado la propuesta de modificación del Estatuto del Centro Latinoamericano y del Caribe de Información en Ciencias de la Salud, BIREME o el Centro, presentada en el documento Modificaciones del Estatuto del Centro Latinoamericano y del Caribe de Información en Ciencias de la Salud, BIREME, documento CD 60/. PP2. Considerando que en el 2015, después de que BIREME funcionara por casi 50 años en las instalaciones de la Universidad Federal de San Paulo, UNIFES, la universidad notificó a la Organización Panamericana de la Salud que el centro ya no podía tener su sede en su recinto universitario, por lo que en el 2016 la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana trasladó las oficinas de BIREME a un espacio alquilado en la ciudad de San Paulo. PP3. Reconociendo que, a la luz de estos hechos, es necesario modificar el Estatuto de BIREME para reflejar el hecho de que el centro ya no se aloja físicamente en el recinto universitario de UNIFES y para conceder a la oficina la flexibilidad necesaria para reubicar a las instalaciones del centro. Resuelve aprobar las modificaciones del Estatuto BIREME que se adjuntan a la presente como parte integral de esta resolución que está como apéndice. En este sentido, señor presidente, solicito se nos excuse el poder dar lectura del apéndice, dado de que este consta de 8 páginas en honor al tiempo también de nuestro comité.
Thank you very much. Okay, so you've heard the draft resolution, and I therefore ask the plenary for any comments on the draft. There are no comments, then I'll declare the resolution as being adopted. Thank you. So we move on now to items 7.4, status of access to sexual and reproductive health services. I'd like to bring document CE 172/INF/4 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Susan Soraya, Director of Latin America Center for Perinatology, Women and Reproductive Health of the Pan American Health Organization, to come at the head table. And Dr. Cernarti will present the item.
Presidente, delegados, colegas, director.
En la 30ª Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana, los Estados miembros solicitaron al Secretariado que informara sobre el estado actual del acceso a los servicios de salud sexual y reproductiva en la región de las Américas. El presente documento cumple con ese objetivo y está enmarcado en resoluciones y mandatos adoptados por los Estados miembros, en especial la Estrategia para el Acceso Universal a la Salud y la Cobertura Universal de Salud, y el Plan de Acción para la Salud de la Mujer, el Niño, la Niña y Adolescentes. El documento destaca que la mayoría de los países han mejorado la cobertura de servicios en el campo de salud reproductiva, o que alcanza en la región cerca de 81%, por encima del promedio mundial de 74%. Sin embargo, esos indicadores muestran desigualdades entre los distintos países de la región y al interior de ellos. Las barreras de acceso a los servicios de salud son mayores en poblaciones en situación de vulnerabilidad, y eso implica que determinados grupos presenten sistemáticamente peores resultados en salud reproductiva. Abordar esas inequidades es fundamental para lograr la salud universal, proteger los derechos humanos, promover la igualdad de género, luchar contra la discriminación y mejorar los determinantes sociales de la salud. El informe reitera la importancia de la promoción e implementación de marcos normativos, políticas y regulaciones con un enfoque de atención primaria, fortaleciendo la capacidad y eficacia del primer nivel de atención en redes integradas de salud, asegurando servicios con enfoque integral en salud, sexualidad y reproducción. Es fundamental fortalecer el trabajo intersectorial y los protocolos de atención entre las áreas de salud, educación, protección social, seguridad y justicia para implementación de las políticas y programas integrales que permitan intervenir sobre los determinantes sociales de la salud y dar respuesta a la vulneración de los derechos sexuales y reproductivos. Asimismo, es necesario fortalecer el compromiso político que garantice un financiamiento adecuado y sostenible para implementación de intervención costo efectivas en los estados, la sociedad y para las personas. La Secretaría de la OPS desea agradecer a los Estados miembros por la contribución realizada para el documento. Gracias.
Thank you very much. I'll now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. Any comments? I recognize the United States of America, and then Argentina, and then Uruguay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States thanks PAHO for the report on the status of access to sexual and reproductive health services. The United States remains committed to advancing and protecting sexual and reproductive health and rights. The United States recognizes that sexual and reproductive health and rights and access to services are fundamental to achieving gender equity and equality and improving women's, children's, and adolescents' survival and health. Promoting reproductive empowerment and bodily autonomy, including through voluntary access to contraceptives and prevention of gender-based violence, remain key priorities for the United States. We wish to thank PAHO for their menu of recommended actions to address inequities in access to sexual and reproductive health services among all populations in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States, and I now ask Argentina.
Gracias, señor presidente. En primer lugar, Argentina desea agradecer a la Secretaría por haber incluido este punto en el orden del día y al Centro Latinoamericano de Perinatología, Salud de la Mujer y Reproductiva por la confección del documento. También agradecemos las consultas que realizó la Secretaría sobre el documento, en las cuales hemos presentado nuestros comentarios conjuntos consensuados con los estados parte del Mercosur oportunamente. En este marco saludamos el enfoque del documento en el monitoreo y la producción de información, que son fundamentales para el análisis y el abordaje estratégico de la situación que posibilita el desarrollo de políticas públicas basadas en la evidencia. Celebramos además la referencia a embarazos no intencionales y sugerimos que los próximos debates contengan un lenguaje más amplio desde un enfoque de derechos de la niñez y adolescencia que nos permita abordar la prevención de los embarazos no intencionales y forzados, contemplando los fenómenos que los rodean y mejorando las estrategias de trabajo en la política sanitaria. Con respecto al embarazo no intencional en la adolescencia, nuestra región ha tenido y continúa en proceso de avances en el marco del acceso a los derechos sexuales y reproductivos, sobre todo en lo que concierne a la reducción de la fecundidad en la adolescencia. No obstante, identificamos la persistencia de obstáculos de diversa índole en el acceso de niñas y adolescentes a sus derechos sexuales y reproductivos y su salud integral. Asimismo, enfatizamos la violencia sexual como parte de los determinantes sociales del embarazo no intencional y la importancia de mejorar el modelo de atención de la salud sexual y reproductiva centrado en las personas y garantizando la autonomía. Creemos que sería importante que la OPS establezca un criterio adecuado para atender de manera integral los embarazos no intencionales en niñas. Como bien señala el documento, esto representa una problemática multicausal que exige, además de una mirada intersectorial, un enfoque que considere las múltiples opresiones y exclusiones que convergen en las trayectorias de vida de niñas y adolescentes de la región. Por último, coincidimos en la necesidad de incorporar en la discusión la perspectiva de la diversidad sexual y nuevas masculinidades. En este sentido, quedamos a disposición para compartir en próximas instancias los esfuerzos realizados por el Estado argentino para promover el fortalecimiento del modelo de indicadores existentes en la materia. Agradecemos nuevamente a la organización y a los Estados miembros por facilitar este debate en pos del bienestar físico, mental y social de nuestras poblaciones. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Argentina, Uruguay, and then Brazil.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Uruguay agradece a la Secretaría el documento sobre el estado de acceso a servicios de salud sexual y reproductiva. Como bien lo dijo la colega argentina, hemos compartido nuestros aportes como bloque Mercosur bajo su presidencia. Uruguay reconoce, defiende y promueve los derechos sexuales y los derechos reproductivos como derechos humanos de todas las poblaciones, sin discriminación alguna. Se promueve a la persona sujeto de derechos y como una unidad biopsicosocial. Se brinda un plan integral de atención en salud sexual y salud reproductiva, desde interrupción voluntaria del embarazo, fertilización asistida, anticoncepción universal de calidad, gratuita o de bajo costo, la atención integral a las personas viviendo con VIH y personas trans. Quiero compartir con ustedes el trabajo en lo que respecta a los adolescentes, un tema que se ha marcado en este informe. Nuestro país cuenta con un adecuado acceso a la atención en salud sexual y reproductiva para la población adolescente, que no sufrió alteraciones a pesar de la crisis de la pandemia. Hemos lanzado una campaña con referentes jóvenes sobre la importancia de la vacunación con HPV entre los 11 y los 26 años. En relación al embarazo en la adolescencia, se ha logrado un descenso acelerado de la natalidad, dado principalmente por la disminución del embarazo en adolescentes. Esto es acompañado por una estrategia nacional de prevención de embarazo de carácter interinstitucional coordinado desde el Ministerio de Salud Pública, siendo la inclusión del anticonceptivo subdérmico de larga duración en el sistema público una de las acciones con mayor evidencia de impacto. Como algo innovador, se ha llevado a cabo un congreso anual de salud de adolescentes y se ha creado un grupo de adolescentes asesores en la temática, espacio donde surgen recomendaciones, y con estas acciones se prioriza la necesidad de escuchar la voz de ellos para el diseño e implementación de políticas públicas de salud dirigidas y enfocadas a esta población. De esta forma se garantiza que las estrategias y temas que se traten desde el Ministerio con foco en adolescentes cuenten con su participación. Agradecemos entonces este documento que nos pone en contexto para desarrollar líneas de trabajo necesarias que permitan mejorar la situación en nuestros países. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Uruguay, Brazil, and then Canada.
Obrigado, senhor presidente. Eu faço questão de tomar a palavra para somar a voz do Brasil àqueles que apoiam o tratamento do tema da saúde sexual e reprodutiva no âmbito desta organização e dos que creem que esse tipo de discussão é necessário para a saúde e bem-estar das nossas populações. Trata-se de um relatório que tem interesse para o Brasil. Ele poderia aprofundar alguns dos seus aspectos, poderia aprofundar a questão do empoderamento da mulher, a questão do objetivo da igualdade de gênero, mas esses pontos, e inclusive a questão da diferenciação entre a saúde sexual e reprodutiva e direitos sexuais e reprodutivos, mas esses são pontos que podem ser objeto de um debate contínuo que nós gostaríamos de fomentar junto à organização. Esse não deveria ser um relatório isolado, deveria ser o início de um debate com os Estados-membros, na forma de relatórios que possam ser mais focados em temas específicos dentro desse grande conjunto que é a saúde sexual e reprodutiva. Nós vemos aqui, por exemplo, enfim, uma sessão dedicada ao câncer do colo do útero, que é uma coisa muito positiva, mas há várias outras enfermidades que poderiam ser individualizadas. Nesse sentido, eu gostaria de deixar, em nome da delegação brasileira, a sugestão de que nas próximas reuniões do Comitê Executivo sejam apresentados relatórios anuais sobre esse tema, focando em aspectos específicos que sejam de interesse dos países da região. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Cuba for their contribution, and then we can go back to Canada.
Gracias, presidente. Cuba apoya el documento presentado, el cual considera de gran importancia. En nuestro país, la atención es diferenciada y priorizada a la salud de la mujer, la niñez y la adolescencia, con énfasis en la calidad de la atención de la salud reproductiva y materno-infantil. Se garantiza el acceso a los servicios de salud sexual y reproductiva distribuidos en todo el territorio nacional, sin discriminación de personas, sin desigualdades, brindando atención calificada, que incluye la planificación familiar, la atención al riesgo reproductivo, el derecho al aborto seguro y la atención prenatal y la atención al puerperio. Se ofrece la anticoncepción apropiada para espaciar el embarazo hasta el momento oportuno en mujeres de edad fértil con patologías asociadas y lograr embarazos planificados saludables o con el menor riesgo posible, con énfasis en la prevención del embarazo en la adolescencia. La atención prenatal de calidad al 100% de las gestantes permite mejorar la calidad de vida de madres e hijos. El control de la morbilidad y mortalidad materna e infantil encaminada a mejorar la calidad de la atención y los indicadores se realiza bajo la guía metodológica de un programa de atención materno-infantil que surgió desde el año 1980 y que se actualiza periódicamente. Asimismo, el Programa Nacional de Atención Integral a la Salud de los Adolescentes, también muy priorizado, desarrolla acciones de promoción y prevención dirigidas a modificar los principales problemas de la salud de este importante grupo etario. Ratificamos el apoyo a este documento.
Thank you very much, Cuba. I'll now allow Canada to speak. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. President. Canada commends the PAHO Secretariat and CLAP in particular for the development of this paper. We acknowledge that this is a significant step towards identifying gaps and recommendations to increase access to sexual and reproductive health services in the region. This informational document identifies a number of important findings and gaps. To this extent, we hope the collection of data from a range of sources in the paper regarding the SRHR situation in the region will be used as a basis for action by member states and by PAHO. Canada believes that advancing the sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls is a key way to support the empowerment of diverse groups of women and girls, to contribute to gender equality, and to address barriers and close gaps in access to services at all levels. Moreover, we recognize that access to sexual and reproductive health and rights is critical to advancing health and human rights. Lack of attention to SRHR contributes directly to maternal mortality, adolescent pregnancies, HIV and other STIs, as well as poor health and the disenfranchisement of women and girls. Once again, we thank the Secretariat for the presentation of this informational document.
Thank you very much, Canada. Okay, I'll now yield the floor to Dr. Serra to respond to the comments.
Gracias,
Perdón,
presidente. Chile.
Oh. I'm sorry, Chile, could you go ahead?
That's fine. I asked in the last minute. Muchas gracias, señor presidente. El Ministerio de Salud está de acuerdo con las medidas recomendadas en el documento en análisis. Sin embargo, proponemos incluir una recomendación adicional al texto que diga que se favorezca la mantención, adecuación y desarrollo de prestaciones y o estrategias digitales para la provisión de servicios de salud sexual y reproductiva. Esto en consonancia con la oportunidad y el resultado que ha generado las acciones desarrolladas durante la pandemia de COVID para mantener y optimizar la entrega de servicios en materia de salud sexual y reproductiva. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much.
El secretariado desea agradecer a todas las sugerencias y comentarios. Gracias.
Okay, Director.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gracias por todas las importantes contribuciones. Yo creo que es importante escuchar de los Estados miembros, de Estados Unidos, de Argentina, de Uruguay, de Brasil, de Cuba, de Canadá y de Chile, esta posición común de que sin garantizar un acceso amplio a los servicios de salud sexual y reproductiva a las mujeres en la región, no vamos a avanzar en términos de garantizar equidad de género en la región. Yo creo que, sin duda, que el documento, el informe que presentamos, que fue una solicitud de los Estados miembros, en aquel momento liderado por Argentina, en la conferencia, pero apoyado por todos los países, yo creo que fue posible hacer un poco la evaluación de los avances, pero como también fue subrayado por ustedes, de los importantes desafíos que todavía tenemos. Recuerdo también que en 2018 aprobamos, los Estados miembros aprobaron una resolución muy importante sobre la salud de las niñas, adolescentes y mujeres. Yo creo que vamos a tener un informe tuvimos año pasado ya, porque cumplió la mitad, pero sin duda que la pandemia ha subrayado otros temas, otros aspectos que es importante mantener essa evaluação. Creo que é muito importante essa recomendação que o Brasil hace de que se pueda hacer como atualizações enfocando outros temas que são também importantes, porque sem dúvida que é de la maior interesse. Em minha intervenção ante a Assembleia Geral da OEA, na semana passada, incluso eu hice hincapié de que como defendemos la democracia, los derechos humanos en la región de una manera muy firme y alineada con la Carta Democrática Panamericana, sabemos que los grupos vulnerables, especialmente mujeres, y si son mujeres de la población indígena, afrodescendentes y pobres, son especialmente vulnerables en la región y no podemos tener políticas públicas que no tomen en cuenta esa situación. Así que yo creo que es muy importante. Chile, vamos a tomar nota de la recomendación. No podemos cambiar el informe porque no es un proyecto de resolución, pero sugiero que primero va a se quedar en el informe de la reunión y segundo vamos a tomar la sugerencia muy oportuna para las actualizaciones que se van a hacer de ese informe. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. So let me inform the committee that the discussions will be noted in the final report. including, of course, the suggestions by Chile. I'll proceed now to the next item, item 7.1. Progress reports of technical matters. I'd like to bring documents CE 172/info/10 to the attention of the committee. This item consists of a series of progress reports. I propose we take each sub-item individually. So I'd like to bring to the following report to the attention of the committee. Sub-item A, PAHO Disease Elimination Initiative, a policy for an integrated sustainable approach to communicable diseases in the Americas, progress report, and ask Dr. Gidenelli, Interim Director of the Department of Communicable Disease Prevention, Control, and Elimination of the Pan American Sanitary Health Bureau, to come to the head table and present the item. Here he comes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apologies, it was a little bit of a long tour. Distinguished delegates, Dr. Barbosa, today I will share with you a few highlights on the advances and progress of the elimination initiative that, as you may recall, was formally approved by Directing Council in 2019, when a resolution was endorsed against a policy document presented at that time. So that concluded a relatively long preparatory phase with the original design and the early conceptualization of the initiative starting in 2015. And then soon afterwards, we had the pandemic. So during the years of the pandemic, we had to keep a relatively low profile, but we took advantage to regroup, and we went to a review of the data. We updated the list of candidates to elimination. I would like to recall that this is a fairly ambitious undertaking, which includes more than 30 conditions, infectious diseases, related conditions, consequences, and sequelae to elimination by 2030. So we updated that list. We also published including on some major international journals, the results of our conceptualization. And we also established a strategic and technical advisory group, bringing into that group some of the most distinguished researchers and public health experts of the region, just to make sure that we were aiming in the right direction. Then as we moved into the post-COVID phase, we capitalized literally on the great degree of lessons learned by disease control programs, the way they managed and they reacted to the limitations imposed by the pandemic. And we reoriented the elimination initiative towards two major objectives. The first, to make it clear that the elimination initiative will be a contributor to the health system strengthening, to the quest for the resilience of health systems, and certainly to the pandemic preparedness. And the second reorientation was to complete the alignment and the synergy that is indispensable if we are to eliminate all those conditions, alignment and synergy with the newly established Department of Social and Environmental Determinants of Health. And it's through the combination of these two factors that we have repositioned the initiative in the post-pandemic phase. Nevertheless, there have been some concrete achievements. We managed to certify the elimination of mother-to-child transmission in Dominica, HIV and syphilis, and malaria in El Salvador in 2021, despite all those limitations. And finally, we are also almost finalized an M&E framework, a monitoring and evaluation framework for the initiative that will be shortly presented to your attention, and which represents represents a very major piece of work, highly innovative in the selection of indicators, capitalizing on the very many indicators that have been endorsed by governing bodies. And finally, thank you, a latecomer to the Club of the Achievement of Elimination, that is Belize, that was certified. The announcement came out just a week or 10 days ago. So Belize has been validated for the elimination of malaria, joining them the number of countries that over the last 5 years have achieved elimination of malaria, 2 of them in Central America. The work continues. It's very much work in progress. And now with the strong prioritization given by Dr. Barbosa and the new administration, the new director of PAHO, we believe that there will be many more to add to the already significant palmarès of achievements of the region of the Americas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll now open the floor to the plenary for discussion, comments. Recognize the member from Brazil.
Muito obrigado, senhor presidente. Mais nada, mas eu queria agradecer ao secretariado pelo relatório de progresso apresentado, conhecendo a importância e a viabilidade da iniciativa da OPAS de eliminação de doenças transmissíveis nas Américas, com a intenção de um futuro livre de mais de 30 doenças transmissíveis e condições relacionadas, com o impacto da saúde pública, sociedade e economia das populações afetadas. Fazendo um seguimento em relação às deliberações havidas ontem, senhor presidente, eu entendo que com o encerramento do plano de ação de doenças negligenciadas, 12 novas doenças serão incorporadas à iniciativa de eliminação. E eu gostaria de perguntar, em vista disso, à Secretaria, quais as medidas que a Secretaria tenciona adotar para adaptar a iniciativa e para fortalecê-la, de modo que ela esteja capacitada para cumprir plenamente o seu mandato. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States commends PAHO for its leadership in the new approach to disease elimination in the region and implementation over the past 3 years. We appreciate that the policy builds on the successes in the Americas over the past century and set ambitious elimination targets, while also prioritizing the decentralization and integration of health services to ensure sustainability. Through PAHO's leadership and coordination with the support of the member states throughout the region, we hope to see continued advancements to improve the health status of the region. The United States is committed to the elimination of these diseases, including cervical cancer and cholera, and we look forward to continued collaboration with PAHO and partners in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. U.S. Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Canada thanks the Secretariat for this progress report. We continue to recognize the importance of collective action towards achieving the eventual elimination of communicable diseases and remain supportive of this policy in its strategic direction. Canada acknowledges that the severity and sustained impact of COVID-19 has been an example of the rapidly changing world we live in and the effect of interrelated factors, including climate change and increased contact between humans and animals. As a result, Canada remains keen on strengthening its One Health approach by addressing the action tracks listed in the quadripartite One Health Joint Plan of Action and building collaboration and learning exchange opportunities with other countries in the Americas. To further advance communicable disease elimination, we note that the report outlines several key actions required. We consider that these actions could be strengthened to include explicit commitments to health equity, as we believe that taking action to advance health equity across all sectors of society and populations, including Indigenous peoples, will be a critical step towards the elimination of communicable diseases in the Americas. For example, providing integrated health services closer to people, families, and communities should be tailored to address the needs of communities and populations most affected by communicable diseases. We also note that in proposed action B, there is no mention of social determinants of health. Noting that strategic line of action 3 refers to addressing the environmental and social determinants of health, we would like to see clarity on why it does not appear in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. I see no other indication of persons wanting to speak, so I'll hand back to Dr. Hidinelli for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. And once again, thank you to distinguished delegates for your comments. I think more or less my answer goes in a similar direction. So one of the approaches that we are encouraging and implementing, I would say more than encouraging, is to promote interdepartmental collaboration, reflecting also the multi-sectorial complexities of this undertaking. We are also establishing a dedicated unit in the Office of the Director of Communicable Diseases to take specific care and continue coordinating the activities and action that are carried out by individual disease control programs. In a broader sense, we are, as I mentioned earlier, we are encouraging and promoting the collaboration with the newly established Department of Social and Environmental Determinants of Health. And we hope that by doing so, we will reflect more consistently in our documentation, but also and primarily in our course of action, that joint approach with that important dimension of the problem. Certainly, there is consideration to climate change. In fact, a couple of conditions that relate to environmental health are included in the list of candidates for elimination. And that is a way to also maintain traction on the group that deals directly with environmental health. And likewise, there is a great focus on One Health and the role that veterinary public health can play to contribute to the success of the initiative. And finally, there are also other, to go back to the question of Brazil, there are also other units that collaborate actively. Let me mention antimicrobial resistance and infection prevention and control, which are looked at as pillars to maintain effectiveness, to boost prevention of transmission of communicable diseases. So it's a little bit the result of all these interactions probably will contribute to this strengthening of the capacity of the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask Dr. Barbosa if he has any comments.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank the member states from Brazil, the USA, and Canada for this very positive reactions about the elimination initiative. As Dr. Giardelli mentioned, we are fully aware that the COVID-19 pandemic produced many negative impacts on TB, HIV, malaria, and many other programs that we have started. So this, for this reason, we are relaunching this initiative. I think that also we will have the opportunity to incorporate in this initiative many developments that we had during the pandemic. So, for instance, you have all the digital transformation process that can support also the elimination initiatives. We have more laboratory capacity that you really need to use to support also this initiative. And the idea is to present this comprehensive package of actions from the new strategies, from the incorporation of new technologies using the revolving funds that you have in PAHO, how we can provide a better coordination with primary healthcare in many of these activities, and also how we can address social determinants and equity from an equity perspective in our region. So we are working with the departments to prepare this proposal that we will be relaunching during the Directing Council in September. So, and I think that it also requires, of course, a very, very important political commitment for the countries. I think that the elimination is a challenge because for many diseases that we are close to eliminate, sometimes the social, the public opinion, the government, they don't think that this is a public health problem because they started decreasing many years ago. But we cannot stop at this moment. We need to take opportunity of new technologies, new strategies. We need to transform the very successful demonstration projects that we have in our region in policies that are embedded in primary health care and can give that's very important contribution from the health sector to reduce poverty and inequity in our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. I would like to inform the committee that the discussion will be reflected in the final report. So thank you very much. Thank you for that. We now turn to item 7.10, which is a continuation of what we had spoken about previously, progress reports on technical matters. So I'd like to now bring the following report to the committee. Sub item B, strategy and plan of action on donation and equitable access to organ, tissue, and cell transplants, 2019-2030 progress report. And I ask Dr. Hector Castro, Interim Director of the Department of Innovation, Access to Medicines and Health Technologies of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. He's here. And Dr. Castro will go right into presenting the particular item. Dr. Castro.
Buenas tardes, señor presidente, director, estimados colegas. Voy a contarles o les voy a hablar del informe de progreso de la estrategia y plan de acción sobre donación y acceso equitativo al trasplante de órganos, tejidos y células del 2019 a 2030. Cabe anotar que la OPS o en las Américas somos la única región de la OMS que tiene como tal un plan y una estrategia de acción andando. Entonces siento que vale la pena resaltarlo porque debemos sentirnos orgullosos de estar llevando allí este liderazgo. Esta estrategia fue aprobada por el Consejo Directivo de la OPS en 2019 a través de la resolución CD 57R11 y tiene el objetivo de promover el acceso equitativo al trasplante de órganos, tejidos y células. Se fundamenta en 4 líneas de acción. Una de ellas tiene que ver con fortalecer la gobernanza y la rectoría de las autoridades sanitarias. La segunda, aumentar la disponibilidad de tejidos, órganos y células a partir de la donación voluntaria. El tercero es garantizar el acceso equitativo a los trasplantes de órganos, tejidos y células. Y la cuarta, mejorar la información y las actividades de monitoreo y vigilancia. El informe de progreso destaca que hemos avanzado en promedio, hemos tenido un incremento en varios de los indicadores. Para efectos de la iniciativa se seleccionaron 27 países, se seleccionaron 20 indicadores clave y hemos podido avanzar en un promedio, a pesar de la pandemia, en un 11% en dichos indicadores. En relación a la línea de base de 2019, hay algunas cosas en las que nos ha ido bien. Por ejemplo, el número de países y territorios con un marco legal y regulatorio para la donación ha aumentado de manera importante. El número de países y territorios que cuentan con un programa nacional de donación y trasplantes ha crecido, pero sin embargo todavía vemos limitaciones en promedio regional en relación a los recursos asignados para dicha tarea, el talento humano encargado de la coordinación de los sistemas de trasplantes, los sistemas de biovigilancia. Preliminarmente, hemos encontrado también con los indicadores y el seguimiento que hay unos países con un mayor nivel de desarrollo, especialmente ubicados en el Cono Sur y en Norteamérica. La gran mayoría de países tienen avances importantes, pero todavía hay algunas brechas, particularmente en Sudamérica, y probablemente donde hay mayores brechas a cerrar hasta el momento pareciera ser la región Caribe y Centroamérica. Para concluir, solamente decir que la pandemia de COVID, como todos lo sabemos, generó una disrupción en la prestación de servicios de salud y en el acceso a donación y trasplante de órganos y tejidos. llevándonos a un retroceso y a cifras similares a las que veíamos en el año 2014. Para esa época teníamos, o antes de la pandemia, tenemos indicadores de disponibilidad de donación y trasplantes cercanos a tasas de 10.3 por cada millón de habitantes, y después de la pandemia quedamos con cifras cercanas a 6.8 por cada millón de habitantes. Entonces, a pesar de que se han hecho muchas cosas, por ejemplo, se han hecho avances en revisión y desarrollo de marcos legales, el trabajo que hemos y el apoyo que hemos tenido de centros colaboradores como ONT en España, en Cucay de Argentina ha sido fundamental para este avance. Hemos logrado sensibilizar a la sociedad civil. Todavía sentimos que hacen falta marcos regulatorios conducentes a la posibilidad de acceder a donante cadavérico, y por supuesto hace falta todavía avanzar en la coordinación y el engranaje de los sistemas de trasplantes en diferentes países. Me detengo allí, señor presidente, en aras del tiempo. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Dr. Castro, I now open the floor for the plenary for any comments, discussion. Argentina, I recognize you.
Gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos la presentación del informe sobre el progreso en la estrategia y plan de acción sobre donación y acceso equitativo al trasplante de órganos, tejidos y células 2019-2030. Celebramos la inclusión del Instituto Nacional Central, único coordinador de ablación e implante de la Argentina, el INCUCAI, como centro colaborador de la OMS sobre donaciones y trasplantes, seleccionado por OPS-OMS por su trabajo conjunto con otros países de la región de las Américas. Argentina es un país líder en el tema de donación y trasplantes a nivel regional. Hemos elaborado proyectos de cooperación sur-sur y triangular en colaboración con el Ministerio de Salud y el Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores, Comercio Internacional y Culto. Asimismo, en el marco del Mercosur se creó el DONASUR, compuesto de 15 países para registrar donaciones y trasplantes. Invitamos en este sentido a otros países a sumarse a esta iniciativa de este registro, que la OPS ya ha incorporado como instrumento de monitoreo del plan estratégico. Con respecto al documento, consideramos que es un rol necesario en los sistemas de salud nacionales desarrollar un sistema de generación de donantes cadavéricos. El objetivo no es solo asegurar la disponibilidad de órganos y tejidos para los trasplantes, sino también garantizar la calidad de cuidados y un buen desempeño de los efectores de salud en este proceso. Otro factor clave a considerar es el adecuado registro de la actividad, y esto es por dos motivos: por la trazabilidad de los procesos que garantizan su transparencia y para contar con información que permita un mejor diseño de estrategias de mejora. Por último, deseamos destacar la importancia de la cooperación técnica internacional como mecanismo que nos permita fortalecer las capacidades de nuestros sistemas de salud en la región en esta materia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Argentina. And I will ask El Salvador to comment.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos la presentación del informe. El Salvador ha hecho avances significativos en la línea de acción sobre la donación y el acceso equitativo a trasplantes de órganos, tejidos y células. Agradecemos enormemente a OPS por la asistencia técnica en la elaboración de normativas y protocolos para la implementación del trasplante de órganos y tejidos en pacientes con muerte encefálica, en respuesta a dicho plan de acción, así como también el curso de fortalecimiento de la gobernanza sobre el Sistema Nacional de Donación y Trasplante. En este momento, la Ley Especial sobre Trasplantes de Células, Tejidos y Órganos Humanos entrará en vigencia en septiembre de 2023 y están afinándose los últimos detalles en cuanto al reglamento que dará vida a la ley. En este momento contamos con 2 centros de trasplante público y esperamos que en un futuro muy próximo puedan incorporarse un centro más. Así que estamos en sintonía con la línea de acción y esperamos seguir dando pasos en ese sentido. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, El Salvador, and I recognize the member from Spain.
Muchas gracias, presidente, por concederme la palabra. Tan solo recordar que España firmó con la OPS en marzo de este mismo año un acuerdo para fortalecer la donación y el trasplante de órganos en las Américas, que comprende la voluntad de mejorar la cooperación en materia legislativa, en formación de profesionales, en la discusión ética y también social, así como otras actividades para apoyar el Plan de Acción 2019-2030. La voluntad de España es ser un aliado permanente en la región y, como saben, tenemos la fortuna de ser uno de los países con mayor liderazgo en materia de trasplantes y que estamos muy gustosos y satisfechos de poderla compartir con la región. Muchas gracias.
That's it. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so maybe Dr. Castro may have some additional points based on the comments made.
Sí, muchas gracias, señor presidente. No, agradecer enormemente los comentarios, el apoyo, como dije inicialmente, de INCUCAI, de ONT el apoyo de la cooperación española ha sido fundamental en el establecimiento de la Red Consejo Iberoamericana de Trasplantes, en promover la cooperación sur-sur. Gracias por las observaciones. Definitivamente, de acuerdo, es importante pensar en sistemas nacionales de salud robustos, donde se tengan en cuenta diferentes componentes. Ahí, por ejemplo, el rol de la sociedad civil es importante. Mecanismos de financiamiento, no solamente al momento de ablación e implante del órgano o tejido, pero también, por ejemplo, los medicamentos que se encargan de hacer inmunomodulación o inmunosupresores para evitar el rechazo del trasplante son fundamentales. Y ahí el trabajo interprogramático que hacemos desde el departamento que tengo a cargo en este momento con los fondos es importante para poder hacer que a través del fondo estratégico los países puedan acceder a estos medicamentos que, además de ser onerosos, con mucha frecuencia o siempre requieren ser administrados y suministrados de manera continua y crónica. Entonces, muchas gracias de nuevo por sus observaciones y comentarios.
Thank you very much. And to Director Dr. Barbosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I gostaria de agradecer os comentários de Argentina, Salvador, e também a informação que a embajadora de Espanha ha brindado. Efectivamente, é tema que eu creio que em muitas reuniões bilaterais que he tenido com os ministros, o tema de donação de órgãos e a necessidade de fortalecer a cooperação técnica que brindamos em termos de organização de los sistemas nacionais de donação de órgãos. Eu creio que ha sido muito mais constante, eu creio, durante todas as conversas bilaterais com muitos ministros. Creio que isto nos exige fortalecer a capacidade de brindar cooperação técnica em tema tão importante para os países e também agradecer à Espanha por a firma desse memorando de entendimento que a embajadora hizo mención. Lo firmamos con la ministra, entonces ministra de Salud de España, que ahora es un alcaide, por lo que comprendo, porque dejó el ministerio para participar de las elecciones de su municipalidad, pero es un memorando de entendimiento que nos permite aprovechar uno de los sistemas de donación de órganos más bien estructurados y que tiene ya una historia de cooperación con la región en este tema. Entonces, muchas gracias y eso va a permitir que sea posible para este año y los próximos años hasta 2030, cuando se termina el mandato de ese plan de acción, sea posible avanzar con más fuerza, con más velocidad en ese tema en la región de las Américas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Director. I would like to inform the committee that the discussion will be reflected in the final report. Thank you very much, Dr. Castro. And that concludes this particular item. We move now. Oh, okay. I'm being informed late in the day that we'll take a break at this point. All in favor of a break, say aye. Of course. So we'll take 15 minutes for coffee or tea. Thank you.
Biomanguinhos foi oficializado como um instituto produtor de imunobiológicos na década de 70. Desde então, Biomanguinhos vem junto com o Ministério da Saúde, Programa Nacional de Imunizações, a Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde, a OMS, como um dos fornecedores principais de vacinas na América Latina. E neste momento, nós estamos em fase de desenvolvimento da tecnologia da vacina em RNA, nessa nova plataforma. Então, estamos detalhando os equipamentos, os rendimentos, todos os resultados que são esperados, não é só em termos de produção, como em metodologias analíticas de controle de qualidade, com o intuito de, no próximo ano, já termos as primeiras etapas de escalonamento e produção, visando os estudos clínicos necessários para essa vacina.
Comité es una empresa de biotecnología aquí en Argentina y nos dedicamos a la producción de vacunas principalmente y otros productos biotecnológicos. Synergium Biotech tiene ya hace 2 años una participación en el fondo rotatorio de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud con la vacuna antigripal justamente, y tener esta capacidad instalada acá nos permite desafiar y buscar otros proyectos que permitan traer otras tecnologías y otros productos a la región. Este fue un fit perfecto, es una vacuna o una tecnología de mRNA innovadora y en un proyecto empujado y promocionado por OMS, por MPP y por PAHO. Esto no es un proyecto, esto es un programa, esto es un inicio de un camino largo que nos va a traer, si Dios quiere, muchas opciones y muchas vacunas para la región. Creo que esta tecnología nos abre un gran campo de trabajo futuro y sin duda tiene que impactar fuertemente en la situación sanitaria de las Américas y que todo el mundo tenga acceso a las vacunas.
The Pan American Health Organization revolving funds are pooled procurement mechanisms that facilitate equitable access to life-saving health products in the Americas. The PAHO Strategic Fund is one of these mechanisms, focused on ensuring access to essential medicines and supplies. Leveraging multidisciplinary technical expertise, multilateral cooperation, and established partnerships across the Americas, the Strategic Fund improves access to quality, safe, and cost-effective treatments and diagnostics for a range of diseases, such as HIV, tuberculosis, leishmaniasis, hypertension, cancer, and more. But how does it work? The Strategic Fund facilitates end-to-end procurement, advising countries with the rational use of medical products, quantifying demand, consolidating orders so medicines and supplies can be procured in bulk at significantly lower prices. The Strategic Fund offers a 60-day interest-free credit line to support payments, coordinating and monitoring shipments. This has helped bring down the cost of medicines by up to 99%, while strengthening supply chain capabilities and ensuring all products meet international standards. The Strategic Fund has been shown to be an effective mechanism to support the COVID-19 pandemic response, helping rapidly deliver personal protective equipment, diagnostic tests, and critical care medicines, while also averting stockouts of routine health supplies for existing priority public health programs. This means the Strategic Fund can strengthen health system resilience by supporting both essential health services and emergency response efforts during future crises.
Vaccination Week in the Americas have been celebrated for 20 years. It's an annual celebration that aims to promote equity and access to vaccination for all people, no matter where they live or their socioeconomic situation. Everybody has the right to health, to vaccines, and to a healthier life.
Porque las vacunas salvan vidas.
Aunque estemos en COVID, la vacunación no para, la vacunación continúa.
Cada año y en solo una semana, este empuje sin igual por la salud, liderado por los países y apoyado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, logra vacunar alrededor de 50 millones de personas.
El desafío es grande porque nos trazamos metas.
A principal dificuldade são as distâncias.
Que los niños de nuestro país no vayan a morir por una enfermedad prevenible.
La forma de llegar a la casa y llegarle al usuario es muy importante.
Y se espera con ansias.
Hoy en día sé que es importante la vacuna.
Es muy importante vacunar a nuestros niños para el bien de nuestra familia.
Me tomo el tiempo de llevar a mi hijo a vacunar. Eso se llama responsabilidad y tenerle amor a sus hijos.
Cada uno de nosotros puede hacer algo. Tenemos que hacer nuestra parte.
Es lo más lindo que me pasó. Hago con mucho cariño, con mucho empeño mi trabajo y me gusta mucho.
Eu me sinto muito honrada de trabalhar porque eu sei que é programa que você tem resultados.
La salud no espera. Vacunémonos.
Vacúnate. Uno todos los días está luchando para que nuestra población esté sana.
Por el bien de todos, en las Américas y en el mundo.
Las vacunas son muy seguras y efectivas. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en un ejemplo magnífico de lo que puede suceder cuando los países trabajan juntos.
Sabemos que una población sana es una garantía para un país fuerte.
Vaccination Week in the Americas demonstrates the political commitment of countries toward their immunization programs. Thanks to the joint efforts from more than 40 countries and their partners. In the past 20 years, more than 1 billion people have been vaccinated during Vaccination Week in the Americas, and different diseases have been eradicated in our region. Thanks to health workers, people in every corner get vaccinated. Today, we celebrate 20 years of Vaccination Week in the Americas. Are you fully vaccinated? Get all your shots.
¿Sabía que 1/3 de los presupuestos de salud se destina a la compra de medicamentos? Altos costos, calidad insuficiente y productos poco disponibles en el mercado, además, pueden representar una carga extra para los presupuestos de salud y amenazar la sostenibilidad del sistema. Por eso, y a pedido de los países de las Américas, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud creó el Fondo Estratégico en el año 2000. El fondo es un mecanismo solidario para la compra conjunta de medicamentos e insumos de salud pública de calidad. Consolida la demanda de múltiples países, convoca a licitaciones internacionales y obtiene precios reducidos al adquirir grandes volúmenes del mismo producto. También apoya a los países para mejorar la planificación de la demanda y evitar desabastecimientos. ¿Qué productos se pueden adquirir? Más de 250, desde tratamientos para diversas enfermedades, transmisibles, no transmisibles y desatendidas, hasta equipos médicos, insumos y kits de diagnóstico. El Fondo Estratégico ofrece líneas de créditos a los países que lo necesiten a través de su cuenta de capitalización. El uso del fondo genera ahorros en los presupuestos de salud. En solo un año, un país ahorró $13 millones en la compra de medicamentos para VIH-Sida y tuberculosis. Todos los productos adquiridos a través del fondo son seguros, eficaces y de calidad garantizada. Para utilizar el fondo, los países, a través de sus ministerios de salud, deben firmar un convenio con la OPS. ¿Por qué hacerlo? Porque más y mejor acceso a medicamentos e insumos es clave para garantizar la salud para todas las personas en todas partes. Para conocer más, ingrese a www.pajo.org/Fondo Estratégico.
The history of Belize malaria fight has come a long way.
If you look at as far back as maybe the 70s, 80s and 90s, you were looking at peak transmission times for malaria.
For example, I could recall times when I was in Orange Walk. It was very tedious. We would go out into the field, like from 6 in the morning and visiting houses from village to village. And we would come back like at 10 at night and still haven't visited all the people we needed to treat for that day. It was so prevalent in that time.
At the time, the program was more vertical and it was more of a malaria program.
We had our own budget, we had our own staff. We would manage a program from central level. That in itself gave the advantages of being able to maximize the effectiveness and the efficiency of the human resources, whereby you would ensure that they are working just on malaria.
Decentralization happened early 2000s, and what that entailed was giving authority to the various regional management teams that were put in place.
At that time, we faced some challenges in the sense that decentralizing the staff, then that means to say that supervision and the administration would fall under the regional management team, which we had some challenges there as to the skills of the management. What we did immediately is strengthen the skills of the new staff and those staff that we knew needed to improve their skills. So we had some training, very specific and continuous training. We ensured that all districts had the standard operating procedures, training manuals, operational manuals. That was key. And we would ensure that the surveillance would still be done as how it should be done, that the diagnosis and the treatment would still remain timely. At the headquarters, we continued providing that support, that technical support, that advice. We ensured the resources were there at the regional level for them to continue executing the strategies for malaria.
From my years of working in the program, malaria evolved from 1,000 plus cases early 2000 to 0 cases at present.
As the cases started reducing, we started working with more confidence in terms of this is actually achievable in terms of our goal of elimination. Over recent years, we've had the introduction of new tools locally. Insecticide-treated bed nets have been more affordable. So we introduced those, I would say maybe around 2009, 2010, and then we introduced a rapid diagnostic test, which initially was quite expensive and now it's more affordable in the region. So there was a reorientation of the health services towards moving from malaria control program. That started somewhere, I would say maybe around 2013, 2014. As you move towards elimination and you want to do things like risk stratification, micro-planning and things like that, these are things that you need to bring your people up to standard, and that's where the reorientation process takes place. So we developed the first strategic plan for malaria elimination in 2018. At the ministry level, we developed the strategic and operational plans. At the district level, they take the national operational plans and devise their own specific operational plans. And the key partners at their level that they're working with is multiple partners.
We've trained doctors, nurses, administrators, PCAs, every aspect, every level of care, so that we all remember malaria and we remember to test for it.
Did you know that 1/3 of health budgets are used to purchase medicines? High costs, insufficient quality, and hard-to-source products in the market are major barriers to access medicines and threaten the sustainability of the system. For this reason, and at the request of the countries of the Americas, the Pan American Health Organization in 2000 created the Strategic Fund. The fund is a mechanism for pooled procurement of quality medicines and public health supplies. It pools the demand of multiple countries, executes international tenders, and achieves reduced prices when purchasing large volumes of the same product. It also supports countries to improve demand planning and prevent stockouts of medicines and health supplies. What products can be purchased? More than 250, from treatments for various diseases, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and neglected diseases, to medical devices, supplies, and diagnostic kits. The Strategic Fund provides lines of credit for countries when needed through its capital account. The use of the fund allows savings in health budgets. In just 1 year, one country saved $13 million in the procurement of medicines for HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis. All products procured through the Strategic Fund are safe, effective, and quality assured. To use the fund, countries through their ministries of health need to sign an agreement with PAHO. Why do this? Because improving access to medicines and supplies is key to guaranteeing health for all, everywhere. To learn more, visit www.paho.org/strategic fund.
I am.
We are.
All of us.
Together.
This is who we are.
Our humanity. The hopes we share.
The struggles we face.
The stories that define us.
Individually, collectively, universally.
Every person,
family,
community.
We are happier when we have each other.
Healthier when we stand together.
Every one of us matters.
No one should be left behind.
We all have the same fundamental right
to health and happiness.
To the care we need.
Wherever we live.
Whatever we have or do not have.
Regardless of age,
race,
language,
culture, or circumstance.
This is our mission.
We stand together with all people.
In every community, every country, throughout the hemisphere.
Because we are healthier.
Together.
We are the Pan American Health Organization, working for health for everyone, everywhere.
¿Qué van a hacer aquí ahora?
Se vamos a vacunarse.
¿Qué vacuna les van a poner?
Amiga principal y la varicela.
Estamos muy contentos, es la 20ª semana de la vacunación de las Américas. Hemos estado presentes en 44 países, hemos estado alcanzando 139 millones de personas y aquí en Argentina la semana de vacunación tiene muchísima relevancia porque se vive desde hace muchos años, desde que empezó en realidad, y se vive a todos los niveles, y es lo que hemos visto durante esta semana, es decir, a nivel de gran ciudad de Buenos Aires, como también provincias.
Una semana muy intensa de trabajo, de concientización, de fortalecimiento en la vacunación, articulando con Nación, obviamente, con la OPS, con la representante de la OPS, y la verdad que ha sido muy emotivo lo que hemos hecho acá en Cafayate y en Animaná.
La Semana de Vacunación de las Américas número 20 de la región de las Américas y 11 mundial por el liderazgo de la región de las Américas en vacunación. Es muy importante para Argentina, siempre es muy significativo, es una fiesta, es una semana de fiesta en todo el país donde todos los integrantes del sistema de salud y los vacunadores y las vacunadoras tienen un rol enorme, pero se habla de algo que nos da mucho orgullo en Argentina, que es nuestro calendario de vacunación y la confianza que tiene la población en las vacunas. Es muy emocionante y da mucho orgullo.
Hay que continuar durante cada semana, durante cada mes, para asegurarnos que llegamos a recuperar ese calendario y con el acompañamiento del OPS estamos seguros que poco a poco iremos avanzando y lo iremos consiguiendo.
The Pan American Health Organization Revolving Funds offers 2 regional mechanisms to improve access to quality, safe, and cost-effective health products. One of them, the PAHO Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines, helps countries and territories in the Americas access high-quality vaccine supplies in alignment with technical recommendations. But how does it work? Based on the principles of quality, transparency, solidarity, and equity. the revolving fund groups countries' needs for vaccines and related supplies and procures them at affordable prices, offering an interest-free credit line, also coordinating international logistics and carefully monitoring every shipment and its cold chain. The revolving fund has over 40 years of experience and serves 41 countries and territories. Working hand in hand with the PAHO's technical program, it has contributed to major milestones in public health, such as the elimination of vaccine-preventable diseases in the Americas, including polio, rubella, and measles. It has helped countries to introduce vaccines like rotavirus, HPV, pneumococcal vaccines, and respond to health emergencies such as COVID-19 and monkeypox. In short, the revolving fund is a powerful mechanism created by the PAHO member states, and it contributes to their immunization goals in a sustainable way by overcoming barriers related to price, access, and quality.
and the corresponding strategy and plan of action to improve quality of care in health service delivery 2020-2025, with health systems and intersectoral action to improve quality of care and patient safety. The progress report on the strategy and plan of action being presented here today notes that some progress has been made in member states, but many challenges remain. It further notes that the COVID-19 pandemic both impacted the capacity of countries to implement systemic improvements in quality of care in health service delivery, but at the same time facilitated accelerated innovations in some areas. The report provides an overview of advances in the implementation of 3 strategic lines of action and reports on the level of achievement of indicators in each line. The data presented in the report indicates that the implementation of the continuous processes to improve the quality of care in the delivery of comprehensive health services, the first strategic line of action, was significantly disrupted during the pandemic. The data we have presented on the disruption of essential health services during the update provided on COVID-19 earlier this week highlighted that impact on access, equity, and quality. In addition, slow progress has been made on interventions aimed at monitoring and evaluating the quality of care, which is a priority if permanent improvement processes are to be established. Nevertheless, some progress has been made in patient safety, infection prevention and control programs, and in the rational use of medicines and other health technologies. More significant advances have been reported by countries in the second line of action, strengthening governance and stewardship of health systems to promote a culture of quality improvement. During the pandemic period, the effective stewardship and governance of health systems was key in responding to the pandemic, coordinating intersectoral action and building societal resilience. 15 countries have advanced in the development and implementation of national policies and strategies or action plans aimed at improving the quality of comprehensive health services delivery. Aligned with this, the renewed framework for the essential public health functions currently in implementation of 14 countries has provided an opportunity to strengthen health system stewardship and governance capacities by addressing quality from a systemic intersectoral perspective. Finally, the strategy and plan of action calls on countries to increase dedicated financing to quality and health service delivery. 5 countries and territories reported some progress in implementing economic incentive policies linked to achievements in quality. However, we remain far from the target of 12 countries in this regard. While fiscal space for health now remains challenging in the post-pandemic period, we do note that countries are progressively increasing public financing in health, but still well below the benchmark of 6%. A number of actions are proposed to accelerate action in the implementation of the strategy and plan of action, including implementation of operational plans at the health services level that are aimed at improving quality of care and patient safety, and which include measurable process and outcome indicators. This also means strengthening the monitoring and evaluation of quality within countries, including through processes of inspection, auditing, and feedback. Finally, the report notes that during the post-COVID-19 pandemic recovery phase, emphasis must be placed on the urgency of redoubling efforts to improve quality of care and patient safety. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fitzgerald. And I now open the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussions. Okay. Allow 5 more seconds. None? Okay, thank you very much. I'm assuming you don't want to comment on the no comments. So what about you, Mr. Director? Any comments on this?
Very briefly, thank you, Mr. President. No, just to think that to recognize I think that the important effort made by the Health System and Service Department and our country offices to implementing this very strategic and plan of action about this very important topic related to improve quality of care in health service delivery. We are at this moment a little bit past the middle of the the period. So I think that is important to increase the effort in finalizing the implementation, so we will have not only the resolution being implemented, but also the health services having the health systems in our region receiving this technical cooperation on this very important matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. And just to inform members that the discussions, of course, to the extent that they have been had, will be reflected in the final report. So thank you for that. Thank you, Dr. Fitzgerald. We move on to progress report on technical matters, continuing 7.10, and we are now sub-item D, which is strategy for universal access to health and universal health coverage progress report. And Dr. Fitzgerald will, again, as the director of the Department of Health Systems and Services of the PAHO Sanitary Bureau, will present the item.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, delegates, Director Dr. Barbosa. In 2014, the 53rd Directing Council adopted this strategy on universal access to health and universal health coverage, which aims to ensure that all individuals and communities have access to comprehensive health services they need without incurring financial hardship. The document under consideration here today is a progress report on the advances made by countries in the implementation of this strategy. In the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, the strategy provides an important framework to strengthen and transform health systems with a view to addressing persistent challenges, many of which have been aggravated as a result of the pandemic. The progress report emphasizes that prior to the pandemic, the region was making good progress towards the achievement of universal access to health and universal health coverage, despite persistent systemic deficiencies and inequalities. It also reports that COVID-19 pandemic reversed the progress achieved while exposing and exacerbating the structural weaknesses of health systems as well as resultant inequalities. In the analysis of the progress made, we note that many countries have advanced in expanding access to comprehensive health services based on the primary healthcare approach. 34 PAHO member states are implementing strategies and plans of actions at this point in time to increase response capacity at the first level of care, and 18 countries have strengthened integrated health service delivery networks. The report also highlights the innovation in service delivery that occurred during the pandemic in the adaptation of models of care, digital health, hospital management, and procurement of services. Post-pandemic, 10 countries allocated additional funding for health system recovery. In the area of governance and stewardship, the report notes that countries have improved the political and technical capacity of health authorities to lead processes of change within health systems. Building on the declaration of Astana in 2019, and the report of the High-Level Commission on Universal Health, 40 Years of Alma Ata, many countries have now emphasized primary healthcare as the foundation for health systems transformation, consistent with the values of the right to health, equity, and solidarity. Health financing has been traditionally low in the Americas. Since the adoption of the strategy, countries have, however, increased public expenditure in health from an average of 3.7% to 4.7%, a significant increase as a percentage of GDP. The benchmark is, however, 6%. The report highlights also that out-of-pocket expenditures has marginally decreased, an important advance to support greater equity in health. Notwithstanding, catastrophic expenditures in health do remain high. Financial support from the main multilateral organizations to countries in Latin America and the Caribbean totaled more than $8 billion during the pandemic. But as the pandemic ends, a decrease in support from multilateral agencies is beginning to be observed, and fiscal space in health is expected to tighten, presenting challenges for countries to ensure recovery of the lost public health gains during the pandemic. Finally, the note reports that strengthening intersectoral coordination to address the social determinants of health remains a priority area for action. Based on the ongoing evaluations of the essential public health functions, additional efforts are needed in strengthening coordination and action between institutions in the health sector and other government sectors, both at the national and subnational level. The report provides a set of actions in order to accelerate and reach the targets set out in the Sustainable Development Goals relating to the achievement of universal health coverage. It notes the importance of strengthening primary care as a strategic approach and the organization of integrated health service delivery networks as a fundamental component of building resilience in health systems. It cites the need for improved resource allocation and continued investments in health systems, in particular to build the health workforce that is needed in this region. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Very important area. Thank you, Dr. Fitzgerald. I now open the floor to the plenary for any contribution. I recognize the United States of America and then Chile.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States appreciates PAHO and member states' efforts to advance progress to achieve universal health through primary care. Investing in primary health care is key to enabling countries to build healthy families, stable communities, and productive economies. Strong and sustainable primary health care safeguards public health, as well as national and global health security. For the United States, the essence of universal health coverage is access to an effective, strong, and resilient people-centered healthcare delivery system with primary care at its foundation. The report highlights the need for reinvestment in primary health care. Member states face a critical inflection point in recommitting to investing in essential health services, including sexual and reproductive health, to accelerate our collective progress towards universal health coverage. We know reaching ambitious targets depends on continued collaboration and coordination and requires bolder action to ensure the inclusion of historically marginalized and excluded populations. We strongly encourage the inclusion of civil society, community, faith-based, and private sector organizations as partners, including youth populations and indigenous traditional structures. Incorporating these groups is critical to a whole of society approach, and countries should work to ensure they have the support of the various communities they serve. We appreciate the call for synergy with pandemic recovery in the report. Resilient health systems are better positioned to achieve equitable resilience of individuals and communities when they leverage cross-system approaches, working with a multi-sector approach to proactively address foundational and long-standing inequities. Finally, as we look forward to health-related UN high-level meetings this year, we encourage member states to coordinate across the 3 health meetings to promote a coherent, ambitious, and action-oriented global response. We also emphasize the need to engage all stakeholders and all relevant sectors to get back on track towards reaching the Sustainable Development Goals, including SDG 3. We appreciate the director's call to continue momentum to advance universal health through primary care in the region through actionable targets. With that, we thank you.
Thank you very much. U.S. Chile, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Chile está desarrollando un proceso de reforma del sector sanitario en el que el acceso a la salud y a la atención primaria es la clave para resolver los problemas de salud de nuestra población. Actualmente existe presentado en el Congreso de la Nación propuestas de cambio en la legislación que nos permitan ampliar el acceso de toda la población a la atención primaria, situación que actualmente no es posible dada la distinción que hay entre las personas que tienen un seguro de salud privado y quienes tienen un seguro de salud pública. El cambio político y el cambio financiero y el cambio legal implica que toda la población va a tener acceso a la atención primaria de salud, lo que obviamente va a requerir cambios estructurales, cambios en el financiamiento, pero los cuales también están considerados en las propuestas legales. Agradezco en ese sentido el documento que presenta OPS porque nos apoya en las gestiones a nivel país. También quiero referirme al informe de progreso de la estrategia y plan de acción en materia de calidad, porque queremos reconocer los avances que hay en la región, así como los retos que se han identificado en la presentación recién desarrollada. En este sentido, consideramos que es oportuno solicitar una extensión de la vigencia de la estrategia y plan de acción hasta el año 2030. Y esto porque nos permitiría alinear de manera alinearnos de manera adecuada al plan global de la Organización Mundial de la Salud en seguridad al paciente que termina el año 2030. Y finalmente, quiero señalar e invitarlos a la cumbre global ministerial de seguridad al paciente que se va a realizar en Chile en abril del próximo año 2024. Chile será el país anfitrión de esta 7ª reunión de seguridad del paciente, reunión global. Y en este sentido, y en este contexto, la extensión propuesta recientemente hasta el año 2030 para la vigencia de la estrategia y plan de acción se vuelve aún más oportuna y adecuada, ya que nos permitiría mantener un enfoque constante en la mejora de la calidad y seguridad del paciente, tanto a nivel nacional como internacional. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Shirley. I now hand the floor to the delegate from Cuba.
Gracias, presidente. Suscribimos el documento presentado, sus preceptos técnicos y principios contenidos en el mismo. Se hace necesario continuar reafirmando la necesidad internacional de invertir en la salud, que significa invertir en el desarrollo. Es importante considerar las experiencias acumuladas durante la COVID-19 que pueden enriquecer el documento. Consideramos que debe adoptarse medidas más concretas a partir del documento que potencien la colaboración y las alianzas internacionales, lo cual puede generar más oportunidades para lograr cobertura de salud en países que hoy aún no les es posible. Vemos una identificación plena entre la política sanitaria cubana y los programas aprobados, en particular el de medicina familiar y lo planteado en el documento. Cuba tiene una experiencia de más de 6 décadas de desarrollo de un sistema de salud universal con cobertura total a la salud y 40 años de implementando el programa de medicina familiar y la estrategia de atención primaria de salud, el cual es referente para muchos, pero que aún como modelo nosotros continuamos perfeccionando. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, member from Cuba. And I don't see any other indication to speak, so I hand back to Dr. Fitzgerald for any comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to all the member states for your comments on this report. I think what we're hearing from you is that the primary healthcare approach is really constituting the principal foundational mechanism by which, in a post-pandemic context, countries can really increase access, ensure comprehensiveness in terms of the provision of services, irrespective of whether it's maternal health, child health, immunization, NCDs, control of communicable diseases, but also health promotion and linkages with social protection. This is the mechanism by which we need to move forward to build a foundation of resilience within our health systems. I think also what's become very apparent listening to the countries here, but also in our discussions and preparations of this report, that the territorial approach is now extremely important. That we work not just at the national levels or the subnational level, but we begin to look at territories, distinct populations, families and communities that live there, their particular needs within those territories and how we address them, including addressing the social determinants of health. And this has to be encompassed within the strategy to expand primary health care. Obviously, in some areas, in particularly rural areas or other underserved areas where we have specific challenges that we discussed earlier during the week relating to health workforce, the leveraging of digital health technologies and other particular strategies are going to be extremely useful for us. And I think this is really the new paradigm of what primary health care will look like. moving forward, far more comprehensive, far more integrated within a network of health service delivery, far more focused on the needs of particular territories, communities, and families that are in there. So thank you for that. A couple of comments. Thank you for the reminder on the UN high-level meeting. We have disseminated information to all our country offices, to all countries through our country offices on the UN high-level meetings and the proposed draft declarations. Is extremely important meeting because it follows on the 2019 meeting on universal health coverage. And we really urge all countries to participate and engage actively in that meeting in New York in September. Thank you, Cuba, for noting the report on the need to potentially include additional information on the alliances. One of our key alliances, I think, that we have worked with WHOs around the Universal Health Coverage Partnership, and the funding that has come through a series of partners in that partnership to strengthen health systems at the national level. And we are aware that Cuba is participating actively in that. And we are looking also, we're learning from the pandemic, it's very key that our multilateral financing institutions and other partners across the region are key partners in the discussion around health sector transformation, strengthening health systems, and the progressive movement towards the realization of universal access to health and universal health coverage. And so I think we've really built very solid relationships with these partners, and we'll continue to do so as we look forward to really expanding our actions in primary healthcare this year as well. And we hope to be able to invite you to a meeting in Uruguay in December, where we will be actually convening around specific issues of investment, innovation, and implementation of primary healthcare with some of those key partners. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Fitzgerald, and I now invite the Director General to make any comments.
Gracias, señor presidente. De maneira muito breve, porque eu creio que é o diretor do Departamento de Sistemas e Serviços de Saúde. Já hice comentários detalhados sobre as intervenções dos Estados Unidos, de Chile, de Cuba. Só agradecer aos Estados Unidos por subrayar alguns temas importantes, como a participação da sociedade civil, eu creio, e também o fortalecimento, a necessidade de fortalecimento da atenção primária. Esta resolução que foi adotada no ano de 2014 reflete bem eu creio que uma perspectiva distinta que temos em las Américas, que creio que põe nossa região em uma posição de vanguardia no mundo. Primeiro, é o conceito de que estamos falando não só de cobertura universal, mas também de acesso. Ou seja, não é suficiente ter a previsão na lei que se vai ter acesso, pero evaluar bem quais são as barreiras que estão a dificultar o acesso real das pessoas, das comunidades mais pobres, dos afrodescendentes, populações indígenas, ou seja, os grupos mais vulneráveis. Então, isso eu creio que é uma mirada muito específica de nossa região. E a outra é o conceito também que temos de que, basado e reconhecendo todos os avanços da declaração de Alma-Ata, pero que é necessário renovar e fortalecer o conceito de atenção primária, que não se deve enfocar mais solamente em la saúde materna infantil, seguro que sim, como muito importante a saúde materna infantil, pero aí temos também que mirar como responder ao complexo cenário epidemiológico que temos hoje, com as enfermidades crônicas, não transmissíveis, com a saúde mental, com as pessoas vítimas de violências e acidentes, e mesmo o impacto negativo do câmbio climático. Então, eu creio que isso é muito importante, que está aí bem reflejado em la resolução. E, por último, de reconhecer todos os esforços que muitos Estados-membros estão fazendo de reformar e transformar seus sistemas de saúde para ampliar o acesso, fortalecer a atenção primária. Tive a oportunidade de visitar em Chile o projeto de ampliação, de garantia de acesso universal para a atenção primária. Creio que muitos outros países, Bolívia, México, muitos outros países da região han solicitado da organização cooperação técnica específica para nesse mesmo sentido, e creio que também, como ha subrayado, vamos a tener la oportunidad en septiembre en la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas de fortalecer esos temas y de discutir en la reunión de Uruguay que los bancos deben estar apoyando no solo los hospitales, es muy importante seguir fortalecendo la construcción, equipos y de los hospitales y de las redes de atención especializadas, pero con essa nova mirada que temos para a atenção primária, também é importante garantizar o financiamento para que se tenha uma atenção primária resolutiva, que cerca da comunidade, pero com a capacidade de resolver os problemas e de ser uma porta de entrada importante para organizar a demanda a los serviços mais especializados, de maneira a proporcionar uma melhor efetividade no uso de los recursos disponíveis para la salud. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Director General. If I may, just to exercise Chairman's privilege, just to endorse what you have just said and the report on others, as a small islander, but also one who looks at health in a much broad-based way. This concept of community healthcare has to be the way forward. The scourge of NCDs, lifestyle issues, is uncontrollable at the curative level, in terms of cost, in terms of hospital capacity, in terms of doctors. You have to stave it off at the community level, which means taking the message and the services to the communities. So I say I fully endorse and ditto to what has been said, and we really need to redouble our efforts there. Thank you very much. And the comments will be reflected in the final report. We move on to sub-item E, that's 7.10. And this sub-item E is Strategy and Plan of Action on Ethnicity and Health, 2019-2025 Progress Report. And I'm asked Dr. Igmans, Director of Department of Social and Environmental Determinants for Health Equity of the Pan American Health Bureau, Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. Okay, she's here, and to present the item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Director Dr. Barbosa. It is my pleasure to introduce the progress report on the Strategy and Plan of Action on Ethnicity and Health 2019-2025. This strategy and plan of action and its resolution were adopted by the 57th Directing Council in 2019 and include specific targets and goals for the period until 2025. This strategy and plan of action follow a policy on ethnicity and health, which was adopted in 2017 and which aimed at promoting the necessary measures to guarantee an intercultural approach to healthcare and services. The region of the Americas is the first World Health Organization region to adopt a strategy and plan of action of this kind. It marks a milestone in the acceptance of the needs to address marginalization and discrimination based on ethnicity, since in interaction with social and structural determinants such as gender and socioeconomic status, this produces inequities in the field of health. Despite many efforts from member states to ensure that all individuals and communities have access without any type of discrimination to comprehensive, adequate, timely, and quality health services, members of certain ethnic groups, including indigenous, Afro-descendant, and Roma populations, continue to face situations of inequality, discrimination, and social exclusion. The lack of ethnic variables in the health information system and the lack of disaggregated data that are needed to obtain an accurate picture of the health situation of these populations makes it difficult to assess progress. And it also hampers the design and the implementation of evidence-based public policies. The report shows that despite the efforts from countries to put in place mechanisms to disaggregate health data by ethnic origin, these have not been implemented systematically, and ethnicity is identified in different ways in censuses, health records, and surveys in different countries. The progress report also shows limited progress in the alliances and the participation of communities in developing policies and actions, the policies that affect their own health. The information that has been officially collected from countries reflects the need to continue working using an intercultural approach to address the health needs of the different ethnic groups. It's also necessary to strengthen engagement with strategic partners and members of the different communities to ensure coherent strategies and policies to effectively address the conditions that affect health and well-being of some of the populations that most have been left behind. The information collected also shows little progress in the recognition of ancestral knowledge, essential for tapping the potential of traditional medicine to contribute to universal health. Integrating traditional knowledge and medicine in national health systems and services and the adaptation of self-care intervention with an intercultural approach is crucial. A full description of progress of each indicator is included in the report. The COVID pandemic has put in focus the important inequities in our region and has shown that there is a need for differentiated approaches when addressing the health needs of the various ethnic groups, which need to take in consideration their unique ways of living in their territories, as well as the use of traditional and ancestral medicine. It's important to continue strengthening culturally adequate health services and build capacity and promoting the implementation of effective tools that have been developed together with the member states, such as the knowledge dialogues. Addressing ethnic inequities within the context of social determinants of health will allow effective interventions toward equity in health. Indigenous populations and Afro-descendants, as well as other ethnic groups, face many challenges. An intersectional approach will allow working towards equity and health, addressing the variety of conditions, including gender-related conditions that these populations face. The Bureau will continue to provide technical cooperation to the member states to ensure in different national contexts a human rights-based approach in the work that address the health situations of Indigenous and Afro-descendant populations. The Secretariat will also continue to provide technical support to the member states to improve the disaggregated data collection, which remains a priority. The engagement with strategic mechanisms, including the UN Permanent Forum for Indigenous Peoples and on people of African descent, have been very important in this context. This region has traditionally shown leadership in this area, as was evident again recently through the resolution on health of Indigenous peoples during the recent World Health Assembly proposed by Brazil and supported by many member states of this region. This was an unprecedented resolution, which was unanimously approved. We are at a critical moment to urgently and strategically advance the ethnicity agenda and to ensure that we meet the goals of the strategy in 2025 and to improve the health of those who have been left behind. Thank you for your attention, and comments are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussion. I see Brazil, and then Argentina, and then Chile. Thank you. Brazil.
Obrigado, senhor presidente. O Brasil expressa seu agradecimento pelo relatório que aborda o progresso da estratégia e plano de ação sobre etnia e saúde 2019-2025, destacando a importância crucial de empreender ações conjuntas sobre os determinantes sociais e a erradicação da discriminação. Nós lemos com atenção o progresso, a falta de progresso alcançado na busca das metas estabelecidas neste plano de ação, e que nos causou, enfim, uma reflexão a respeito de como ajudar a mover o processo adiante. A falta de progresso não quer dizer que haja falta de interesse ou de importância no tema. Não, nesse sentido, uma maneira de possibilitar um avanço mais rápido nesse processo seria, eventualmente, fazer uma mobilização, não apenas de governos, mas também dos representantes da sociedade civil mais interessados, ou seja, das comunidades afrodescendentes e dos povos indígenas, além dos outros grupos étnicos discriminados das Américas, no sentido de juntar esforços e conseguir avançar no cumprimento dessa agenda. Em vista disso, senhor presidente, venho aqui trazer uma proposta, né, da ministra Anísia Trindade, no sentido de que seja organizada um encontro das Américas sobre saúde e raça, ou saúde e etnia. Seria uma reunião, enfim, em que nós poderíamos trazer, reunir, juntar não apenas governos, mas também representantes dessas comunidades mais interessadas, junto com a academia e outros atores de relevo, para discutir essas questões, compreender onde estão as dificuldades enfrentadas nas Américas e verificar maneiras de avançar dentro dessa agenda. Obviamente, o Brasil estaria à disposição para auxiliar no êxito dessa iniciativa, se for, enfim, de interesse dos demais Estados-membros. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Brazil. Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. La Argentina toma nota del documento. Celebramos que nuestra región sea la primera en adoptar una estrategia y un plan de acción sobre esta temática. En línea con la estrategia, nuestro país posee un Programa Nacional de Salud para los Pueblos Indígenas que se propone atender las problemáticas específicas de salud que aquejan a la población indígena, incluidas las mujeres indígenas, implementando acciones sanitarias desde una perspectiva intercultural. Nuestros objetivos son mejorar la cobertura de salud y las condiciones de accesibilidad al sistema público de salud de las comunidades indígenas de todo el país desde una perspectiva intercultural y fortalecer a los equipos de salud del primer nivel de atención a través del financiamiento de becas de formación y capacitación para agentes sanitarios indígenas y facilitadores interculturales. La implementación de políticas de salud en comunidades con diversidad étnica y cultural requiere de un fuerte apoyo desde el nivel nacional para reducir las desigualdades dentro de nuestros sistemas de salud y apoyar el diálogo intercultural en las comunidades, encontrar espacios para fomentar el consenso, el respeto mutuo y la búsqueda de puntos en común entre servicios de salud convencionales y la medicina tradicional o complementaria. Finalmente, hemos apoyado algunas iniciativas regionales e internacionales con el fin de reconocer a los pueblos indígenas de la región como sujetos de derecho que se encuentran en pie de igualdad para poder entablar un diálogo que enriquezca tanto a las comunidades indígenas como al sistema oficial de salud basado en un enfoque de derechos humanos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Argentina. Now turn to Chile.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Chile posee alrededor del 10% de su población de origen en pueblos indígenas. Son diferentes etnias distribuidas a lo largo, no vamos a decir a lo ancho, pero también a lo ancho del país. Sí, porque en el norte, por ejemplo, en el norte hay población aymara, hacia el lado de la cordillera, pero un poco más al sur, norte todavía, hay una población coya que tiene otro origen y que viene de más cercana a los quechua. Aquí mi embajador en la OEA me señala que tenemos mapuche, aymara, rapanui, licanantay, quechua, coya, diaguita, chango, cahuéscar, yagán y selkman, todos distribuidos a lo largo del país. Y ellos representan, como decía, algo más del 10% de nuestra población. Sin embargo, incluso entre ellos mismos hay dificultades para que estén en esa categoría en nuestros registros de salud. Los registros nacionales en materia de salud incorporan la variable pueblo originario Sin embargo, hay muchos de ellos que no se reconocen como tal y por lo tanto tenemos un subregistro importante de esta población, lo que incide en dificultades para la entrega de una salud más adecuada con pertinencia cultural. Por lo tanto, se está iniciando un trabajo con ellos mismos para lograr la identificación étnica y no solo la definición de pertenencia a pueblo indígena o pueblo originario. Ya ustedes vieron la cantidad de diferentes pueblos que tenemos. Es compromiso del gobierno contar con un instrumento que fundamente y aborde las inequidades hacia la población indígena y que pueda materializar un modelo de salud intercultural considerando las variables antes señaladas. Los diferentes grupos étnicos han tenido dificultad en participar en las acciones de salud, salvo en los niveles locales. Y por lo tanto es un desafío del gobierno contar a nivel central y en cada uno de los servicios de salud de expertas y expertos que pertenezcan a estos grupos étnicos y que nos entreguen las herramientas para poder desarrollar la salud que ellos necesitan. Y esto acompañado de un reglamento que obviamente ordene el acceso a medicinas indígenas. Finalmente, decir que además de estas iniciativas, ya necesitamos, como señala el objetivo 5.1 del documento, fortalecer las capacidades institucionales y comunitarias sobre el tema de etnicidad y salud. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chile, for that very informative intervention. I now yield the floor to Dr. Hitchmans to respond to the comments that have been made so far.
Muchas gracias por las intervenciones de Brasil, por Argentina, Chile, y felicitaciones por los importantes avances, ¿no?, que tienen en sus países, ¿no?, relacionado con facilitar mejor acceso a servicios de salud, a salud con las comunidades, ¿no?, fortalecer los registros, etcétera. En particular, también quiero agradecer a la propuesta de Brasil por esta excelente iniciativa, el tema de la voluntad política, del interés político de mover en esta agenda es fundamental y creo que pensamos que esta iniciativa de hacer, ¿no?, una reunión donde convocamos a los líderes políticos más, ¿no?, la sociedad civil, más la academia y los propios grupos, va a ser un avance muy, muy importante para nuestra región y para la organización va a ser un honor colaborar con ustedes para hacer esto una realidad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now invite our Director General to comment on if he so desires.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gostaria de agradecer as intervenções de Brasil, de Chile e de Argentina sobre esse tema tão importante. Essa resolução foi adotada no ano 2019, porque aí já estavam bem marcadas que há barreiras de acesso aos serviços de saúde, mesmo a serviços básicos de saúde, que estão muito relacionadas com a etnicidade, com o prejuízo, com o estigma, com a dificuldade de acesso, ou seja, com muitos componentes que são importantes. E estas barreiras foram muito subrayadas durante a pandemia. Durante a pandemia, eu tive a oportunidade, como subdiretor, de coordenar e liderar ao menos 5 ou 6 reuniões com as distintos representantes de etnias de las subregiões, e também de poder organizar uma reunião que foi muito útil, que invitamos a los ministérios de saúde e também a los representantes de los grupos poblacionais indígenas e de outras etnias também. E aí, eu creio que foi muito importante perceber como isso foi importante em termos de garantizar, primeiro, o acesso dessas populações no marco de respeito cultural à sua tradição, de involucrar de uma maneira respeitosa os líderes religiosos, políticos e de saúde dessas comunidades para que as medidas de prevenção não farmacêuticas e a aceitação das vacinas pudessem ser efetivas. Então, eu creio que esta é uma ação muito importante que foi, eu creio que tivemos avanço agora com a aprovação da resolução na Assembleia Mundial da Saúde e tomamos com muito gosto essa proposta de Brasil e creio que todos os países vão receber bem de como podemos revisar os avanços dessa hora na implementação, as lições que aprendemos durante a pandemia e como podemos avançar em progressando com uma oferta equitativa de serviços e de saúde de maneira que se pueda ter essas populações efetivamente com acesso importante e equitativo. Muitas graças.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. So I'd like to inform the committee, much has been said, the discussions will be reflected in the final report. Thank you very much. I'm being guided, but I think we'll go on to another one, maybe two, depending. Okay, so we'll play it by ear. So we'll move to sub-item F, that is item 7.10, which is under the heading Progress Reports on Technical Matters. Sub-item F is Cooperation for Health Development in the Americas, Progress Report, and we'll ask Dr. Herta, Head of Country and Sub-Regional Coordination Office of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the table. Oh, she's here, and ask her to present her item. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente, señores y señoras, miembros del Comité Ejecutivo. Este informe de progreso se presenta a manera de rendición de cuentas, de acuerdo con la resolución CD52R15 del 2013, por medio de la cual se aprobó la política sobre la cooperación para el desarrollo sanitario de las Américas, en la que se solicitó a la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana presentar informes periódicos de avance. Este es el cuarto informe bienal de progreso que presentamos. De acuerdo con la política y el mandato dado por los Estados miembros, la oficina cuenta con actividades en 3 áreas principales de trabajo: capacidad de convocatoria y promoción de la causa, intermediación e intercambio de conocimientos y creación de alianzas y movilización de recursos. La oficina tiene la certeza de que la colaboración entre países y el intercambio de experiencias y de lecciones aprendidas es fundamental para avanzar en los objetivos prioritarios de salud pública para las Américas. Por eso, hemos continuado fortaleciendo esta modalidad de trabajo en la región, inclusive con la movilización de recursos y la promoción de iniciativas financiadas. También redoblamos la coordinación con el Sistema de Naciones Unidas para avanzar la cooperación sur-sur y triangular en el sector de la salud y sus determinantes, en la línea estratégica del Sistema de Naciones Unidas en cooperación sur-sur y triangular para el desarrollo sostenible. En este marco, la OPS ha visibilizado experiencias de la región en la Expo de Cooperación Sur-Sur, que es un foro global organizado por la Oficina de las Naciones Unidas de Cooperación Sur-Sur. También se reporta de manera conjunta con el resto del Sistema de Naciones Unidas en el informe anual del Secretario General, Estado de la Cooperación Sur-Sur. Quiero resaltar que de acuerdo con el último informe de presencia de país de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, la OPS es la segunda región de la OMS con el porcentaje más alto de oficinas de país apoyando iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular. Eso nos estimula aún más a robustecer esta modalidad de cooperación en la organización y entre los países. Durante la pandemia, la OPS ha jugado un rol importante de intermediación, conectando países para concertar una cooperación sur-sur y triangular abierta, directa, para resolver problemas por medio de la diplomacia en salud. Por ejemplo, se llevaron a cabo préstamos y donaciones de medicamentos que en un momento, por la dificultad para el transporte de los mismos, era imposible hacerlos llegar a muchos países, pero se dieron los préstamos de manera abierta de antirretrovirales y otros medicamentos importantes, donaciones de vacunas, insumos médicos, intercambios de experiencias técnicas, de cursos de capacitación e instrumentos de comunicación, por mencionar solo algunos ejemplos. Otro aspecto que hemos fortalecido es la documentación y publicación de buenas prácticas, tanto entre los países de la región como en la colaboración con organismos subregionales y con otras regiones del mundo. También hemos incidido en la capacitación interprogramática e interinstitucional. Por cuarto año consecutivo, la OPS, en colaboración con la Oficina de Naciones Unidas de Riesgos de Desastres, la Oficina de Naciones Unidas de Cooperación Sur-Sur y la Organización Mundial de la Salud, hemos llevado a cabo un curso con el objetivo de fortalecer las capacidades a nivel local, al nivel más municipal, en preparación, manejo y respuesta a emergencias, aprovechando las experiencias de cooperación sur-sur y las lecciones aprendidas de la pandemia. A la fecha, más de 6,000 personas a nivel mundial han participado en este curso. Justo hace un poco más de una semana llevamos a cabo el último curso de este tipo. Los Estados miembros han señalado que para abordar retos globales, la colaboración y la cooperación es esencial. Esta presenta oportunidades siendo una modalidad flexible para contribuir a reducir las inequidades de salud entre los países. La pandemia nos ha dejado muy claro que el acceso a las tecnologías de salud, a medicamentos y vacunas, así como la transformación digital y los determinantes sociales, son temas claves en el periodo post-COVID, donde la cooperación entre países puede contribuir a fortalecer capacidades nacionales para resolver desafíos presentes y futuros. Me gustaría concluir, señor presidente, resaltando el valor y la importancia del panamericanismo y con el espíritu solidario que caracteriza a nuestra noble organización, instamos a los Estados miembros a seguir liderando y promoviendo la cooperación entre países para avanzar en la salud universal en la región. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now open the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussions. I recognize Argentina. Please go ahead.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. La Argentina toma nota del informe. Reconocemos especialmente, como bien menciona el documento, la cooperación entre nuestro país y el CARICOM con el objetivo de fortalecer las capacidades nacionales y regionales para la detección y la vigilancia de la resistencia antimicrobiana en los países del Caribe. Asimismo, consideramos muy valioso el intercambio de conocimientos entre las regiones. En este marco, destacamos el curso avanzado de Diplomacia en Salud y Salud Global, dictado por la Fiocruz y que cuenta con expertos de diversas organizaciones y países, que han realizado varios funcionarios y funcionarias de nuestro país y otros países de la región. Creemos que estos espacios de aprendizaje y diálogo son sumamente importantes para fomentar el intercambio de experiencias acerca de los temas de salud global. Por eso, solicitamos a la organización que se sigan promoviendo estas instancias de capacitación de las oficinas de relaciones internacionales de nuestra región, que seguramente contribuirán a una mejor participación tanto en los órganos de gobernanza como en otras áreas de cooperación regional e internacional. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Any other comment? Oh, yes, I see El Salvador. Go ahead, please.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Tomamos nota del informe y realmente hemos sido testigos que durante la pandemia y ahora en periodo post-pandemia, la OPS ha funcionado en múltiples áreas, no necesariamente solo COVID, sino que en el apoyo para la integración entre los países de toda la región. Tanto así que en muchas ocasiones personalmente he solicitado a la oficina OPS que nos apoye con cierto préstamo de medicamentos o vacunas, y lo cual nos ha facilitado enormemente el trabajo para la población, que ese es el fin último, ¿verdad? Y creo y considero que deberíamos seguir en esa misma vía, sobre todo fortaleciendo los lazos, ya que la salud al final no tiene fronteras. Creo que no tiene política, o por lo menos nosotros lo consideramos que la salud no debe politizarse, y bajo esa perspectiva hemos hecho un muy buen trabajo, hemos hecho muchas relaciones con los demás estados miembros que pertenecen de la OPS, por lo cual instamos a que también los demás estados miembros trabajen bajo la misma línea y que todos podamos colaborar entre todos para salir adelante. Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much. I recognize Cuba.
Gracias, presidente. No, yo realmente, nosotros queremos ratificar la importancia que tiene la OPS para la región en la cooperación técnica como agencia especializada máxima en el tema de salud. Yo creo que por encima de otras regiones, en ningún lugar hay una agencia de cooperación técnica como la OPS que ha realizado el trabajo como lo ha venido realizando la OPS en todos estos años. La OPS es el primer factor que nosotros tenemos de ayuda ante cualquier emergencia, ante cualquier situación que llegue de imprevisto, pero también en todo lo que es la asesoría técnica permanente. Es verdaderamente un acompañamiento a los sistemas de salud de nuestros países en todos aquellos temas que más necesitan los países. En un punto como este, donde se expone lo que se ha hecho de la cooperación y por dónde vamos, pues creo que es oportuno ratificar esto nuevamente. Creo que las potencialidades de la cooperación también han estado dadas y aprovechadas en que no solamente se ha utilizado la fortaleza propia de los el personal técnico y de experiencia de la OPS, sino también de los propios países. Como ya se mencionaba por El Salvador, los países tienen muchas fortalezas que a través de la OPS se pueden socializar de manera tal que se beneficien a aquellos que tienen necesidades de otros países que pueden tener fortaleza en capacidad técnica o en recursos humanos. Y creo que la OPS puede jugar un papel y un factor decisivo para seguir avanzando en esta dirección en nuestra región. Por tanto, ratifico nuestra felicitación a la OPS en este papel.
Thank you very much, Cuba. And I see no other indication of intention to speak, so I now ask Mrs. Berta to comment on what has been said.
Muchas gracias. Agradecemos los comentarios de Argentina, El Salvador y Cuba. Estamos muy conscientes del enorme papel que juegan la capacidad de los propios países, de los propios ministerios de salud y lo que pueden ofrecer a otros países de la región en el aprendizaje, tanto en la pandemia como en todos los demás temas de salud pública. Tomamos nota de sus comentarios, los agradecemos y seguimos en este curso de trabajo en el que entendemos claramente el valor de la cooperación sur-sur y triangular y la seguiremos fomentando. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'll now ask the director if he has any comments to do so now.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gostaria de agradecer também os comentários de Argentina, El Salvador e Cuba. Como El Salvador e Cuba subrayan muy bien, uno de los roles importantes que tiene la OPS también es de facilitar esa cooperación sur-sur en la región, de acciones bilaterales, trilaterales, multilaterales para aprovechar las capacidades instaladas que tenemos en la región, né, em muitos de nossos países, em distintos temas que podem beneficiar-se por compreender os processos de implementação dessas iniciativas. Então, eu creio que sim, é uma das tarefas que a OPS pode e lo hace de utilizar a estrutura e nossa presença que temos em países como um facilitador dessa cooperação que é tão importante. E também de agradecer à Argentina e de mencionar, hoje na manhã eu mencionei o exemplo de colaboração para a formação de enfermeiros em Guiana e estive em uma visita também em Barbados há pouco e pude reconhecer como é importante a cooperação do Centro Colaborativo da OPS-OMS, Instituto Malbrán, para apoiar Barbados e outros países do Caribe em la implementação de seu programa de resistência antimicrobiana. Então, eu creio que também é outro exemplo muito concreto de uma cooperação, como temos muitos, que se utiliza a excelência técnica que já temos em muitos países para apoiar a outros países da região. Muitas graças, senhor presidente.
Thank you very much, Director Barbosa. And just to, in the usual style, to indicate that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. Thank you very much. So I think it's probably a wise thing to take a wellness break for the rest of the afternoon. And so based on consensus at the head table, we are proposing that we break for the evening and pick up tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and I'll outline the agenda up until lunch, which it would be at approximately 12:30. We will deal with items 6.1, 6.2, 6.4, coffee break, then 6.3, 3.5, and 3.6. And then in the afternoon, hopefully we can resume and complete this section. So if that's okay with all, thank you very much for a very productive day, and please have a good evening.